Hello everyone, if you're looking for the Royal Rumble 2023, you have come to the right place because we will be watching the Royal Rumble start to finish right here in the most engaged, the most talkative and the most well-informed chat in wrestling. So pull up a pew, press that like button, press subscribe if you haven't already. Let's get a little bit crazy because we have a lot of hours ahead of us of Royal Rumble action. There is already plenty of news flying around as to who's going to be in the Rumble, who is a surprise is going to be, what entrants are backstage just sort of hovering ready. Still no mention of Edge and Beth Phoenix, curiously. And of course, the match order. Who is first up? Because there are plentiful rumours right now that it's going to be the Men's Royal Rumble first. Baffling a concept to me, but it does suggest that we're going to have someone make an appearance at the end of the main event of Roman Reigns and Kevin Owens. The pre-show will tell us more. And in fact, the first hour of this watch party, we will be watching the pre-show of the event. So if you want to get straight to the Royal Rumble proper, just skip about an hour into this video if you're watching on catch-up, and we'll go from there. If you're watching live, hello everyone. Welcome. Hope you like the new design that Sai's put together for me. I hope everyone really does enjoy it. We are going to be live for 4, maybe 5 hours. We have plenty to talk about. We have the Logan Paul of it all, the Pat McAfee of it all. We have plentiful potential returns. There is talk of Lana. There is talk of Nia Jax. There is, of course, talk of The Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin. There are definite suggestions that we're going to see someone from New Japan compete. How many of these are true? Probably not too many, but enough to actually get people talking. And that means hype. What the WWE are looking for, of course, more than anything else, is hype. Welcome everybody. First in, Omega says Tom Colohue. Wolfgamer says Tom Colohue. Welcome guys. Omega believes that Tegan Nox is winning it all. Don't think it's happening, but it would be fun. Jermaine is here, says hi Tom. Hey Jermaine, how you doing? Oh, Fettuccine, I should say, says Mami is winning the Rumble match. Rhea Ripley, of course, is the current betting average favourite to win the Royal Rumble. Not so much on the men's side, but you can't have everything. Horsey says, is the Rumble 3 or 4 hours, not including pre-show? The Rumble, from what I can tell, is booked to be 3 hours. I suspect it's going to be 4. They'll need at least an hour for each of the Royal Rumble matches, as well as overflow, plus half hour each for the 3 matches that they are planning. That takes us to 3.5 hours before we factor in overflow. Patrick Wendell is here, says hi Tom. Happy Royal Rumble. Happy Royal Rumble to you, Patrick. Timothy Bella says hi Tom. Hello Timothy. And James Kemple says, I told you a legend would pass the torch. You're going to have to wait until we get to the actual event before we can explain what's going on there. Colton Kinnaman says, Bray Day baby, what's up Tom? Welcome Colton. Christoph is here saying, hi Tom, ready to rumble? Absolutely I am. I hope you are too. After all, the whole point is, let's get ready to rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. We have 19 viewers already and only the 11 likes. Please remember to hit that thumbs up so that we continue to grow this channel. This Royal Rumble show is our 2-year anniversary of watch parties, and we are really hoping to make a big one out of it. I've done literally everything I can think of to try and get more viewership in here, to try and keep that channel growing. What you can do, like, subscribe if you haven't already, and just chat. As long as there's a high chat rate, we're going to be going a little nuts on this one, and it's going to be well worth every second of your time. What do we got? Hector says, I'm just going to listen to you for the pre-show, Tom, because I don't want to see Jerry Lawler on my screen. I get it. I absolutely get it. That is, of course, who's on the screen right now. Colin says, Tom, I'm predicting a Matt Cardona return. I know you'd probably say otherwise, but I'm picking Matt Cardona or Zack Ryder to return. There are pretty heavy rumours that Matt Cardona and Chelsea Green will both feature at this event in the Royal Rumble. Most of these surprise returns and appearances do not sound like they're going to have much impact, if any, as regards who wins, but it's still nice to see a couple more names. Horsey says, Austin or Rock to come back to come face to face with Roman. It really does depend who you listen to. There are plenty of people who will tell you that there's going to be a Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin stare down, but they also say that things change a lot. Thank you very much, Traffic, for that super chat, a $2 super chat. Thank you kindly for the donation. It says, let's get ready to rumble, and let's get ready to rumble indeed. If you're interested in supporting the channel with more than your time, which is an option, you can, of course, feel free to super chat as well. You can also become a member or, in fact, gift memberships to the community. We do have that ability now on YouTube, and we have always had it on Twitch. Well worth checking that out. Horsey says, CM Punk, rumours are he is there, but I think that's a Seth interview and people doing 2 and 2 equals 108. Yes, CM Punk is not going to be involved in the Royal Rumble. There is no chance that's happening. Another one who, if he did appear, he'd have to win it. And that's difficult when you consider that if The Rock appears, he has to win it. If Steve Austin appears, he has to win it. And we kind of still have that vibe about Cody Rhodes. Lil Fettuccine believes LA Knight is going to win. I definitely do not believe that one personally. Christoph says, haven't heard anything about Ronda. I still hope somehow. I'm sure an agreement can be reached nice and quick, hopefully. Hopefully. But we are definitely hoping to see how it goes. Ronda Rousey, if she's not in the Women's Rumble, would seriously devalue the Women's Rumble in my eyes. Colin believes that Bray Wyatt is going to whoop LA Knight. Yeah. Well, that is certainly what I feel is most likely. Simon says Matt Cardona, Zack Ryder, Chelsea Green, both from Impact Wrestling, too, as well as Rumble surprises. To my knowledge, they are not necessarily from Impact anymore. James Kemple says Big E return. I've spoken about Big E for a while now. He is very close to return. I don't believe as of this point in time he's ready for a return, but it would certainly be a big pop. Wolf Gamer says, I would love if we got Jay White in the ring of Rollins. I know we won't, but a man can dream. Jay White is still under contract with New Japan. If he is there, it will be with the permission of New Japan. Personally, I don't see it, but once again, if Cody Rhodes is going to pick up the win, as is clearly being very, very heavily pushed by what's going on screen as we speak right now, then I would expect Seth Rollins is going to need a competitor. Jay White could be the one. Will Ospreay could be the one. Plenty of people could be the one. Sean says, hi Tom. Hello Sean. Moxie wants to be acknowledged, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move on. Hi Moxie. Sean says, apparently WWE is still deciding on the order of the card, but the Rumbles are locked in. Yeah, that doesn't make much sense. If the Rumbles are locked in as first and fourth, as has been reported by Fightful and by Zero News, then surely the Undisputed Championship will have to main event. There's nothing to really discuss there. It just sounds like they're kind of covering their own back just in case. Hello, B. Just B. That's all it is. Welcome. Simon says, Tiffany Stratton is a future WWE Megastar Women's World Champion. That girl has everything. Horsey says, I love the face, Tom. As you clearly know a little something. You seem very excited. I may. You guys know as well as I do, what I like to do is I report news at a certain amount of distance. I don't report, oh, this is what's going to happen this week, but I may report, for example, oh, Kevin Owens is going to return very soon as a face. And then, as the night arrives, here we are, and Kevin Owens is returning as a face. Obviously, I talked about Bray Wyatt for a long time and how he had signed a new deal. A month later, I was there saying, oh no, I haven't heard anything. The main event rolls around and I'm saying, oh well, if he does though, I don't want to spoil the fun. And also, I don't know everything. So sometimes I don't. A very loud Rhea Ripley chant from the crowd hovering around the pre-show table. Very, very good moment for her. James Kemple says, I still don't understand why New Day's on NXT. To add extra drawing power to NXT. They're trying to get more viewers to NXT, and the New Day was selected as potential draws. Sai, welcome. Thank you, by the way, Sai, for the graphic around me as we speak. There's Tom. What are the rules on quoting reports of surprise entrants or spoilers? Steer clear or go nuts? At this point in time of the Royal Rumble this close, I do think, unfortunately, it's unavoidable. So I would advise people to steer clear. I'm going to remember what people do, but at least at this point, I'm not planning to moderate the chat and remove anyone who says anything. That's how I'm seeing it at the moment. Thank you very much, Horsey, for that donation, £10 for the cause. Thank you very much to yourself and to Traffic for the donations. Also, you've been very consistent in your support, and I'm very grateful for it. Thank you. It says, look at all these people pre-showing it. Absolutely. And I do have to start with an immediate thank you. We're 10 minutes in. We already have 32 viewers. Please remember to hit like if you haven't already, by the way. We have 32 views, but only the 14 likes. When I first started streaming watch parties, it was 2 years ago with the Royal Rumble in 2020. We had a peak in our viewership of 5. Just 5 people. That was our peak of viewership. The only person who was there start to finish was Ed Fries himself. Thank you, Ed, and thank you everyone for joining me today and just reminding me that for every single show we continue to grow, we continue to succeed, and we continue to get better. That show is still up on YouTube. I advise people not to watch it. It's not very good. The crowd are really hyped up. A big boo for Lacey Evans. We're getting a backstage. Oh, she's drawing her number. We're seeing lots of numbers. She looked confident there. Zelina Vega as well drawing her number now. She thinks it's going to be good, which suggests it's not. Oh no, she seems happy. I always like it when they draw numbers. I liked it way back when Vince McMahon drew his own. Oh, congratulations. Happy birthday, Moxie. Sean says, surprise, the men's rumble is opening. Me too. It doesn't really feel like a Royal Rumble if the Rumble's going to open, I've got to be honest. Hector, welcome, says, Seth talking about all Phil Brooks in that interview with TV Gold. He really doesn't like the man, does he? He does not. And the short that I made of that is going pretty well. Horsey says, is Punk possible for Seth at Mania? I find that very unlikely. I don't think anyone in WWE really wants Punk back. Welcome, Peter Englefield. Everything is indeed on the table. Code says, seems like there's only 5 surprise entrants for the men's Rumble. There will be more, but bit by bit, they are starting to give us a full rundown. Yes, Horsey, that's true. Timothy Bella says, not many surprises in the men's Rumble. They are definitely trying to make it clear that we should not expect the unexpected. After all, if we're expecting The Rock, we may well be heavily disappointed in the Royal Rumble. Tyler G says, has the match order lineup come out yet? It has per Fightful, and previously via Zero News. We don't know if it's definitely going to be the case. We have to wait until the end of the show to be able to say for certain. But the match order has been suggested as starting with the men's Royal Rumble and finishing with the Undisputed Championship match. Christoph says, if Roxanne enters, she'll become the youngest woman to compete in the Rumble at 21. Current record is Rhea at 22 in 2019. I can confirm that Roxanne Perez is there, and they are very, very keen on seeing as much Roxanne Perez on our TV as possible. SBM, yo, donating a monstrous $20. Thank you very much there, SBM, for your kindness and your generosity, as always. Says, Royal Rumble Day, I don't know, something big is going to happen. Something big might happen. There may be good stuff coming. Steve says, what's up? Oh, I'm losing track of the chat a little bit. Let me just swap how I'm covering. Let me just swap that over so I can still read all of the chat. Where are we? Yes. Steve says, what's happening, Tom? How are you? Doing very well, thank you, Steve. Welcome to the show. Traffic says, my night will be complete as long as I hear that oh sweet you think you know me. That definitely seems likely, though we haven't heard confirmation that they are backstage as of yet. Coop43 says, how do you feel about the men's Rumble starting off the show? I would be disappointed if that were to happen. At the moment, we can't guarantee it. Roger Sims says, let's get ready, let's get ready to rumble. Roger Sims is definitely hype. Simon is hoping Liv Morgan wins. Andy Barr says, hello, everybody. Lauren says, hey, welcome, Lauren. And Thomas Phipps says, hello, Tom. Is Royal Rumble time? So, Tom, is it time for Ospreay or Jay White? Maybe. Jaden says, do you think there'll be any 2K23 news tonight? Yes, I do. I do believe we're going to see quite possibly a trailer of some sort for the next 2K game. Stuart Ridley says, would think the men's Rumble would go last to give them the option to use Owens in the Rumble. That is not what the suggestion seems to be as regards the plan for the lineup. Lawrence says, do you think we'll see The Rock? I do not personally think we'll see The Rock in the Rumble tonight. Jermaine says, hey Tom, I feel that Rhea Ripley might make an appearance in both Royal Rumble matches. I find that very unlikely. They have more than enough men to jump in, so I would be very confused if they didn't go in that direction. Lauren says, are there pre-matches? Nope. Steve says, I can't help but get a little carried away. I have a feeling we have one or two big surprises coming tonight. Lauren believes Rhea and Cody will get the win, and Lauren has been a supporter since 2021. Where were we? I just want to make sure I don't accidentally miss anyone. Sean says if they want draws for NXT, have Ronda, Alexa, Becky appear or the Bloodline, and there are very much discussions of that possibility. Sean says, do you think Kyrie is there? I may. That may be something I've spoken about more than anyone. Omega says, Braun is one of my expectations for surprise entrance, which I do think would be a very pleasant surprise indeed. Sai says, I've already got the HBK Rumble highlight where he's tearing off the ropes. Never understood it. He's basically standing on one leg. I can do that drunk. Yes, but it's allowed in the Royal Rumble and you can win that way. Lawrence says, this Rumble has to be better than last year, and I wholeheartedly agree with that. Wholeheartedly. Ed says, if you all want a post-show, here's a local establishment running a party post-Rumble. Who says I'm immediately going to sign off? Just be aware of that. Lauren, when you say rumours is Orton was invited, what's your source for that? I'm going to need you to give me a source on that one. Simon says, there's a stone cold surprise coming in the men's rumble. Well, I certainly have not said that and have not reported it. Lauren says, why is the men's opening? It should be the main event. What you need to consider when it comes to this, if they're giving you a match lineup that features the main event of the championship match, it means something big is going to happen in the championship match. It means you should get very hyped for the championship match. Ross says, I'm not going to look at chat to avoid spoilers, but saying hello, Tom. Been busy the last couple of days, so not seen all the spoiler warning either. I've gone Bayley for the women. Me too, Ross. I went with Bayley myself. I think this could well be her year. Lauren still thinks Roman versus Rock at Mania. Eric V. Vera says, hello, Tom. The Mountain Dew pitch black match intrigues me the most, and I do think that is a match that's going to get a lot of attention tonight and could be a real star-making performance for LA Knight. Lauren wants the Women's Rumble to open the show. That is not likely at this point in time. Lauren says, could Cena be a surprise? Yes, Cena could well be a surprise. The Bloodline are currently backstage. Everyone apart from Roman. Ah, there's Roman. He does not seem happy with Sami Zayn. And in fact, Jey Uso, interesting, is sitting apart from everyone else. Very quiet little segment. Very tense. Roman is not happy with Sami at all. Sami has no explanation here. Ross says, thinking if Men's Rumble goes first, suggest something big at the end with Roman. Cody still gets it for me. I agree. It certainly suggests something big is happening at the end here. Eric says, do you think Liv starts? No, I think she's in the match. Joey says, hey Tom, do you think something big is going to happen since Roman and KO are main eventing? If they are main eventing, then yes. Yes, I do. And I think it might be something that would make Texas very happy. Jey is trying to back Sami again. Sami kind of wants him to shut up and let him take his medicine now. Sean says, think we see Alexa in the Women's Rumble? No, I think she'll be challenging Bianca for the championship. Lauren says, how are you, Tom? Doing very well, thank you. Very well indeed. We're currently up to 41 total viewers across the two platforms, and it just does remind me of the fact that 2 years ago we were having our very first watch party of the Royal Rumble 2020, and we had a tenth of the viewership we have now. We did not grow at all. It was a bit of a depressing time, but also a fun show, and that's the thing. At the time, I was really struggling because we weren't growing at all, but I was having such a good time with the watch parties that I didn't want to go anywhere. Well, today, here we are with 2,065 subscribers. We've gained an extra 5 so far today, and hopefully plenty more as this show goes on. Please remember to hit like if you can, and subscribe if you haven't already. Roman has given a clear instruction. He wants the bloodline in the back and Sami Zayn out front. This could be a bad moment for Sami. Or it could mean that Kevin Owens gets an equaliser. One may say a partner, who once again would make Texas very happy. Joey says, Peter Inside is reporting that Nia Jax is at the show. That's a very disappointing surprise return. As I mentioned on spoiler warning on, Friday, so yesterday, Nia Jax is not someone that Triple H wanted to bring back. It seems very likely at this point in time that this is Vince McMahon getting himself involved. Lauren says, do you think Edge will retire this year? Nope. SBM says, yes, I want Edge and Beth Phoenix. Seems like it's happening for you, SBM. I'm excited for it too. Lauren says, could Steph be here? Which Stephs? There's quite a few of them. Thomas says, Tom, I don't know who will pop more, me or you, if either of them appear. There will be a pop. There will definitely be a pop. Lauren says, do you think Sami will turn face? I debate the possibility he's not already, to be honest. Certainly he gets those reactions from the crowd. Christoph says it would be the first time in history the Rumble match opened the show. Wondering what this would mean booking-wise. It means something big would be happening in the main event. And they kind of need you to forget about the winner, who, most likely at this point, is Cody. Lauren says, did you see Roman on Fallon yesterday? I did not. Have not got around to it at this point. I do usually catch up on things like that. But it's nice to see. Peter says, hey Tom, how are you today? Very good, thank you, Peter. Welcome to the show. We continue to grow in this particular show. We are just starting, and over the course of the show, I'll be engaging in a few tricks to try and get a few more people through the door, just to give us a shot. I'm going to be a busy, busy boy on this one. Honestly, though, 2 years on, 2 years ago when I first started this, I had been forced out of my job because of the pandemic, and I was a bit lost. 2 years makes a massive difference, as you can see as we speak. Eric is hoping for a Dark Asuka appearance. He may need to hope for a while longer yet. Moxie says, I want Sami to win, but I think Cody will. It doesn't sound like Sami's actually in the Rumble based on what just happened. Lauren does not believe that Bayley is going to win. Ed says, Tom, we need a what's your source on that t-shirt. We do. We also need something on the back that says, didn't think so. Hector says, Tom, did you see the video of Rhea training Dom for the Rumble? Their chemistry is off the charts, and besides the bloodline, the Judgment Day is my favourite thing in wrestling. I have not personally seen that yet, but it would be a lot of fun to see. Joey says, I hope they use active talent in the Women's Rumble. I don't want to see a bunch of divas and legends. You will get a lot of active talent in the Rumble, guaranteed. B just says, Goldberg rumours. I'm not aware of any Goldberg rumours. Omega says, Kylie Ray. To my knowledge, they were impressed by the tryout, but according to Fightful, she was not signed. Kuro has fallen for the viral marketing and bought some cases of Mountain Dew. They got you, Kuro. They got you. Wolf Gamer says, just saying, I really love the Wyatt Uncle Howdy thing. It's good fun in my opinion. We do have a slightly different opinion on that one. Slightly different. I think it's just a bit too slow at this point in time, and they need to speed the whole thing up. But there's enough intrigue there to keep me invested and interested myself. Tyler says, I'd like to see Zayn win the Rumble and Owens win tonight. Doubtful. We get a Zayn versus Owens at Mania. What I would like, and I don't think we're going to see this, but what I would like is in the middle of the match, Sami actively turns on Roman. Literally hits Roman with a hell of a kick out of nowhere. Hands the match to Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens wins both championships, hands one to Sami Zayn, and the two of them become a tag team and have both championships. The main event of WrestleMania becomes Kevin Owens versus Cody Rhodes, which I just think would be a hell of a match. Meanwhile, Roman comes after Sami Zayn for a one-on-one match for the Universal Championship, and we've got to work out at that point who wins. I'm not sure what they're saying there. We want something. Peter says, I'm not really in the UK. Q43 says, I currently have Rollins as the Iron Man in the Rumble match and Solo or Gunter as the most eliminations. What do you think? I definitely think Solo, Sikoa and Gunter are going to have very, very good Royal Rumbles. Lauren, I don't have time to be constantly dipping back and forth in my DMs. As I say, I'm going to be very busy. Can you just tell me your source, please? Lauren says, do you think Roman will lose at Mania? Yes. Marcel says, hello. Hello, Marcel. Welcome to the show. Lauren believes that Naomi should be part of the bloodline. I agree. And Roger Sim says, will Beth Phoenix be in the Rumble and cost Rhea Ripley a Rumble win? That is certainly a potential storyline and one I can see getting heavily involved. After all, if Rhea Ripley is going to win the Rumble, a returning Beth Phoenix may be the ideal person to stop her. Bailey says, arrived late, but it's a great overlay on screen. Thank you, Bailey, and thank you, Sai, as always, for the work that you do. It's very nice having the number, and a couple more numbers further back. We even have Kevin Owens watching over our heads, and a very, very bright Seth Rollins smile. Christoph says, I hope it's Rhea or Raquel who get Nia out. The pop could be huge. Raquel, I feel, would be the ideal candidate there. Alexa Bliss is another one, after all. Sai says, Roman says he wants Sammy with him the whole night. Be more intrigued how we get to Sammy in the Rumble, if at all. I don't think he's going to be in it. I think people are going to be quite disappointed. Moxie says, I can see the Women's Royal Rumble main eventing just because of the whole hashtag women deserve better. That would fly in the face of the reported match lineup. However, it is a reported match lineup. We do not yet know for certain until the show is complete. Thomas Phipps says, what are your predictions then, mate? Well, to go through start to finish, I will, of course, start with the Mountain Dew Pitch Black match. Bray Wyatt is my prediction for that. I don't think that's a difficult one to really see coming. With the Women's Championship match, the Raw Women's Championship match, I see Bianca Belair retaining over Alexa Bliss. No real problems there either. Bianca Belair is being pushed extremely strong. I am noticing that Greg Miller has an Austin 316 shirt that he's wearing as we speak, while he is currently interviewing JBL backstage. Just wanted to throw that in there. As regards the championship match for the WWE and Universal Championships, I don't see a world in which Kevin Owens actually wins. I just don't see it. For me, it's Roman Reigns any day of the week. And then for the Royal Rumbles, I have Bayley for the Women's Royal Rumble. I've gone heart over head on that one and ignored the betting odds. And of course, Cody Rhodes for the men's. My prediction of Cody Rhodes returning at the Rumble to win it was actually first mentioned in June. And it's funny seeing how many people are desperately trying to avoid saying that I was the first to report it. Jermaine says, hey Tom, if Nia Jax is back, I can see her eliminating Ronda Rousey and Shayna, especially Shayna, the one who took her out. Shayna would be a good shout in that one, but it really depends what the plans are for the future of Nia Jax. I don't want to see a Ronda Rousey versus Nia Jax program going into WrestleMania, but you can't imagine for a moment that a returning Nia Jax wouldn't be involved heavily with somebody. So logically, if Nia Jax is coming back, it'll be, if Rhea Ripley wins, it would be Rhea Ripley versus Charlotte and Bianca Belair versus Nia Jax. Keyshawn says, when will we see the debut of the Wyatt Six? As soon as Bray Wyatt is able to convince everyone involved backstage that they should allow him to write whatever he wants. Megan says, hello everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Welcome, Megan. Good to see you. Joey says, I hope the Pitch Black match won't be like the Saudi match with The Fiend and Seth. It will not. It'll be very, very different. Andy Barr says, I miss pre-show matches. I do and I don't. We have a very, very busy chat when we first start the pre-show and then it settles down over the course of the show. So I'm not sure I could call matches as well. Thank you, Joey. They said, we want Pappy. That makes sense. Keyshawn says, do you think Brock and Lashley will start the Rumble? I do not. The report from, I think, Zero News it was, seemed to suggest that it was going to be Ray and Dominic starting the Rumble, which will be interesting. I mean, if they're to be believed about the match lineup, then surely we can believe them about that as well. Moxie says the whole Bray Wyatt thing's so boring because it's way too slow. Christian179, welcome to the show, says, do you think we'll see Matt Cardona, Chelsea Green, Kylie Ray, Vincent Dutch or Gable Steveson to have a debut tonight or next week? I believe we will see some of those, yes. See, Sai suggests it was for We Want Puppies. The suggestion of We Want Pappy is at least a little better, but let's be fair, Jerry Lawler was there, so We Want Puppies kind of makes sense, and I then understand, yes, why they were trying to just walk past it. Jaden is hoping that Naomi wins. Naomi, of course, has not been announced. I have been speaking about the Naomi contract situation for a while. Sasha Banks, as I've mentioned a few times, negotiations just did not go the way they were hoping. Naomi, however, I have much more confidence we will see in the WWE again. Sean says, what I mean, Tom, is will Alexa be in the Rumble after the loss to Bianca? No, I don't believe she will. She'll be in the championship match and only that. Lauren says, will Dom eliminate his daddy and plan a match for Mania? I don't know if they will directly be involved in that way, but logically, that is exactly what I would expect. Yes, they do have to start building towards their match, so they have to engage once again. Simon says, I hope Liv wins a very outside chance. Stone Cold shows up in the men's as a surprise in the men's Rumble. Stone Cold Steve Austin will not be in the men's Royal Rumble. Lauren says, Bray should open the Rumble in my honest opinion. And her predictions are Bray, Bianca, Cody, Rhea, Roman. Christine says, why did WWE stop doing matches on the kickoff shows for their PLEs / pay-per-views? Because they didn't want to give the matches away for free. And with Triple H in charge, he likes smaller pay-per-views anyway, hence why we only have 5 matches. Lauren says, predictions for the Elimination Chamber? It really does depend on who picks up the win in the Royal Rumble matches before we can really go further that. Simon says, the last pre-show match was a Clash at the Castle, Street Profits and Madcap Moss versus some people. Yeah, people weren't really enamoured of it, were they? Eric Douglas believes there'll be no Sammy in the Rumble. Lauren says, will we finally get Becky versus Ronda 1-on-1? It doesn't seem like it, no, though Vince is angling for it. Roger Sims says, will Eric Young and Matt Cardona be in the Rumble? You will have to watch and see. There are certainly reports and rumours of both of them having deals and discussions, but the Royal Rumble hasn't happened yet, so let's see what happens. Lauren is asking about Trish returning. Moxie says, I want Bobby and Brock to start the Rumble, and Rhea and Beth to start the Women's Royal Rumble. Lauren wants a Dom and Ray feud. Sai says, if Sammy is not in the Rumble, then they need to make that very clear ahead of time. If not, then God help number 30. Well, unless number 30 is The Rock, in which case, obviously, there's not going to be a problem. Thomas says, my predictions are Bray, Bianca, Sammy, Naomi, taking a risk, and Roman. Lauren says, Shayna versus Ronda will be interesting. At this point in time, not the plan, though we'll see how long the contract and the remainder of Ronda Rousey is. Christian says, if Nia Jax does come back, would she too join the bloodline alongside Naomi when she eventually returns? I don't believe that would be something that happens. Naomi is a possibility. Nia Jax, however, I don't see as being likely. No, Lauren, Tamina has not been released. Hector says, forget pre-show matches. I want something similar to Sunday Night Heat. Those were the good old days. They were good days, to be fair. Being in the UK wasn't something I could ever watch myself, but you always got clips of earlier on Sunday Night Heat, this happened, and it's really changed how the pay-per-view is going to go. Really changed it. Lauren says, any turns you see happening on the road to WrestleMania? The most significant one will be the winners of the Royal Rumble. Chris Dodd says, if Bayley won, they would have to make her go after Charlotte because Bayley versus Bianca already happened too often last year. Fans won't like it. Yes, and that's exactly what I see happening. Exactly. Joey says, a lot of people on Twitter think we'll see New Japan talent in the Rumble. What do you think the odds of that happening are? I don't think it's impossible. I really don't think it's impossible. I've spoken about a number of potential New Japan entrants. Quite a number of them, in fact. Some of them more often than others. Lauren is asking, is R-Truth in the Rumble? And says, I thought this was Edge's final year. It's not to my knowledge. Andrew Quinn says, I wonder how many legends will be in the Rumble. Welcome, Andrew. Moxie says, if Naomi, Tamina and Nia Jax join the bloodline, wouldn't Jay have to be the one to dethrone Roman? Your opinion? My opinion is that is not going to happen. Not going to happen at all. And I think that's the best way I could really describe my thoughts and feelings on that one. I just don't think it's going to happen. We have already, 35 minutes in, reached 255 views and counting. We have already a nice peak of 47 viewers. We have already hit 28 likes. Please do continue to hit that like button if you've not done so already. It really does help the growth of the channel and really does guarantee that the numbers in here continue to grow. As that happens, the numbers in the channel continue to grow and Tom Colohue gets closer, closer and closer to the point at which he can go full time with this whole wrestling thing. Let's see how we do here. Going to take an opportunity to respond to a WWE tweet as soon as it loads. It's struggling a little bit. I do apologize if you got any lag on the stream right now. It's trying to load and just doing a very, very bad job. I may have to switch to my phone for that one. Just going to say, does this mean Sami won't be in the Rumble? Simon says, Seth, Bray, Liv, Alexa, Roman Reigns. My predictions. Thomas says, Tom, don't do this. Don't give me hope of seeing Ospreay or Jay White in the Rumble. Okay, I won't. Lauren says, I don't think Cena will be there. I saw he was in Australia. Is Styles a possibility? I don't believe so, no. Based on the previous injury, he may have recovered and been cleared. It's not that major an injury, but if he is in, it won't be for a very long time. Lauren is imagining if Rollins was first. Andrew Quinn says, I think something big is going to happen. They really are hoping that you'll think that on every single show, just to be clear on that one. Lauren, no need to be sorry for so many questions. If you have questions, jump in with the questions. We have something here on YouTube called chat rate. So the more conversations are ongoing, the more people are talking and chatting away, the more YouTube will advertise our show and the more YouTube will try and get more people in here. If you're asking questions and loading up the chat, thank you. Thank you. Interestingly, the crowd not happy with so many selections of Bianca Belair for the championship match. Alexa Bliss, not that popular online, which is ridiculous when you consider that if you go to an arena, Alexa Bliss is one of the most popular there. Lauren is hoping Goldberg isn't here. Keyshawn says, great Muta to be there. No. And Lauren is asking, is Riddle back? To my knowledge, he is not back as of yet, though once again, I'm not going to be announcing spoilers as to who's going to be in what match. That's not how we do those things. If I had the news and I could sit here and say, oh, this person's going to enter, then this one, then this one, then this one, then this person's going to eliminate that one and just break it all down for you, I still wouldn't. Still wouldn't. Christian says, do you think we'll see Rhea be a part of the men's rumble like how Chyna and Beth Phoenix did it in the past? I find it very unlikely, especially if she is in fact winning. Keyshawn says, what about Cody Rhodes? What about her? Lauren says, when Orton returns, do you think he'll feud with Roman? If Orton returns, first and foremost. You have to be clear on that one. If Orton returns. Lauren says, thank you, you're awesome. Thank you, Lauren, I appreciate that. Also says, the crowd is vocal and I love Alexa. Sai says, not sure what's happening behind the panel, but the crowd are rowdy and Booker looks furious. Well, Booker T may be hearing just a little bit, not abuse, but the crowd are making their opinions known and they're a bit smarky. Booker doesn't like it when they're a bit smarky. Lauren says, we know Brock will dominate, and also, happy B-Day, Sheamus. Andy says, will the Rockers be in the Hall of Fame? Well, for some reason, they haven't been announced as of yet, and I do think they're so talented when you look at their history that it would be surprised that they're not. At the same time, though, Marty Jannetty went a bit crazy. A bit crazy. Lauren says, Stephanie McMahon is surprised tonight. Why? What possible reason would there be for that? She's not interested in doing that. Megan says, question for everyone. Who do we think will be 1 and 2 in each Rumble? Megan has fielded the question, everyone. Let's get some answers. Who do we believe will be numbers 1 and 2 in each Rumble? The men's 1 and 2, the women's 1 and 2. Who are we thinking? Who have we got? Tell me more. Tell me more. As soon as you possibly can. Lay it on me. Lay it on me and make it firm. We are getting ourselves one more vignette of Cody Rhodes. I don't necessarily think this will be the last vignette we see. The story of Cody is being ham-fisted at this point, but I also kind of get why they're doing it. I really do get why they're doing it. They are making sure that Cody is released as one of the, released back out into the wild that is the Royal Rumble, as one of the biggest names that wrestling has ever seen. That's the plan. That is a success at this point in time because, well, It's not just the fact that the merch is selling out like absolute nobody's business. We're talking a Stone Cold Steve Austin, a The Rock level merch sale right here. Cody is also the founder that they poached from AEW. He's the one that they said, oh, your competition? Not anymore. And they firmly believe that having captured Cody Rhodes, they put AEW in the rearview mirror and haven't even bothered to check on it since. Continuing the push for Cody now is just guaranteeing that anyone who is even considering jumping across, they're confident for their future. Lauren says, you don't think Orton is wrestling again? I don't know if Orton is wrestling again. That's the difference. Stuart says, see, they seem to be using the bent ring walk again for this one. They do. That seems to be a thing for the Royal Rumble recently, particularly for these big stadium shows. Certainly it also seems to provide adequate distraction if they need to, for example, set up some glass or anything like that. You know, should they need, for any reason, that might be a reason. Lauren says, China needs to go in solo. I agree. Also says, Triple H is still in charge of creative. He is, yes. As regards numbers 1 and 2 for the Rumble, thank you, Megan, for the question. Keyshawn says, Sheamus and Gunter in the men's. Lauren thinks Shayna will be the first person in the women's Royal Rumble, and Cody first for the men. Barry Monkey is here, welcome. Says Brock and Lashley first, in the men's Royal Rumble. That would be a bit of a war. Moxie says, I've got Roman, Bray, Bianca, Cody, and Rhea. Stuart thinks Mysterio and Rollins for the men. Both faces now. Could be awkward. Lauren says, how long was Cody out? Since June, so 6 months. Ross believes Seth and Cody will be numbers 1 and 2. Traffic says men's 1 and 2, Rey Mysterio and Dominic. Women's Dakota Kai and Raquel Rodriguez. Oh, Traffic, I didn't even consider that. I tell you, some of you guys really make me more excited for wrestling than the WWE does. You just say things and I'm like, oh, but what if that did happen? That would be so fun. Bailey says men's, number 1, Seth, number 2, Jey Uso. Women's, number 1, Charlotte, number 2, Shotzi. I mean, Charlotte technically could be in the Rumble. Megan says Liv and Shayna for the women. I can see that. And Reyna debuting Carmelo Hayes in the men's. Oh, that would be a great opening 2 minutes, I'll tell you that. Hector says, Tom, do you prefer the John Cena approach when it comes to Rumble returns, where it was, or how Cody is being presented, where we've known this whole time? It depends. If John Cena makes his appearance in the Royal Rumble, you know immediately, oh, John Cena's won. The match might go on for another 15-20 minutes. John Cena's won. In this method, you're not certain. You're sure, but you're not certain. 4-3 says, do you see a possibility of Great Muta in the Rumble? Nope. Lauren says, WWE could swerve with Cody. They could. Thomas says, Seth and Cody for the men, and for the women's, Dakota and Candice. Marcel says, Seth, Cody, Liv, and Liv. Liv and Sonia. Got it. Thank you, Marcel. I was confused. Lauren says, Sheamus needs a good spot for his birthday. More likely he's going to get an embarrassingly bad spot because it's his birthday. You know the WWE. Ross suggests Liv and Valhalla. That'd be an interesting one. Lauren says, did you know WWE broke up RK Bro for Banger Bros? No, because they didn't do that. Andy Barr says Gargano, Miz, Liv and Dakota. Lauren says Batista should be at the Hall of Fame this year. Christoph says WWE just weirdly spoiled the entire Rumble participants. Check your DM I sent you. I will do that, Christoph, in a moment when I've caught up. Eric says I want to see Liv and Tegan start. Lauren says you think Triple H will be inducted? Not yet, but absolutely yes. Keyshawn says Io Sky should go solo and Damage Control should just be Bayley and Dakota. I don't see that one happening. Lauren suggests Lashley versus Brock at Mania. That is something I've been mentioning for a while. So he says picks for 1 and 2, Brock and Lashley for the men's, Liv and a surprise for the women's, I'm guessing Lana. Lauren says you think Cody will be face or heel? Face, no question. Absolutely, face. No question. Lauren says Austin versus Cena at Mania. No, that's not happening. Moxie thinks the men's will be Bobby and Brock, the women's will be Bayley and Becky. Lauren says, do you miss some qualifying? Not so much. The shows are pretty full. If we had qualifying matches for every single one of them, that would be all we get. Megan says, part of me is now starting to wonder if Sammy's test tonight is to not enter the Rumble, and instead Roman makes him run the gauntlet in the Elimination Chamber. And Ophir says, Tom Colohue at number 30. Don't ruin the surprise. Hector says, Tom, did you catch KO's shirt as he arrived at the arena? I did not. What was the shirt? What are we talking about? Let's see what we got then, Christoph. Let's see what you've sent me. Did WWE actually spoil it? What do we got? Oh, that is literally everyone. Johnny Gargano's there. That's an image. Do I see The Rock? Nope, I see Elias. Well, I do think that may be exactly what's happened, yes. And you know what? That's a hell of a field. One hell of a field there. But let me just grab that. Yep, doesn't look like The Rock's going to be in it. Really doesn't. But I know a lot of people are still hyped about the possibility. WWE has asked who will have the most Royal Rumble match eliminations tonight. Who do we think is going to be the most elimination? Because I got to be honest, this for me is Gunther's year. Gunther's year. That's who I see doing it this time around. Well, we have royalty in the chat. Literally, just as I've spotted that PW Torch have retweeted him as regards our discussion, Nicholas Barbati has subscribed. I subscribed to your channel before you subscribed to mine, and you were on mine 2 years ago for the Royal Rumble show. Ofa says, opinions on having tag teams in the Royal Rumble? Well, you still have people, they're still individuals, and they can still compete, so why not? Nick says, Tom, if the Rumble goes first, does that make me witchy? Always. Absolutely always. Lauren says, do you think champions should be in the Rumble? Nope. Personally, I don't, though the United States and Intercontinental champions are very different in that regard. Keyshawn says, do you know what match kicks off the show? The reports are that it will open. It will open. That it will open with the men's Royal Rumble. We're waiting to see what actually happens as regards it. Thomas says there are 27 people in that photo, so there is 3 surprises. Megan says, I hope we get a sighting of Big E tonight. I know he's not likely to be in the Rumble match, but it would be nice to see him. It would be, even if he just pops up backstage. It would be very good to see. Ah, gotcha. Marcel's saying the Sami Zayn Forever shirt. Moxie says Solo or Gunther as regards who will eliminate the most. Megan agrees with that one. As regards KO, he's very clearly getting under the skin of the bloodline and doing a very good job of that. It is a very, very effective way to make your case. We have just reached 41 likes. Please, if you've not yet done so, hit the thumbs up button and subscribe if you haven't already. We're on 527 views. We've not even been streaming an hour. It looks like we're going to be streaming another 4 from here. My hope is that tonight we hit our first 10,000 view show, but I may need your help to get there. Every like, every new subscriber, every chat, every donation makes a massive difference. And of course, this means it's the ideal opportunity for me to thank Traffic, Horsey, and SBM for the generosity and your donations so far today. Huge thanks to all 3 of you. And of course to everyone who's watched an ad so far. Every ad puts more money in Tom Colouhue's pocket. Megan says, I can see it being Gunther with most eliminations and Solo being a contender for Iron Man. We could easily have it the other way, in my opinion. Nick, as you're in the chat, what's going on And Here's Why this week? After all, you have just launched your own YouTube channel. Quite a few people here have jumped over, and I believe it's been a pretty good week for you. Tell us more. We currently look to be getting a bit of a Charlotte Flair recap. Charlotte Flair, of course, not in a match tonight that we're aware of. Oh, Nick is doing a post-show recap tonight. Well, Nick, are you live doing the post-show recap? Because if you are, tell me now. I may have something that interests you. Lauren says, did New Day split? No. Keyshawn thinks Rhea and Drew will be the ones with the most eliminations. Lauren thinks Lesnar will have the most eliminations. Andy Barr says Drew did not look happy. He did not, unfortunately. Bear with me 1 second. Sorry, guys. Jonathan Rodriguez says 27 announced competitors for the Rumble, not including Edge, Logan Paul and Bad Bunny, so who the heck else would be a surprise entrant? Logan Paul does need to be considered. How about Pat McAfee? Lauren says they showed Wade is returning to the ring, not to my knowledge as of yet. Nick says, oh please, you know I don't know how to subscribe to anything. Christoph says first two in men's Rumble, Brock and Bobby would be great. For the women, I'll say Liv and Zelina. Lauren says Cena's Mania opponents that are rumoured are Theory or Logan. Yes, they are. Jordan, welcome, says morning Tom. Rumble time, let's go. Let's go indeed. Lauren says, do you see Roman turning face anytime soon? Nope. He's a cool heel. That's the ideal place for anyone to be. Keyshawn says, do you see The Fiend making a return or some other version of him? We have already seen The Fiend make a return. He was there at Extreme Rules as part of the Wyatt 6. Carmelina says, hi Tom. Hello, Carmelina. Lauren is saying, Taker, Stone Cold and HBK there. They're from Texas. I mean, they don't need to be there. They're basically there. The WWE are now showing the graphic that has been popped up that Christoph was referring to of 27 different men. They are happily showing that on their own programming at this point. Now, the general rule is, whatever the last hype package is, that's the main event. We are yet to see a hype package for Roman Reigns versus Kevin Owens. So I think it may be true. Eric says, my final four women are Roxanne, Liv, Rhea, Becky. And for the men's, Bobby, Brock, Sheamus and Cody. Virginia says, I think the bloodline is going to turn against Sami either tonight or tomorrow on Raw, depending on how things go tonight for Roman. And Andy says, I think Gargano will have a good showing. Nick, just let me know what your plans are, because if you are going live, we could potentially sync up. And as I wrap up, you go live, and we send all these good people to your channel for the wrap-up show. Just let me know what you're thinking of doing. Sai has posted a link to Nick's channel if anyone does want to check that out. Andy says Charlotte should do commentary during the Women's Royal Rumble match. Not necessarily her forte. And Christian says, I miss WWE doing the backstage watch-alongs during their pay-per-view. They were big during the pandemic. Those moments have now passed. We are getting that digital exclusive of Kevin Owens wearing the Sami Zayn t-shirt. Clearly part of the storyline and the plan there. With 8 minutes left before the Royal Rumble, we are getting our hype package for the championship match. It's going to be the main event. The rumours are true. Now, I believe the first person to report this was Zero News. They reported a lot more, including that The Rock was going to be there and that The Rock and Stone Cold would have a stare down, so we need to wait on that. But this one seems to be a win for them, so we have to chalk it up to the win column. Absolutely have to. Eric Douglas believes that Bad Bunny will win the Rumble, and Nick is going to go live as soon as the PLE concludes. Now, Nick, if I can give you a quick tip, check out the title that I've got for this show right here, including the date. It may be worth a bit of replication and may be a big help. Stuart says, guess the Rumble finishes with the Mania main event stare down. Certainly seems so. There's a lot to recap. Oh, I like the chapters. I like the chapters. There is a lot to recap in this particular story. And he says, remember the card is subject to change. It can be a swerve and the graphic might change. Very true. We always have to respect the simplicity of cards subject to change. Always have to respect that. Little bit of John Cena there. Just a little reminder that he's a thing. This particular hype package doesn't involve a lot of Kevin Owens. It mostly just involves Sami Zayn and Roman Reigns. Not enough Jey Uso so far for me. It's just not enough Jey Uso. I do love that Kevin Owens made the match official just because Roman was sick of hearing about him. The frustration at Sami Zayn caused Kevin Owens to get whatever the hell he wanted. Little things like that go a long way. Evening, Kieran. How are you, sir? Welcome to the show. We are slowly getting closer to the Royal Rumble. We are 5 minutes away. The rumours are we'll open with the men's Royal Rumble, so we're going to be hyped from the off. Finish with the main event, which surely something big is coming. At the moment, I have 2,069 subscribers. Can you be 2,070? If you can, click subscribe. Thank you kindly. I do love when we get hype packages like that, like this that we're getting right now. And you can see why they've set everything up the way that they have. The reason that they script certain lines to be said purely for the hype packages on the pay-per-view. Still very little focus on Kevin Owens. The idea that Kevin Owens is going to win is seriously harmed by everything we're seeing right now. Kieran says, starting with the men's, so the rumours say, and so this hype package suggests. I would have thought that we were going to see the World Championship match way ahead of the Royal Rumble. The fact that it's the final hype package suggests otherwise. That says, Tom, do you think if Ray eliminates Dominic, he'll go back in and eliminate Ray? Possibly, I don't know. Lots of assumptions based on that. Lots to work out first. I do love that they maintain the crowd hype when Sami is found not guilty. So I'm going to make a prediction. Kofi Kingston makes another Rumble save. That is, of course, the plan. He did accidentally screw up his last one last year, and I do feel it's when the entire show started to really go downhill. Like, really go downhill. It was a bad show, but once he'd missed his spot, it really did put a bad taste in everybody's mouth. It just wasn't good for anyone. Nobody wanted that moment to come. WWE is asking for Royal Rumble predictions. We've had plenty here so far. Cody to win the Rumble. That's all I really want to say in that one. I don't want to go too far. I don't want to blow my load too early. We are in our last 3 minutes of pre-show. And Booker T has been waiting to talk about ducks. He's clearly been getting very frustrated with the crowd behind him. I don't know how much longer we're going to see Booker T in the WWE, if I'm being honest. They do need some better choices. Digging up Jerry Lawler so often, not really helping the situation. They can do better than that. Dom says, what's up, Tom and chat? Let's go Royal Rumble time. We are 2 minutes away from the Royal Rumble. Typically the hottest show in the wrestling calendar. Easily the best match type in WWE. But after last year, they have a lot to prove. A lot to prove. It was not exciting last year. It was dull. Celebrity appearances also didn't help. Shane McMahon's interference basically just made the situation worse. They need to get rid of the sour taste of last year's Royal Rumble, and I mean both of them. Stuart says, just thought, technically Sami didn't disobey Roman by being at SmackDown because Roman wasn't there to see him, and he did say specifically that he didn't want to see him. You're assuming that Roman Reigns cannot watch TV. Eric says, who do you think starts the women's one? Hard to say. I'm not going to give any predictions on that one. I do think we're going to see Liv Morgan quite early in it, though. And Patrick Wendell says, can't get worse than last year's Rumble. I really don't think it can. I really think that was like the pinnacle of how bad Royal Rumbles can be. I can't imagine a world in which they actually get worse from here. It's been forever since we've had a pay-per-view. The last pay-per-view was in November and it was Survivor Series. It's been more than 2 months. It feels wrong to have to wait that long. Eric says, do you think Hardy could be a surprise entrant? Do you mean the musician? The guy who made the Royal Rumble theme? I don't see it personally. He's not a wrestler. Sai says, I wonder if Kevin Owens gets in Sami's ear about entering in the Rumble. Well, to be fair, I don't think he'll get the opportunity. After all, Roman has made it clear Sami Zayn is to be at his side at all times. At all times. We're currently on 49 likes. 1 more takes us to 50. Please consider hitting that thumbs up. Right before we get to the actual Royal Rumble hype package, we got a commercial featuring Sheamus and Drew McIntyre. You might suggest we got to watch the Banger Bros in action. No. Ooh, we got to watch the Banger Bros spanking each other in... No. Let's move on. Justin, welcome. Says, going to watch, about an hour late, just wanted to show love and support. I'm here, just late. Welcome, Justin. We are, after all, just starting the Royal Rumble now. Up until now, it was the pre-show. So I wouldn't worry too much. You want to jump in? Jump on in. Now, I don't want to jinx it, but so far, we're not seeming to have too many technical issues. I think we may fix the problem. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. So I said the PLEs do seem few and far between. There's one after today until April. That, of course, being Elimination Chamber. Tyler says, I see nothing wrong with the Banger Bros. Neither did I, to be honest. And Sai says, we're officially on the road to WrestleMania. Enjoy the ride, guys. We are starting a brand new year of wrestling with the Royal Rumble. It's always the start of the new year, let's be fair. WrestleMania itself is a season premiere, the season refresh, but this is a build to the biggest show in wrestling. WrestleMania starts now. Horsey is back. Welcome. Says here now for the next 4 hours. Peter tease. Steve says, hope you and everyone enjoys the Rumble this evening. Is that you, Steve? Are you heading off at this point? Quick thank you to you, Steve. And I want to say just a quick thank you for having me on your show yesterday. Before spoiler warning, hope everyone really enjoyed my appearance there. We do seem to, you and I, be sort of growing at an equal pace, a little bit hand in hand. And honestly, I'm pretty happy about it. You're a good guy. Eric says, how many chops do you think Gunter gets? I say 30. I don't think he'll get 30. I think he'll get maybe 5 or 6. There are, and here's a bit of information you might not enjoy hearing too much. There are quite a few people in the WWE who don't want to take any of those Gunter chops ever. Stuart says, collected stacks from the kitchen. If you're starting with a Rumble match, there's no getting up for an hour now. You are absolutely correct. It's going to be non-stop. Absolutely non-stop. If we're starting with a Rumble, we're not going to get time to actually pause and breathe. It's just going to be crazy. Moxie is missing TLC. Do you mean tables, ladders and chairs? Or do you mean like the band? Or Wolf Gamer says, what a better way to spend your weekend than with the Banger Bros. Well, the thing is, it's a problem that they've dropped the name because the catchphrase doesn't work anymore. You know, bang after bang after bang after bang. It doesn't work. They go like that as well, you know. Bang after bang after bang. It's for some reason, the catchphrase just isn't sitting right anymore. There's something missing. Something missing. Ooh, Moxie suggests give me Gunter versus Damian Priest. That could be quite fun. That could be a fun one. I do think Judgment Day would really benefit from swapping sides at the draft. That would be a big help from where I'm sitting and really help the Judgment Day in general to get a refresh. Ross says, most of the pre-show panel went for Cody. Been very obvious since June. If you want spoiler warning, is his win too obvious and they swerve it? Could well be. That could well be where they head. But I don't know whether or not that's actually the plan. I don't see any reason not to give Cody the win at this one. Liam G says WWE announced the Men's Rumble is up first. The Men's Rumble apparently is up first. The main event does seem set to be the WWE and Universal Championship match, so we would start with someone in the ring announcing the rules. Horsey says, just driving back from Blackpool. Ah, Mr. Bazarize you're looking for. I know the place well. The WrestleMania sign is up high. Hopefully it's not flammable like last time. It's been a long time since we've seen what is our premium live event commentary team, Michael Cole and Corey Graves. Not only that, but Michael Cole has been allowed to have a favourite pay-per-view. When's the last time we saw that one? Hector says, I miss the old Rumbles where there were multiple camera angles during the Rumble, like when Taker beat the brakes off of Maven and they periodically cut to that. That was an experience. So let's see. Number 1, Pat McAfee. Now, who mentioned Pat McAfee? That was right. Spoiler warning. Michael Cole is clearly thinking about defecting immediately. I'm going to have to point that out. Michael Cole clearly thinking about abandoning Corey Graves immediately for Pat McAfee. It's very possible, of course, he's not in the Royal Rumble and we're about to have a 3-man booth, which also not a bad place to be. He does have a wrestler contract, so I suspect we will see him in action, but he's clearly not dressed to wrestle at this point in time. Wolf Gamer says, I love Tommy Dreamer's Royal Rumble post. Not something I've seen personally. Michael Cole has basically just abandoned his chair at this point. He wants a hug. You can see he wants a hug. He stepped up ready to get a hug. So it looks like we're going to get a classic face and heel colour commentary team. Corey Graves does not trust the handshake. We will, by the way, also get Pat McAfee at WrestleMania this year. The fact that he is there says a lot about where we're heading next. Another chair, another headset. Pat McAfee nearly fell off his chair before someone backed him up. I couldn't initially tell if we were getting a McAfee or a welcome back chant there, but I think it was a welcome back. Megan is already loving the Royal Rumble. Well, there's our first surprise return. Well, depends what you consider a surprise at this point, to be honest. We are going straight into the Men's Royal Rumble. The match lineup has now been confirmed. I am surprised by this. So it's every 90 seconds a new superstar. Typically, they vary between 90 seconds and 2 minutes. They are not stating that the Royal Rumble winner will main event WrestleMania. They're saying they will receive a championship match. Number 1 is a member of Imperium. Number 1 is Gunter. Well, definitely a lot of reporting has been proven wrong there. Gunter should be about to have an incredible time, I'll tell you that. He has the potential to make a huge difference in this one. I don't think we're really saying that he could potentially be a winner here, and I think that's a shame. Of course, if both of the other members of Imperium are involved, it could mean plenty of backup for Gunter, which will be very beneficial for him. Megan says, I'll take Gunter at number 1 all day. Solid contender for Iron Man. I wholeheartedly agree there. Gunter's one of those, he could wrestle for the whole 60 minutes and actually wrestle as well. He's a guarantee of quality. Just having him in the match essentially ensures that it's going to make a big difference. Sheamus. They are starting with a certified banger. Sheamus for once actually flanked by his Fight Night companions. This may be their only appearance tonight. Whoa. Gunter at 1. Sheamus at 2. Banger after banger after banger after banger after. Moxie was hoping for Solo. Not quite this time. Not quite this time. Liam says, surely that means Rock should show up at the end, meaning he won't be at the Rumble. The Rock will not be in the Royal Rumble. Horse says, no, it spelt it wrong. Thought you'd know it. Sai says, Cole looks genuinely surprised at McAfee. Well, Pat McAfee did lie to him a few times, as he said himself. Thomas says, oh, I have missed Pat on commentary. He certainly really ups the excitement level. SBM says, Michael Cole looks like he's seen the love of his life. In many ways, he has. Andy Barr is suggesting Graves versus McAfee for WrestleMania, and Stuart says Graves looks thoroughly disgusted. Sai says the booth is set up for 2. I really think they've caught Michael Cole out there. He's beside himself. The fact that he was literally just standing next to the table, just standing next to it. Ross says Nakamura and Boogs just improved instantly. Rick Boogs is due back relatively soon. Peter says Pat could still get in the ring. He absolutely could. One sec, guys. Just got to deal with a troll. Thomas was willing it to be Sheamus, and it was. Stuart says someone's going to get battered for a minute or two, and Sai is saying this is already better than last year's show. They are essentially starting with fan service, and I am A-OK with it. A-OK with it. Stuart says, good old-fashioned Slobberknocker. We've already got our first chop. I think these two could be your ring generals for most of the night. I've got to be honest with you. These seem ready-made to be lit. Ring general, of course. Ring general. It's the only thing that really makes sense. In good news, we have just past 1,211 views on the show so far. Chat rate's still 2, so people still chatting plenty. 49 likes, we seem to have dropped one, not sure how. But huge thanks to everyone watching at the moment. As number 3 heads out to the ring, who've we got? The Miz. The Miz, as always, a very reliable name in any spot like this. Surely he's not getting in that ring. Historically, he's too smart to get in the ring when you look at who's in there. Like, surely he's not going to be that silly. Nope, he's not. He's not that silly. Peter says, hope the troll left a like. Hopefully so. Hopefully. Oh, Gunter trying to eliminate Sheamus here. Stuart says, Miz going to get lit up. Trying to eliminate Sheamus now. Sheamus on the outside. Surely Sheamus and Gunter manage to stay in. They do. That'll keep the match exciting for a while. The Miz still not in the match. This is basically them establishing the rules for a big spot later. Thomas just says, destroy him. And Sai says, I'm totally here for fan service after years of trolling their own fans. Hector says, Sheamus is my choice for Iron Man. If they're not going to give him the title shot, at least let him be in the final 4, because he deserves it. Megan was hoping for Murder Grandpa at number 3. We all were. We all were. As you say, never mind. We have already had more chops than competitors. The Miz taking the brunt of it, as you'd imagine. He's literally here to get beat up at this point. We are already coming down to our fourth person. The match seems to be going at a higher pace this time round, but that might just be a bit more intelligent booking. New Day? Who have we got? Kofi? It is indeed Kofi Kingston. He'll be a bit nervous. He wants to make sure his big spot actually works out. I would imagine it's something involving a big chop if it's going to be early. 15th Royal Rumble for Kofi Kingston. 15th. Massive crossbody to start with. The Miz, by the way, is someone who's usually in early in a Royal Rumble match for a simple reason. He always shows. People want him to be in the match when they arrive because he'll always take an immediate bump. He will always bump for you. And that is someone worth their weight in gold in the WWE. Gunther seems to be providing much the same at the moment. Every time a new wrestler comes in, they need to get their stuff in nice and quick, pop the crowd, keep the energy high, so that it's not business as usual. That's why it's vital to have people like The Miz involved. Sheamus tried to eliminate Kofi. Kofi survived, and here we are, business as usual. Things are slowing down again. The Miz just got booted right in the jaw. Right in the jaw. Kofi covering for him a little bit by just trying to eliminate him at this point in time. A nice Kofi chant there from the crowd. The Miz already showing for an SOS there. See what I mean? Number 5 is Johnny Gargano returning from injury to action in the Royal Rumble. Not a big pop. It's hard to read in a big stadium show like this. The pops are always going to seem smaller, but that's not a big pop. Hector says everyone in the ring would be considered a good worker. Good choice for the first 5 entrants. I agree. What you have is 5 very talented men who can put on great exhibition matches and really show you what they're all about. Bear me one sec. Again, you see what's happening with Gargano here. Kofi and Gunther immediately showed for offense. The Miz now showing for offense as well. He's getting his stuff in, hitting a few of his signature spots, getting the crowd familiar with what he's doing, and keeping the crowd's energy high. Sean says Johnny's shoulder injury must have been minor. Relatively minor, nothing particularly serious. He's back in action now. Sheamus will be taking over from Johnny Gargano here to beat The Miz down. Sai says this crowd is red hot. To be fair, Sai, it's the Royal Rumble. If they're not red hot, what are they even doing? Sheamus is clubbing down on The Miz. A nice wet slap. This, by the way, why everybody makes sure to wear a lot of oil. And I did say wet oil. The Miz is very red in the chest now, but he's still showing. He's still showing for it. When he drops to his knees, that's when he stops showing. That's the rule. Johnny Gargano trying to eliminate The Miz. Sheamus will be the one to do it. The Miz, has he been eliminated? I'm not sure on that one. I only saw one foot hit the ground. They're saying The Miz has been eliminated. I'll have to take their word for it. Number 6 on the way in. Stuart says Sheamus was like, what do you think you're going to do? New Day again. Here comes Xavier Woods. This is early for 2 members of the New Day. I am suspicious of that in a positive way. In a very positive way, in fact. Xavier Woods is going straight after Gunther. The New Day working together. Gunther getting chopped more often than he's chopping at the moment. A bulldog as well to keep control of the match. The New Day have claimed the ring as their own. With Gunther and Sheamus having already laid into each other a few times, that does mean that the New Day should be in control from here and not really have to worry too much about anyone trying to take their moment away from them. But once again, I am suspicious of the fact that they are both currently in the ring. It's early. This is silly. They should not be wrestling, and if they are, they need someone to split them up. Sai says, I thought the same on New Day. I so hope you're right. They're not actually fighting. They have put themselves into a very dangerous position, which Gunther and Sheamus will take advantage of. Thomas says, please, Lord, let it be Big E. Well, I believe this is number 7. This is a very fast-paced Royal Rumble. We're nearly over the first 10 already. The New Day aren't in enough trouble for me to think another New Day member is coming. Karrion Kross is the next one down. The arena has gone black and white. Will Scarlett become his companion? Yes, she will. If she's ringside, he might well win this, because after all, when Scarlett is involved, Karrion Kross wins everything. When she's not, he wins nothing. Bailey says, is that Johnny Knoxville in the second row? Not that I've seen, but I'll keep an eye out for it now, Bailey. Tell you that. Scarlett has gone backstage again. Karrion Kross is going down solo, meaning he's not going to last very long in this match at all. Karrion Kross has an opportunity here. People will show for him. Xavier Woods looks set to show immediately. Xavier Woods is showing immediately. You've got to do better than clotheslines. You've got to do better than clotheslines, Kross. That was good against Kofi. Okay, we're getting there. He's in a ring with Sheamus, with Gunther. These are the people he should be hanging with. The people at the top level who suit his style of hard-hitting, big impact. Instead, he's been chopped and he immediately went down. Peter does not seem to be a fan of Karrion Kross. I would imagine there was some hope within the WWE that Kross and Gunther would be treated as a bit of a dream match by the crowd. Instead, Kross is clearly second to Gunther on this one. Sheamus now looking set to get involved. Can Kross compete with him? Again, this is an opportunity. If you've been in the match for a while, your job is to get beat up. That's your entire job. Which means that when someone new comes in, it's a great opportunity for them to get themselves over, even briefly. Every second does count, as we know. 8 is coming in next. Omega says, I love Kross. I've been disappointed. I really can't blame you. I've been disappointed myself. Chad Gable is in next. So we've got a few big names. I'm thinking specifically Sheamus, Gunther. The New Day, of course, are big draws as well, but they don't seem main event at this point, whereas Gunther and Sheamus aren't far away from it. They are going to be the linchpin. They're going to be the anchor. They're going to be what keeps the match safe for everyone around them. They know how the match is going to go, and they will keep everyone else in check. We're also going through people lower down the card, meaning that we're saving some big names for later. Karrion Kross, Chad Gable, Johnny Gargano. They're obviously not in with any chance of actually winning. Whereas I'd say Gunther and Sheamus, very outside chance, but a chance nonetheless. It's just a way that they can maintain control, bring in some people who you maybe don't get that excited for, without actually taking away from the excitement of the match. Booking a Royal Rumble is not easy, but it's all about spreading out the people that you have. Hector says, I honestly think Karrion can hang with the Sheamus and the Gunters of the world, but he's not been booked as if that's the case. He hasn't. That moment in the Royal Rumble where he managed to take out Gunther is probably the best example of that. Xavier Woods has just out-mat wrestled Chad Gable. That's not something you're supposed to be able to do. Omega says, Kylie Ray, I'm really hoping he's a surprise tonight. That's my guess. I think we're due a Brock Lesnar soon, because the ring is starting to get a little bit full. Oh, wow. Chad Gable just got cleaned out by Kofi. Sean says, would Miz be low down the card? Or Drew McIntyre? A bit of both. A bit of both for The Miz. He's not a main eventer anymore, but he brings a heritage and legacy with him. Number 9 is Drew McIntyre. Meaning that we have Sheamus, Gunther and Drew McIntyre all in the ring at the same time. Wow. Kieran says, been slow so far, before we get at least one surprise early on. Pat McAfee, Kieran. Let's not forget about Pat McAfee. Drew McIntyre has history with Royal Rumbles, as we know. Horsey says, good pace so far. Also shouts the word, Drew. And Andy says, I like Cross. Hope they can rebuild him. Rough landing for Kofi Kingston after that particular belly-to-belly. Drew McIntyre not allowing anyone to get any hits in on him. I think the referee needs to check on Kofi here. Okay, he's okay. He's okay. Cross has gone after Drew. Drew McIntyre has immediately eliminated Karrion Kross. What did this guy do to Drew McIntyre? They've just become the greatest of enemies. Okay, let's focus for a moment. Thomas says, let's have the face-off between Sheamus, Drew and Gunther. Well, at the moment in the ring, we have Drew and Gunther. Drew McIntyre, by the way, is the only person on the main roster to have defeated Gunther, though he was going by the name Volta at the time, in a Survivor Series match. Oh, wow, they're just going for each other. Now, I've mentioned a few times, where I see them going for WrestleMania is Drew McIntyre challenging Gunther for the Intercontinental Championship. I also like how Michael Cole mentioned the whole bros section. Just bros. Horsey says, I'm lost on that storyline. Fair enough. Santos Escobar is in the Royal Rumble. He will be the only representative of Legado del Fantasma. A lot of faction members not included this time round. A lot of big names instead. That's the main focus here. Kieran says, we need someone like an AJ Styles debut again. I agree. JY. Sean says, hopefully we get a cool Kofi moment. We will. Bailey says, cross out second. Another bad sign. It's not been his year. It's really not been his year. Or last year. Omega just says, wow. Kieran says, are you watching on the network? I'm watching on another site, and I'm ahead of you. I'm watching directly on the network. Yes. Hector says, 10 is my dark horse to win this thing, but doubt it happens. So, Santos Escobar? Debatable, mate. Escobar, of course, a high flyer, there to work with people like Gargano, like Gable, like the New Day, and make them look good, but of course also to make himself look good. It's really hard to balance everything out. I like that. Chad Gable was actually looking at Sheamus, and when Sheamus fell, he looked up and like, wait, what's going on here? So that actually looked good for Santos Escobar. Gargano seems to be trying to eliminate Escobar, not succeeding at it. The ring once again filling up. I still think Brock Lesnar is going to be coming in to clear him out at some point. As the first 10 goes, this is heavy on star power. Sheamus, Gunther, McIntyre, the obvious ones. The Miz is a star. I don't care what people say, and people do disagree on this, but for me, The Miz is a star. We have Kofi Kingston involved, former WWE champion. We have Xavier Woods, who is making a name for himself outside and inside of wrestling. Santos Escobar just destroying Johnny Gargano. Johnny Gargano's just gone limp. Number 11 is our first member of the Street Profits. It is Angelo Dawkins. And he is charging down to the ring. He forgot to mug for the hard cam. Always mug for the hard cam. It's all about getting yourself over. Gunther nearly blocked Dawkins there from running. This ring is too full now. Dawkins has decided that McIntyre will be the guy to help him get over. He's not going to be. He's absolutely not going to be. We'll see how that goes. It's not going to work. Oh, lovely from Dawkins. The attention's been taken away from Angelo Dawkins a little bit there. He was doing extremely well. Kieran says the network is more delayed than other streams. I wouldn't know on that one. I wouldn't know. It's worth pointing out, of course, Kieran, that you may be ahead of me because of the delay between YouTube. I say things and YouTube broadcast it about 30 seconds later. That's intentional. Oh, Xavier Woods is out after rescuing Kofi Kingston. Gunter the one to eliminate him. Kofi's going for Gunter. I don't see it at this point. Too early. Too early. Escobar rescues him. Bailey says he's a mid-carder at this point. Who is your greatest mid-carder of all time? Rowdy Roddy Piper. He's very much the guy for me. Sean says Johnny may need Dexter to save him. The way he's getting beaten up at the moment, I would agree with that. Gunter's going for Kofi now. Is Xavier Woods still there? It looks like Xavier Woods was supposed to be setting him up a chair. He hasn't. Something went wrong there. Michael Cole is trying to rescue and say that one of his feet is still off. So maybe they can recover this one. Oh look, it's Brock Lesnar. Number 12 is Brock Lesnar. Kofi, you're out. So let's see who's in the ring that Brock Lesnar may want to work with. Drew McIntyre, naturally, loves him. Sheamus, actually a lot of respect between the two. Gunter, Brock wants him. He wants him now. Hector says, alright, Angelo Dawkins is in the Rumble from a nearby area here in Ohio, so it's awesome to see him in the Rumble. Brock is taking his time here. He's not rushing. He's not rushing. Horsey says, did BT Sport spoil Jay White? Not that I've seen. Jaden says, the Rumble goes so fast, we're almost at the halfway point. We are, and that is a very good thing. We're not getting bored, are we, guys? We're half an hour into the show. We are not even close to bored. Sheamus and Drew McIntyre are both waiting for Brock Lesnar. Gunter is watching out of the corner of his eye. Drew McIntyre, of course, recently has not been selling for anyone. He now is encountering Brock Lesnar again, who also will not be selling for anyone. Brock will win. Brock will always win. Horsey says, we are due the clear out soon for the massive face-off like normal, and that is exactly what we're getting. Andy says, Escobar versus Johnny. I think Escobar might be going bye-bye. Oh. He caught his head on the top rope. Angelo Dawkins is gone as well. The clear out is indeed happening. Chad Gable's shown for his elimination. And that moment is coming. Shio, welcome, says one of the best first 10 as far as work rate is concerned. Absolutely agree. I'd also go slightly further and say one of the best in terms of star power as well. Horsey says, got Gunter to be the Iron Man here. Last 4. We'll see how that goes. Sheamus did not land well there. Horsey says, beast time and clear out incoming. We do have a moment at the Royal Rumble between Gunter and Brock Lesnar. Gunter's going to go, oh, no, I'm getting hype. Oh, no, I'm getting hype now. They're going to get interrupted. We're about to get someone else come down. They're going to get interrupted. It's not going to happen. Brock not selling a chop. But Bobby Lashley's already on his way down. The storyline's already taken over. I don't think they were supposed to actually hit. I think Brock Lesnar told him to call an audible there. Start throwing punches. Give them what they want. Because the actual storyline's already kicked in. Brock takes out Gunter. The idea being that Brock was supposed to be distracted for the arrival of Bobby Lashley. Bobby Lashley, I think, will be victorious in the Royal Rumble at least. Probably eliminating Brock Lesnar to set up a WrestleMania match. A spear on Drew McIntyre as well. Look at the people in this ring. Sheamus, McIntyre, Lashley, Lesnar, Gunter. That is a hell of a lot of guys. And Lashley has eliminated Brock Lesnar. There's your WrestleMania match. They teased Gunter. I still think Gunter versus Drew McIntyre is where we're going. But Lashley versus Lesnar has WrestleMania written all over it. Oh, Brock's not happy. I say again, Lesnar versus Lashley has WrestleMania written all over it. Baron Corbin. Great. So now we've had the hype. Number 14 is just calming down again. Baron Corbin's back in play. He does actually match... Brock Lesnar's going crazy. Michael Cole is terrified, and so he should be. Baron Corbin actually does belong in this ring. He's not going to make it to the ring. Brock Lesnar decides no. We're keeping the energy high. Brock's going to destroy Baron Corbin, and Baron Corbin's just sort of going to take it. Corbin against McIntyre, against Gunther, against Lashley. The side actually fits really well. But Baron Corbin's gone way down the card over the last year or so. Way down the card. So yeah, he's there to be a victim of Bobby Lashley, who now they're going to struggle to get rid of. Megan says, okay, now give us Murder Grandpa. And Bayley says, great pops from the crowd. Thomas says, yes, I want this at Mania. SBM says there's a lot of big guys in the ring. She says Johnny has never looked smaller, which is true. I mean, he is still in the ring. We just sort of forgot about that. Thomas says, I'll take Gunther versus Lesnar at WrestleMania. I don't think that's what we're going to be seeing. And Jermaine says, that's the WrestleMania match. Brock versus Bobby. Sheamus and McIntyre are regrouping at this point. Gunther still in the ring as well. Lashley and Gargano. It is a very strong ring. Baron Corbin still in play. Seth Rollins is getting involved from number 15. This is a delicate spot for Seth Rollins. He's one of the favourites. He's one of the contenders. Brock Lesnar is still at ringside. A lot of beef in the ring. A lot of beef. Thomas says Baron is going to get killed, and he did. Does this mean that Corbin won't enter some more space for another entrant for the match? He will still enter. He is still in the ring. If you make your entrance, you're officially in the Rumble. Seth does seem to be sort of stalling on his way down to the ring at this point. He's very much taking his time. Moxley thinks Brock will be going after Bobby. There is still a potential for that. Lesnar, upon being eliminated by McIntyre in 2020, just sort of let it go. Hector says, I love how everyone is genuinely scared of Brock, because, I mean, he's a scary man. He is. Baron Corbin has lined himself up for a stomp, which will mean a quick pop. Oh, no. I thought we were going to see a stomp. Instead, Seth throws him in the ring. And he's about to get eliminated very quickly. Goodbye, Baron Corbin. He's gone way down the card this year. Letting Drew McIntyre kick out at the end of days was the worst thing to ever happen to Baron Corbin. Seth took so long coming down to the ring that we're already set up for whoever's coming next. We're more than halfway through the numbers. Otis on his way down. There is plenty of star power still to come. A few people we're going to need to sell. We're going to need to see involved higher up the card. Cody's the obvious one there. No representation so far from any of the bloodline. No Solo Sikoa, no Jimmy, no Jay, no Sammy. Not a single one so far. If they're in the match, they're all going to be in right at the tail end. Andy Barr says, nice sell from Brock. Brock is one of a very small amount of people who are very good at being eliminated from Rumbles. It's primarily because when he's going over the top rope, he turns into it. So it goes at real fast pace. Thomas says, didn't Lana make her entrance but never made it to the ring, and then Becky came instead of her? Different situation. She was injured before that actually happened. Or, injured. Bobby Lashley and Drew McIntyre briefly working together to annoy Seth. Seth's new gear is probably the most Twilight of sparkly gear I've ever seen in my life. Ross says, pretty high star power all round so far. I think a large part of that is no members of Imperium. No members of Legado, no members of Fight Night. Just the top guys. Rey Mysterio coming out at number 17. We haven't seen anyone from Judgment Day yet either. No Finn Balor, no Damian Priest, no Dominic. There is a lot of star power still to come is what I'm trying to say. Rey Mysterio. I don't see him. They are stalling in the ring. The storyline is up the ramp. Rey Mysterio is not coming out. Rey Mysterio might have been attacked backstage. Horsey says, if any returns, they're coming near the end, I'm guessing. I would imagine so. Yeah, that makes the most sense. Sai says, we're not getting a big New Day return then. Given the people in the ring, I'm not so sad about it. No, I entirely agree. The people in the ring right now would all be very bad news for Big E's neck. Seth Rollins has eliminated Bobby Lashley. That's not really a big deal. We know what's happening with Bobby Lashley going into WrestleMania. Brock Lesnar's already happening. Jermaine says, I don't mind that the Rumble started off with Gunther and Sheamus, but if WWE were to follow the storyline, it would make bigger sense to start off with Seth and Cody since they're both babyfaces now. You say that, but Cody is just back from major injury. As I've said the entire time, Cody was never going to be early in the Rumble. I always believe late teens, early 20s for Cody, so he's got enough time to make an impact without being the obvious number 30. It just didn't make sense to me personally to see Cody Rhodes at number 1. I know a lot of people wanted it, but he's just come back from injury. It was never going to happen. Also says we may see Judgment Day now. Dominic Mysterio number 18 should tell you everything you need to know. Wearing Rey Mysterio's mask. Well, that explains it. Ross says Rey's not getting there. And Thomas says another space for a surprise maybe. Well, the number's been and gone, so they'll just not give anyone it. Sean says, if anyone had to kick out at the end of days, who should have? Not someone who's already a top-level championship competitor like Drew McIntyre. Dominic Mysterio would have been a great call, for example. Otis eliminated by the Banger Bros, who are continuing to dominate this match. Sheamus, McIntyre and Gunther still in the match and still competing. It's hard to say who the Iron Man is because first and second are both still in there. Hector says, I like how this Rumble doesn't have random fillers like under Vince. Everyone feels like a big deal in this Rumble. I agree with that. When you consider who's still to come, we've got Finn Balor, we've potentially got Edge. Oof, rough landing from Johnny Gargano. We've got Logan Paul. We may have Bad Bunny. We've definitely got Cody. Really big names still to come. No representation, of course, from the bloodline as of yet. None whatsoever. Sai says, I was today years old before I realised that Dominic Mullet is a nod to Eddie Guerrero, unless it's not. It is. It is. Also says, Jailbird Dom seems to be one of those great happy accidents. I'm glad they're sticking with it, and it's doing, and he's doing it really well. He is. I did not expect Dominic Mysterio to be as effective a heel as he has been. And he really has been incredibly effective in that role. Drew McIntyre can't get rid of Gargano. He's starting to look like quite an Iron Man as well. Dominic waited for the right moment there. This, by the way, is why I don't think we'll see Rhea Ripley in the Men's Royal Rumble. There's no advantage to it. They've already got plenty of men to actually put in the match already. She says Dom has gone into much better shape in recent months. He's been crushing it. Elias at number 19. No surprises as of yet. No legends or anything like that. Thomas says he's so good as a heel. Horsey says the shirt is a nod to Eddie for me, but Mammy for Ray. Yep. There's lots of references to Eddie Guerrero. They know what they're doing with it. Corey trying to tease Pat McAfee about Ezekiel. The guitar has been brought into the ring. Gunter looks confused by it. He's getting a bit tired. He just stood there waiting for the moment. He's going to get a guitar. He is. Of all the people to take the guitar shot, I would not have said Gunter. and then immediately runs into the Banger Bros, who continue to work together. Eventually, that's going to have to break down. Otherwise, it's just not going to be a very exciting Royal Rumble. Oh, Elias just got hit hard in the face. And he's out. He's genuinely hurt there. The Claymore caught him, like full in the face. Bailey says, I wanted Elias to come in, go out quickly, then reappear late as Ezekiel. He may well do. He may well do. They've got the room for it. Thomas says, if they do Ray versus Dom story, do you think Dom will do the lowrider entrance? Probably. Though it depends how on the nose you want it to be. Finn Balor is number 20. This is our second member of Judgment Day. We still potentially have Damian Priest. So what I will say is Dominic Mysterio has shot past Damian Priest in terms of just being over. So Dominic might be in it, but Damian Priest isn't. I don't think Balor and Mysterio together are an equal to McIntyre and Sheamus. I also don't think Finn Balor's exactly rushing down to the ring. Sai says they've really repurchased a lot of the goodwill they lost in last year's Rumble. Outstanding pacing, great placement of the talent, and they're on the top of their game in-ring also. Really enjoying this. It's definitely a massive improvement. They could not afford a Royal Rumble as bad as they had last year. They couldn't afford it. Shea says we must be getting Edge soon. Well, both members of Judgment Day are in the ring, potentially a third coming. Edge does make sense to be coming shortly. Thomas says, I don't know why, but I'm struggling to recognise entrance music. There's been a lot of change recently. Just a lot of changes for it. Traffic says, now it gets exciting last 10. To be fair, I think it's been exciting the entire time, to be honest. Just a very exciting hour of television. Dominic Mysterio is trying to eliminate Johnny Gargano. Not quite managed it. Good sell from Dom. Oh! 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 Yeah. Goodbye, Johnny Gargano. Fair enough. Can't argue that case. Judgment Day and Banger Bros having themselves a stare down. I'm still going to call them Banger Bros. I just want to be clear on that one. I'm not planning to change the name at any point soon. Bang after bang after... Oh, Dominic Mysterio's gone for a handshake. Finn Balor's gone for punches. Logically, at this point, Damian Priest... further back up. Or... Booker T. Hector says, Finn's Judgment Day theme is so damn good. I thought I wouldn't be down for a change, but it fits him so well. Kieran says, hopefully the final third is decent, been a meh Rumble so far. Does Booker T do it for you? I think it's been a great Rumble so far. Booker T is literally limping slowly down to the ring. He's not striding of any particular purpose. He's not going to last very long in this match. When you look at the people in the ring, he does not belong there. She says the Banger Bros are chests are the Banger Bros torsos are so red. They have been continually throwing haymakers at each other. Horsey says love Booker, but what? And Sai says still to come. Cody, Omos, Braun, Priest, Moss, and Ricochet. Potentially as well, of course, Edge. Thomas says who do you think eliminates him? Give me Gunter. Give me Gunter. He's done his spinner-rooney. Gunter's getting up. And Gunter throws him out. Gunter was the right call. Ross says Texas Rumble, hence the entry. No sign of The Rock as of yet. The Banger Bros now both lining up to Gunter. This seems unfair. When are they going to start fighting each other? Gunter's back is bleeding. Damian Priest. As expected, now Judgment Day should be able to rival the Banger Bros for it. A few little technical difficulties there from the network. Sai says, Gunter eliminated him in exactly the moment you said that. Makes sense, doesn't it? I am on a slight delay here, but you can usually see things coming. Stuart says, Sheamus had the biggest grin for that spinneroonie, and Sai says, quite rightly, Gunter's back is split wide open. That's an Iron Man for you. I'm not sure who's going to be the Iron Man, but he's been there the whole time. Triple team on Seth now. Judgment Day are claiming the ring, just keeping everyone down. This would be a great time for the return of Edge. Michael Cole pointing out that Rhea Ripley's the one who calls the shots. Thomas says, would have liked Priest to be in before Booker to give him the rub of eliminating him. I think Gunter very much deserving of it as well. Yes, Peter, Priest is wearing mascara and he looks damn good. Don't know what the issue is there, really. Judgment Day are in complete control at this point. We are already getting to the next point of entry. It has to be someone who can compete with Judgment Day. It is Montez Ford. Interesting. Angelo Dawkins, of course, already out of the running. Looks like a tease of anything as much as anything else. So we have 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29 and 30 left. 7 people left to go. Just to read out what Sai has already said. Cody, Omos, Braun, Moss, Ricochet being 5 of them. Logically, we kind of know everyone else who's going to be in this match. I suspect at least one of these men will be Final 4. As I mentioned, no representation so far of the Bloodline, no Sami Zayn, the second favourite to win the thing on betting averages, absolutely nothing for him. Interestingly, Montez Ford wearing some new gear, some new black attire. So I said I've not heard any chance for Sami yet. Fans start getting angsty during the later entrance. Haven't heard anything for Sami. She says, I feel like we're about a year away from Montez Ford being a favourite. We may well be. He's already having a great showing, I tell you that. Horsey says, only 7 left in Edge and Cody, so no surprises. And says, Booker ain't no surprise, especially an injured one. As surprises go, so far the biggest surprise has been Pat McAfee. Damian Priest just immediately threw Montez Ford out. With ease. That's part of something considering where he landed though. Look at the hat. The EST hat. Judgment Day now look dominant. The fans standing up waiting for 24. Ross says Rock is third favourite, so the second and third favourite might not be in it. Here comes Edge. Thomas says, one of those in the ring. Who do you see being in the final 4? Probably Drew. So Edge has arrived. Not a surprise to anyone. We've been talking about this. Oh, the cameraman just fell over. Talking about this on Spoiler Warning for a while. His dates have rolled over. There has been so many rumours of, he's going to be in a Hell in a Cell match with Finn Balor. That was never the plan. That was a wrong report. Then there was reports that he'd be back on a Raw several weeks ago. Also completely wrong. Was never the plan. It was always the Royal Rumble. It was always the build to Finn Balor versus Edge. There's been plenty of spears already. Judgment Day are in trouble here. Damian Priest first to go. Finn Balor second to go. Edge clearing house. We still technically have Rey Mysterio as an entrant if he can make it out before the match is over. Edge and Seth Rollins have run into each other. Of course, it's a new Seth Rollins. But I suspect Seth may also be Final 4 if Cody's going to be the guy. Thomas was hoping the hair would be back being long. Dominic taking advantage of the stare down between Edge and Seth. Edge making sure Dominic does not go. Judgment Day have got back involved. Seth, it looked like, tried to step in and help, but did not succeed in doing so. Hector says, if this is the only legend in the match, I'm okay with this since he's from Houston, but we're past our limit. Moxie says, remember Damien has a clean US title win over Drew. I actually did not remember that. Did not. Bailey says, was anything mentioned further that Ray never appeared at 16? No mention further whatsoever, just Dominic walking out in the mask. Moxie says, I forgot Kofi is still in the match. I don't think he actually is. He wasn't moving. Neither was Xavier Woods. Austin Theory. I forgot about Austin Theory. I forgot about him entirely. So we've got 5 spots left. Otis, Braun, Ricochet, Cody. Who else? Oh, Edge continuing the fight on the outside. Looks like Austin Theory might need to dodge out of the way for this one. Sean says, I hate it when someone who's eliminated eliminates someone in the match. It shouldn't count in my opinion. I agree. And that would mean that Steve Austin has not won 3 Royal Rumbles after all. So I said, guess we'll get a digital exclusive later that starts the build to Ray versus Dominic. I suspect we will, yes. Thomas says, do you think Beth will cost Rhea to set up a match at Mania? I think it's possible, certainly. I've discussed that at length. But Rhea, of course, is a favourite at the moment. Rhea Ripley on the attack against Edge. This would be a great time for Beth Phoenix to get involved. Oh, look, there's Beth Phoenix. Literally there immediately. No pause whatsoever. It's not a great spear. I don't know if this makes Rhea Ripley more likely to win the Royal Rumble or less likely. But it does seem to suggest that Beth Phoenix will not be in the Women's Royal Rumble. She's technically dressed to wrestle, so maybe. We'll see how it plays out. Edge was enjoying the moment a little too much there. So in the ring at the moment, Seth Rollins, Austin Theory, Sheamus, Drew McIntyre, Gunther, and Dominic Mysterio. Dominic Mysterio is still in this match. Thomas says it was slightly early, but does that count as me calling it? I'm going to go ahead and say no. It probably does, but I'm going to go ahead and say no anyway. Omos up next in the 26. I'd imagine he may get a scalp here. I'm looking at someone like Sheamus. If they want him to be treated like a big deal, he needs to be treated like a big deal. You've got some big men in the ring. Braun still to come, of course. We have reached the point of beefy. Cody is going to have some mountains to climb. Horsey says, Beth versus Rhea for me, meaning she doesn't win the Rumble. Well, then it would probably be Becky Lynch with some unfinished business with Charlotte Flair. Bailey says, running out of possible names. We are. We're running out of numbers as well. Also, I think it's worth pointing out, the in-ring action has slowed to a crawl. No AJ Styles. Not a single member of the Bloodline. No Sami Zayn. Omos versus the Banger Bros. I don't fancy their chances. SBM says, I'm so happy. The Rhea Beth tease for me was everything. Danny B-side says, Dominic Mysterio will win this. And Ross says, Cody 30th. It does suggest he's not as sturdy and as close to 100% as we thought he might be. Gunther is lining up to Omos. Gunther has had an incredible Royal Rumble so far. A lot of people expected a good night for Solo. No sign of Solo. Also, he says, I think the story will be Roman told them not to enter it in case they win. That is a lovely chokeslam by Omos. Logically, at this point, Braun is next to equal the playing field, to level the playing field. That's equal the playing field is not the right phrase. Logically, Braun is next to 27. Oh, look, it's Braun. They're not even pretending. They're not even pretending that this is actually properly booked. They're just letting it go, and I respect it to no end. Braun Strowman on the way down to pick a fight with Omos. Seth Rollins quietly going about his business here. We haven't seen much of Seth for a little while, and that's okay. That is very much okay. I forgot about Ricochet, Thomas. I completely forgot about Ricochet. Jermaine says, I think we can see Rhea and Dom versus Edge and Beth at this year's WrestleMania. I've been saying that one for a little while. That, for me, is where the storyline's headed. They need a big pivot to get to WrestleMania for a women's championship match for Rhea. Sean said, does Braun win at 27? 27 has the most wins. I don't necessarily think so. Not necessarily. For me, he's not a legitimate challenger at the moment. That said, if they are lining him and Ricochet up against the Usos, a match with Roman might not be an impossibility. Bailey says, with that runway, it would make a long time for Roman to make an entrance. It will do. It will make a very long time. He's very excited. Horsey says, is it me or has Gunter gone for a breather the last 5 to 10 minutes? He probably has. I'm not going to be annoyed at him for that. He's been in the match for almost an hour now. And he's entitled to take a quick breath. Braun has eliminated Omos in short order. And in other news, we have just reached 2,080... Oh, wow, that was a good hit on Gunter. We have just reached 2,080 subscribers, which means we have gained 15 so far during this stream. I'm hoping we can maybe reach 2,100, but I'm not going to necessarily hold my breath for it. Thank you to everyone who's currently watching, everyone who's hit like, and everyone who has subscribed. If you've just come to the show, you've never joined one before, stick around. We do watch parties every single Friday on SmackDown, every pay-per-view, and we are doing a Raw watch party this Monday. Plus, you'll get exclusive news you can't find anywhere else on Mondays and Fridays as well. So, stick around. We still have the Banger Bros and Gunter all involved in the match. Seth Rollins, Austin Theory and Dominic as well. Gunter just said something to the ref. Gunter's communicating with the referee. I think he's just blown up. No, his back's hurt. His back's hurt. Ricochet is indeed out next at number 28. That leaves Cody and one other person. Logically, that's Logan Paul. Could it be Logan Paul versus Seth Rollins for WrestleMania? There were a lot of reports about people coming from New Japan. Haven't seen anyone. Talk of The Rock. I think people are starting to realise that Sami Zayn's not going to be in this one. Yeah, I got to be honest, the crowd are starting to get restless here. They are. They're starting to get restless. Kervin says, I was surprised the men's Royal Rumble started first. Me too, Kervin. Me too. A little disappointed with it, to be honest, though the match itself has been great. Sean says, 15 more. Keep them coming. Thank you, Sean. True, Thomas. True. Horsey says, Cody wins for me. Late number. Come back. It's just written. Lightning Khan says, when is the Royal Rumble starting? 1 hour and 2 minutes ago. It has been going on for 62 minutes already. Sheamus and Drew McIntyre banging on Braun Strowman. Gunter breaks them up. Gunter trying to eliminate Drew McIntyre. Sheamus will not allow it. Those two have been working together the entire match. Sheamus rescues Drew McIntyre. Logically, right now, Drew McIntyre is going to eliminate Sheamus. No. They're actually just working together. This is not normal. Tag team partners always turn each other in a Royal Rumble. Horsey says, I think the crowd expected a few surprises. I think the crowd expected Sami Zayn. It's a good spot for Austin Theory and Dominic Mysterio at this point. The fact that they are still in the action with so many big names will stand them in good stead. Ricochet, of course, just joining. There is one person unaccounted for at this point in time. We know Cody Rhodes is going to be involved. He's announced a while back. Drew McIntyre tries to rescue... Oh, Sheamus. Gunter's eliminating them both. Gunter eliminates both of the Banger Bros. Well done. Gunter is our Iron Man, and Drew McIntyre is having a stare down with Gunter right now. They look impressed. There's respect there. 29. Logan Paul. He's drinking his energy drink. 29, our last unaccounted for name, is Logan Paul. And I've got to be honest, the crowd, not the happiest about it. Once again, they have realised no Sami Zayn. That moment right there with Sheamus and Drew McIntyre watching Logan Paul run past. Awkward for everyone involved. Logan Paul and Austin Theory are having a bit of a stare down. Seth Rollins is there. Ricochet's there. There's options. Not a single member of the bloodline represented in the Royal Rumble this year. The crowd are getting restless without Sami Zayn or The Rock, the second and third favourite for the win. Ricochet trying to eliminate Logan Paul, no luck so far. Logan Paul hooking the ropes quite well there. That is a nice clothesline. He is showing off a little bit here, and I can't blame him for it. Gunter's going for it. That was a soft chop, Gunter. Gunter, you can do better than that. That was soft. Sai says, has Riddick Moss been out? He has not. No sign of him. Horsey says he could have sold that for £50. And Thomas says, that's not that great. Horsey says, crowd majority booing. I think now that Logan Paul's getting beat up a bit, they're starting to enjoy it. But now Logan Paul is actually competing with Braun Strowman. Let's not do that. Braun hits him with a running power slam. The crowd sort of liked that. They're enjoying seeing Logan Paul get beat up, but not enough for me. Not enough. Logan Paul has gone through the ropes. Braun Strowman's going to have to try and bring him back in and communicate that that's not how this is going to go. And here comes the winner. Honestly, look in the ring. Here comes the winner. Also, he says, Sami is a Daniel Bryan moment. Could well be. They're banking on Cody being that popular. So I says the reaction to Cody is going to be interesting. It's a warm... It's hard to tell. It's really genuinely hard to tell. In an arena like this, you don't really hear the cheers as much. It's a warm welcome. SPM says they're looking at him like he is not one of us. The crowd seem to be behind Cody here. Megan says, I really hope Gunter chops Logan into at least next year. Kieran says it's been a pretty awful Rumble. Surprise only being Booker T in the Rumble. Edge doesn't count as he returns. When it comes to Rumbles, we have different opinions on it. I don't think surprises make a Rumble. In fact, I think the big surprises make a Rumble worse. I think this has been a great Rumble. Clearly, we do disagree on that. Bailey says, could Sami come in at number 16? Nope. Ross says, Logan Paul is good. He is, genuinely. He's picking up the craft very, very swiftly. Also, he says, Gunter put his hand up to Logan to say, don't hit. Gunter is genuinely hurt here, you can tell. His back is definitely hurting him. He managed to get the elimination, but it wasn't easy. He is staying down, Gunter. He's not showing for the offense. It looks like he can finish, but he can't last much longer. Kieran said, literally no bloodline member in the Rumble either. Horsey says, winner time. Thomas says, unless someone runs in late for Ray's position as only 29 men have entered the match, they will not be doing so. Ray has openly and clearly been declared as that number. Tom says, 30 wasn't a good number, should have been in the 20s. I agree, but they do need to protect him a little bit. Dominic is out of the ring. Peter says, I guess they don't need fire extinguishers there then. Megan says, at least this time there's less chance of the weight belt being thrown back in the ring. True. Braun just demolished Cody. That powerbomb looks really quite good. Gunter has lifted Braun and he is struggling. You can see the pain on his face. That is his finish. Ricochet trying to eliminate Gunther. We'll see if that actually plays out. There will be no more entrance into the Royal Rumble, guys. This is all it's going to be. Kieran says they could do it again. They did it for Becky. Then they're not going to. That's the difference. They're not going to. Horsey said this is a Triple H Rumble. Love it. Triple H, as I've reported a number of times, really not big on the whole Legends thing. I don't know what's about to happen, but I think I'm going to like it. Oh. I mean, this is where we are now. I have no issues with anything that's happening right now. Oh, Peter says we just said Logan is prime time. No. We got our first replay of the Royal Rumble with Logan Paul and Ricochet diving into each other. That was a lovely catch. Sai says I'm more baffled than ever that they announced Cody ahead of time. The crowd are in his corner though. They announced him ahead of time to make sure people would be. They knew Sami Zayn was going to be a big deal and they knew he wasn't going to be in it. Dog Knight is not loving it. SBM says bye-bye Dom Dom. And Horsey says, is it me or does Cody look leaner? That makes sense. He hasn't been able to work out for a while, let's be fair. Ross says, good Rumble for me. And Sean is surprised at the lack of Rock. I'm not. He wasn't booked for a match at the Royal Rumble. Braun Strowman has been eliminated. Ricochet's trying to get rid of Cody. It looks like it might well come down to Cody Rhodes and Seth Rollins here. Austin Theory has eliminated Ricochet. I believe this brings us down to our final four. Austin Theory, Seth Rollins, Gunther, and Cody Rhodes. There's only two real contenders here, and let's be honest, there's only one real contender here. Horsey says, as regards the dive, I actually felt that. Thomas says, damn, that was good. Ross says, wow. Shea says, Logan and Ricochet, that was awesome. Peter agrees, that was awesome. Logan Paul is convincing, what can we say? SBM says, will it be Rollins? Will it be Rhodes? Lauren, how you doing? Says, Cody's back. I miss that little bitch. I hope he wins. I don't see any world in which he doesn't. He just did the Ric Flair thing. Horsey says, it's the first Rumble ever I've seen so many teams stop members being eliminated. People actively working together is rare. Austin Theory eliminated after a Seth Rollins stomp leaves us with only 3. All of which I'd be very happy to see face Roman Reigns at WrestleMania. Ross says Ricochet Paul would be cool for WrestleMania. Jordan says, did Cena give Rock his signature catchphrase because I can't see him? Yeah, he wasn't booked. Danny B-side said last two defo will be Rollins and Rhodes. To be fair, Gunther can be extremely happy with his performance. Andy likes the storylines. Horsey just says prime time moment. James says, who eliminated Logan? I actually didn't catch that, but he's definitely on the outside right now. I think it was Braun. Hector says, I'm glad the men's rumble opened. This has been great. This would have been great in the main event slot as well, let's be fair. SBM says, bye-bye Theory. Gunther is being ignored right now, so he decides to just punch Rollins in the back of the head. Jermaine says, only 29 men enter the ring. Somebody has to make it 30 because Rey Mysterio never showed up. Nope, they don't. They absolutely do not. Rey didn't show up. That was his spot. He has to arrive before the end of the match. He hasn't, so it doesn't matter. It's over. James says, I never saw him get eliminated. Neither did I, to be fair. Gia says, will the crowd be dead after this match? It really does depend on the rest of the matches. Logan Paul is sitting on the outside waiting for his opportunity to dive in. Oh, they are both hitting the pedigree on Gunther. They are trying to out-pedigree each other. Bit of a Triple H off there. You are right that Logan Paul is sitting on the outside. He is in the final four. He's waiting for his moment. Logically, Seth Rollins is going to be his moment. It's not going to be Cena. It's going to be Logan Paul. Wolfgamer says Logan might still be in. And Thomas says, is it going to be Seth versus Logan? We'll find out. Gunther set the Royal Rumble record. A slap in the face to Cody. Logically, at this point, Seth has to dial up the old-fashioned heel tendencies. He has to be the Roman Reigns style best runner-up. A wrestling match has broken out here. Like an actual quality wrestling match has just come out of nowhere. Seth is looking to get the pedigree. Here comes Logan Paul. Seth's gone. Seth is gone. Logan Paul versus Seth Rollins for WrestleMania. Which means it's Logan Paul, Cody Rhodes and Gunther remaining. Again, a fantastic showing by Gunther so far. Absolutely undeniable. So, Seth Rollins versus Logan Paul for WrestleMania then. Logan Paul seems like he will take over the best runner-up section. You need someone who can really get the crowd to hate them. Logan Paul, oh, he's doing it. He's actively doing it as we speak. He's actively going full heel so that Cody has someone to eliminate last. Gunther then has to go next. Hector says, give me Seth versus Gunther for the IC title at Mania. I don't care if Seth is on Raw. Imagine that match. Logan Paul is going next. Is it possible that Gunther does this? Like, just... Is it possible that Gunther does this? There's a bit of a Cody chant going at the moment. Gunther is exhausted. Look at him. Hector says, give me Seth versus Gunther for the IC title at Mania. I don't care if Seth is on Raw. Imagine that match. I think I've already read that, but I'm reading it again. Thomas says, if so, that is a bit of a come down from Cody the year before. Sean says, no John Cena for Mania this year then. Still possible, but never really that likely. SPM says, oh my goodness. Danny B-Side says, down to number 1 and number 30. Jordan says Gunther has been great in this match, and Horsey also says maybe it is Gunther. And you know what? Maybe it is. For just a moment, let's believe. Let's give this one a shot. We are past the hour. Very clearly suggesting this is going to be a 4-hour show. But we are past the hour. Gunther is chopping Cody down to side. Of course, given where he hits him, that could cause some serious damage to Cody. But I don't think anyone in that stadium believes that Gunther has a shot here. Wolfgamer says, is it me or is Cody bleeding from the mouth? I do believe he is. I saw him spit out some blood earlier. Gunther puts himself in a delicate spot. Cody went too fancy there. Way too fancy. Sai says, either way, they've built a star in Gunther these last few months, and this is the icing on top. I definitely think he's getting a huge match at WrestleMania. I know they've talked about Brock, but I would say Drew McIntyre is the right move. Sai says, this is still the first match. We were only just beginning. The Royal Rumble trying to make itself the WWE pay-per-view of the year or something. Sean says, Peacock is the Royal Rumble down as a 6.5-hour show. Well, shut up, Peacock. How dare you? Cody's chest is starting to get really red again. This is just supposed to be a choke. Cody nearly went. He nearly lost his way there. Gunther's just, he can't. But what if he does? I genuinely wouldn't hate it. He doesn't look better than he did half an hour ago. Michael Cole just making that one up. He looks exhausted, probably because he is exhausted. His back is wrecked. He's been in some really high impact moves. Hector says, I'm convinced I need to see Gunther in a 60-minute Iron Man match after this showing, because that man can work. He can. I wouldn't put him in a 60-minute. Oh, I wouldn't put him in a 60-minute. He did blow up and he hasn't been needed for every second of this one, let's be fair. He did vanish for a little while to maintain composure. Horsey says, check Cody's chest. It is going redder and redder. Stuart says the same. Cody's chest is near the colour it was in the cell. I think that might be intentional. And John says, would love to see a feud between these two in the future. I don't think we will. I think it'll be a long time before we see these two in a ring again. But I'm having no complaints whatsoever. Cody Rhodes is going Hulk Hogan right now. He's going full Hulk Hogan. Sean says, is Gunter going to break Ray's record for the longest time? Gunter already has broken Ray's record for the longest time. Gunter is the Iron Man of Royal Rumbles. That's record broken. It's Gunter. Jermaine says, hey Tom, do you think we get a Lex Luger Bret Hart finish? Nope. As I said, they did that too recently in NXT to do it here again. Another very strong Cody chant there. The fans have chosen their favourite. It's not called a leg lace, it's a dragon leg screw. Just say the word screw. I believe we're about to see Shattered Dreams. And you know what? I'm there for it. Feel kind of bad for Gunter. He didn't even come close to connecting with that. Didn't even come close. That has got to be that. I'd give us a brief tease going over the top, but for everyone who said it was too obvious, it was. Like, I tried to keep it at least somewhat surprising. I said it in June. I stand by it. Gunter getting a little bit of revenge here, but it's not really going to be a factor. Goes for the throw out. Cody survives. Dangles a little bit to make himself known. It's all teasing, but we know where it's going. She says it's amazing how many bowler guys were in this Rumble. Horsey says Dustin is smiling. Cody's hulking out again. Stuart says Pat just asked if he calls it the sack. Stranger things have happened. Gunter with the sleeper. But if he can drag Gunter over, Rey Mysterio style, it's starting to happen. It's the name redacted finish happening here as much as anything. Gunter flees. This is a very good finish. Bringing back memories of 2007 when a wild wrestling match broke out in the end of the Royal Rumble between Shawn Michaels and The Undertaker. Many WrestleMania matches are built on that. Gunter exposed himself to the crossroads. He's recovering too quickly, which means he's about to go out. He's recovering far too quickly. Looks for the ropes. Gunter's gone. Cody Rhodes has won the Royal Rumble. Since June. Never in doubt. Never in doubt. So give himself the moment to celebrate. Absolutely well deserved. But he won't have the rest of the night for it. Cody Rhodes will face Roman Reigns at WrestleMania after winning the Royal Rumble. Since June, the moment we saw that chest injury, it was written in the stars, all roads lead to Reigns. I'm seeing The Rock's name trending. I'm seeing Jay White's name trending. Everyone expected big name in this one. Everyone except me. Whoa. Sai says, I called this one wrong. I thought they'd crap on anyone but Sammy. But apart from a restless couple of minutes, apparently they're getting what they want. They are. This is exactly what they wanted from day one, and it's exactly what they were going to get. Bailey says the finish was worth it. Horsey just shouts, Cody! She says, great rumble. Nicholas Barbati says, well done, Tom. Give you full name there, including the H I put in the Nicholas. Well done, you. It's just, you see the injury and you just know on that one. We'll see what happens for the rest of it, of course. I'd imagine, Nick, we're going to have a lot to talk about for Nick and Tom's next week. Horsey says, that was a shock. Really? Lauren says, Cody Rhodes a little bitch, and the winner too. Thomas says, very well done, Tom. Sorry for blowing my own trumpet there. I feel sort of like a pain in the arse there. So I did. I let it go, and I shouldn't have. Stuart says, even without winning, that elevates Gunter all the more. Gunter had an incredible showing. Incredible showing. Genuinely, for at least a moment, could well have been the one. Absolutely brilliant showing. Hector says, Gunter was in the Rumble for over 70 minutes. Wow. Just wow. Wolfgamer says, all roads lead to WrestleMania. We're going to hear that a lot. Megan echoing that sentiment. SBM says, that was really good and well done. Peter says, thank God I can go pee now. I love that every now and then we get someone in who just has an entirely different mood. Jermaine says, and your winner, the American Nightmare Homelander, Cody Rhodes. The Homelander comparison is very, very fair. Very fair. Zai says, Cody had the same injury as Cena did before his big Rumble return, and Cena came back in 3 months. Yes, but Cena's a freak of nature. Nobody does what Cena does. He's inhuman. We all know this. Nick says, a star-making match for Gunter and Dominic. Absolutely fair. Dominic definitely showed out in that one. Admittedly, a lot of the focus was on Edge, but very little focus on Finn Balor, very little focus on Damian Priest. Coming out in Rey Mysterio's mask, very much a clear indicator of where they're headed for WrestleMania between Dominic and Rey. Retirement in the offing. Traffic says, holy hell, Cody and Gunter, hats freaking off to those two. Stuart says, god damn, 71 minutes for Gunter. No one is overtaking him in a hurry. Eric is upset there were no surprises, but a lot better than last year. The actual match quality was clearly a massive improvement. It really did give us a palate cleanser I feel we needed from last year's match. We did get a few surprise appearances. Pat McAfee on commentary, yes, but Logan Paul, Booker T. Yeah, that was it. And here we go with our WWE 2K23 trailer, as promised, at the Royal Rumble. We got a reference to Rob Van Dam there as well. You can see they've created a lot of new arenas for 2K. John Cena, by the way, recorded what he's currently recording when he appeared on SmackDown that 1 week. He got a lot done in that brief time. Sai says, Tom, do you know if Dustin is still under AEW contract? I know he's retired from in-ring, but could play a part in the Mania build-up. To my knowledge, he's simply not really interested in being part of the Mania build-up. We'll see if he can be convinced. Horsey says, you can see it now, Cody with the championship on the turnbuckle and his father's picture on the Tron. We do get commercials in Peacock, so when we're watching on the network, we get hype packages for certain superstars. It's very telling of who's going to get a big push going into the big shows. Austin Theory is the one getting the star power treatment at the moment. Andy Barr says, somebody give Gunter some ice, which is so fair. Jermaine says, I say again, Gunter truly made the IC title ultimately irrelevant. It is the greatest mid-card title WWE has right now thanks to Gunter. Do you mean relevant then? He may have got that slightly off on there. John says, Cody done it as stated on spoiler warning back in June. Thank you, Jordan. Kervin says, I really want to see Sami Zayn in the Rumble. Sami Zayn is not in the Rumble. No member of the Bloodline featured in the Royal Rumble this year. Not a single member. When you look at the star power on display, we are in a very different world than we were a year ago. Kieran says if he could wrestle that long, they should have had him enter earlier. You're right. Gunter should have entered before number 1. Jermaine says Gunter will become a future world champion really, really soon. Probably because they want to take it from Cody. I don't think it'll be that soon. I can see him and Austin Theory swapping brands. But I do think probably Cody will be the champion on that brand. So that actually doesn't really help my case. Tyler says, Rey Mysterio is the true winner. If you're not in the ring, by the time they ring that bell, you were never in the ring. Kevin is asking who's going to be the Iron Woman. Great question. Jordan says Gunter has a bright future, which is absolutely true. Horsey says the boy left WWE and came back as a man to become a champion. Do you mean Drew McIntyre there? Do you mean Drew McIntyre? I know you mean Cody, don't worry. Omega says hi, Tom. Welcome again, Omega. Bailey says, what was the last rookie wrestler to move up as fast as Dominic has? Probably Brock Lesnar. Ooh, Finn Balor went straight to the championship. Eric forgot Booker. We all did. It's okay. We all tried to, at least. Kieran says, guess that's why it started the Rumble, so people didn't go home disappointed again. People seemed very happy with the Cody win. Very happy indeed. You may be disappointed, but not everyone goes for all the big surprises. Sean says, I'm surprised no Cena and Edge matches in that trailer. They will be announced as time goes on. They were trying to hide the fact that Edge would be returning soon. Moxie says, such a good finish. Justin says, I'm live and the right winner. I agree. Cody was the right call, and Cody will continue to be the right call going forwards. I do not know how to pronounce this. It's in a language I don't personally understand, but you said, yay, Cody won. I was expecting some more returns. A lot of people seem to be. But overall, it was a great match. Kevin says, people mad about Cena being on the 2K23 cover for no reason. People will always be mad at people being on things and not other people being on things. That's wrestling in a nutshell. Next up is our Mountain Dew Pitch Black match. Pinfall or submission, that's the only thing they've confirmed. We're about to get the hype package. Or not. We're just going straight to LA Knight. We are an hour and a half into the pay-per-view. We know that Triple H likes to give his matches at least a half hour. So that would take us up to 3 hours long before we even factor in the Women's Royal Rumble. This is going to be a long show. Jaden, yes, I'm aware that we've already had that trailer, but as I said, I knew there'd be a trailer shown for 2K23 at the Royal Rumble. They did bring it earlier because of the amount of leaks that have come out since. Ross says that was well booked and was putting people over too, even letting fans know who Johnny is without being spectacular. Dom as well. Horsey says it was only the first match as well. Great pay-per-view so far. Great pay-per-view. Ripley or Becky gonna win? Now, once again, I'm really not sure how to pronounce this because it's a language I don't understand. Are you able to give me a hint as to what I should refer to you as? I would very much appreciate that. Ross says, Gunter, a new record holder. What a performance. Megan says, so Gunter has a record for the standard Rumble, 1 hour 11 minutes, but Bryan's all-time record still stands at 1 hour and 16 minutes. That was, of course, the greatest Royal Rumble. Omega has Snitsky winning that. As you might expect, the big surprise of Snitsky didn't actually happen. Also, no NXT wrestlers involved. None whatsoever. Oh, we are still getting a hype package. A Bray Wyatt hype package. Moxie says, a nice painful wrestling match at the last two of the Royal Rumble. Ah, yes. Kieran says, I guess WWE really don't care about controversies either. Consider Logan left... Did he, Kieran? Now, the crypto... Yeah, that's definitely questionable. But as regards the pig, to my knowledge, he gave it to someone else who then left it in the field. I've done my research on that one. Christoph says, here we are, Tom. The roads to WrestleMania has officially started. All roads lead to Reigns. Since day one. Ross says, shows the strength of the roster. Currently, it really does. Even just the build for McIntyre and Sheamus recently. Gunter obviously being treated like a big deal. Austin Theory. Seth Rollins not really a big player in that match. He came in and basically waited until Cody was involved. Horsey says, I love Booker, but I'm trying to forget he was there. Me too. Joey says, I'm disappointed with that. We got no surprise returns or NXT wrestlers. It felt very predictable. Booker T, Logan Paul. Traffic says, the final five being Logan, Austin, Theory, Gunter, Rollins and Cody. The main event future of the WWE is bright. It really is. So I said, they just showed a pic of Austin Theory as a kid getting a picture with Xavier Woods. I'm old. We're all old, mate. We're all very old. It's all very sad for us. Horsey is excited for Pitch Black. Tommy loved the ending between Cody and Gunter. Welcome, Tommy B. How you doing, mate? Moxie says Cody's confronting Roman in the main event. Maybe. Horsey says it isn't cinematic. Okay, yeah, it looks like it's actually going to be a match. It's just going to be a dark one. Maybe some sort of unsanctioned match. Justin says, Pat on commentary brings warmth to my tum-tum. I do think we're going to see Rick Boogs back at some point soon, around WrestleMania time. Pat McAfee wants to be there for that, I'm sure. Kevin says, Cody Rhodes won. I picked Brandy Rhodes to win the Women's Rumble like the Royal Rumble 2019 couple. You are not correct in that one. Jermaine says, it's John Cena on the cover of 2K, and he can't wait for it. Jane says, do you think we'll get a new trailer tonight? No, I think we've basically had everything we'll have. Moxie says, we also have Bianca versus Alexa and Roman versus KO, and Roman KO is most likely going to be 35 to 40 minutes. So it's going to be a long show. It's going to be a 4-hour show. We knew this going in. I knew I would be awake until about 5 a.m. If I need a bathroom break at any point, I do apologise. Horsey says they're setting up an entrance, I'm guessing, to play the package. That makes sense. There's a reason LA Knight made his entrance first, of course. Bray Wyatt's going to need a lot of setup. Bailey says, is this going to be a bathroom break for the crowd? Quite possibly, yes. Particularly during this opening promo segment. Megan says, insert standard first comment about LA Knight. So consistent, Megan. So consistent. And how obscene that you get worse every single time. Moxie is so happy with the men's Rumble. Megan says the post-show press conference is currently scheduled on WWE's YouTube channel to start at 4:45 a.m. UK time. So nearly 4 hours. Nearly. Ross says, not looking forward to this match, and I'm a huge LA Knight fan. This feud has been good for LA Knight. The match has to be good for him as well. Instead, I'm pretty sure we're about to see Uncle Howdy in the rafters. And Bray Wyatt making some destruction. That said, under Triple H, Braun Strowman has been a lot less of a dominating force, so maybe that can be true of Bray Wyatt as well. Joey says, like I said, very predictable. Most people expected Logan Paul and Booker T. Lasted 1 minute, waste of a spot. To be fair, I did announce that Logan Paul would be in the Royal Rumble many moons ago, much as I reported that Cody Rhodes was going to win the Rumble many moons ago. So in many ways, I do apologise for spoiling it for you. Eric says, Brock went psycho after his elimination. Brock versus Lashley very much looks like it's where we are headed, though they did tease Brock versus Gunther as well as teasing Gunther versus McIntyre. I think Gunther versus McIntyre is where we're headed for WrestleMania, but if Brock Lesnar's available after that, I'd certainly be interested. Andy Barr says that Rumble made me excited for Mania, which is kind of the whole point, so yeah. Sean says, Brandy in the Women's Rumble as a surprise? I don't think so, no. Though if you want surprises, the Women's Rumble will be a better option for you. We are getting a very new Bray Wyatt here. More makeup, more beard, more smoke. If anyone's seen Doctor Strange and seen Mads Mikkelsen's appearance in it, that's how this feels to me. Bray Wyatt cosplaying as Mads Mikkelsen in Doctor Strange works out beautifully. Nope, that's not how you spell that. For me. Let's find Mads Mikkelsen in Doctor Strange just to really illustrate the point. Doctor Strange, Mads Mikkelsen. Give me the image I'm looking for. You know the one, there it is. Immediately found it. Perfect size, everything I'm looking for. As you guys know, I'm very hyped on size of pictures. Size of pictures. I meant size of pictures, just so everyone knows. Kieran says, the more I see LA Knight, the more I think he copies Stone Cold, even does that head nod thing when he walks to the ring. A lot of people do. Kevin Owens does, let's be fair. Horsey says, do we get another member tonight, Tom, for Bray? I don't think so. I think we just get a wrestling match here that Bray wins. Though, of course, it's Bray Wyatt, so anything could happen. She says, could LA Knight hang with MJF on the mic? Yes. Kevin says, I'm going to be honest, I'm not really interested in Alexa Bliss versus Bianca. For me, Becky versus Bayley steel cage match should be at the Rumble. Bayley says, did Dave Meltzer ever back off his claims of another Rock return? Yeah. As every single year, Dave Meltzer reported that The Rock was going to be in the Royal Rumble, then reported that The Rock might be in the Royal Rumble, then followed up by saying that The Rock would not be in the Royal Rumble, as he has for the last 4 years. Moxie is guessing Brock versus Gunter at SummerSlam. That would be cool. That would be cool. Still as the Intercontinental Champion, still for the Intercontinental Championship, still a win. Hector says, I stepped away to find food and came back to Bray coming. Great timing. SBM says, don't apologise for your spoilers. You gave us a warning. Yes, SBM. Yes. Oh, I'm so happy with that. The show's literally called Spoiler Warning. What more can I say? Jermaine says, everyone should truly be thanking Triple H for bringing back all those wrestlers and knowing what to do with them. You didn't really need any surprises. Only but Cody, Edge, Logan Paul and Booker T. Karrion Kross. I have questions about Karrion Kross's use. She says, Bray with some serious eye makeup. Okay, so the lights have gone down. Apart from all of the boards lit up with Mountain Dew. Bray Wyatt is wearing a second painted face. It's very, very Jeff Hardy. Jeff Hardy, by the way, I was asked, is he going to be in the Royal Rumble? No, he was never going to be in the Royal Rumble. Peter says they really need to shorten Bray's entrance. Yeah, I'm alright. I have no issue with them giving him a long entrance. I mean, look at what's happening with Roman. Of course, he says, does Rob Fee write Bray's storylines? Kind of. Bray himself writes his storylines. Bray writes the storylines. Rob Fee then basically writes a... So Bray's a writer, Rob Fee the script writer, the stage writer, as it were. Bray says, this is a story, and Rob says, here's how we get it on TV. Essentially. That was believed to be the issue with The Fiend. They didn't know how to get him on TV. They didn't know how to translate it. Bray looks very good with this face makeup on. Like, this is working for him. Andy Barr says, you see Huskus? I have not seen Huskus. Although the constant references to LA Knight as Little Pig by Uncle Howdy do make some suggestions. Yes, Lauren, I'm a size king. Didn't you know? Sai says, does Bray have the same makeup artist as Rousey? No, Ronda Rousey actually hired her own and then allowed Shayna Baszler to use her a couple of times. Bray Wyatt with the Mankind cell on the steel steps there. Not often you see that one anymore. Tommy B says, does Bray and LA Knight get the sponsor money from this match from Mountain Dew? No, they do not. The money goes directly to the WWE. The wrestlers in question may get a bonus. Also says it's a nightclub, which, fair. Just feels like a nightclub. Do you reckon there's going to be a foam party at the end of it? They're going into the crowd. Oh, they called them fans. Michael Cole. Wolfgamer says, LA Knight's ring gear glows in the dark. That's really cool. I'm actually quite enjoying this. What's happening now with the announce table is... I'm liking this. Megan says it's a UV blacklight match then. Essentially, but it's still a wrestling match. It's just going to be very hard to film. Although I still see plenty of people doing it. Bray Wyatt's known for this. Bray Wyatt is someone who very much does not like the amount of people who spend all their time looking through a video camera. He doesn't like it. Hence why instead you have to use your phone to put a light on for the Firefly. Why you have to see the red light in question. Why we're now in a pitch black match. LA Knight has put Bray Wyatt through an announce table and there is green stuff everywhere. Bray Wyatt is known for the visual spectacle. He always delivers. Sean says, if Gunter holds the title until September 6th, he'll pass Honky Tonk Man for longest reign. Does this happen? Probably not, no. I'd like it to, probably not. Bailey says, what if anything would someone sitting in the upper deck see at this point? Very little. Bray's face makeup doesn't quite do what it needs to do in that regard. But what I will say is that they'll be able to at least see the screens. So they'll be able to just follow what's being filmed. Oh, we've got a toolbox in play. Bray Wyatt just got up. Justin says, will Uncle Howdy be involved in both matches? We're yet to see the level of the involvement. I don't think he'll be involved in this one personally. Stuart points out Bray has a Roman numeral 6 on his head. He does indeed. The Wyatt 6 could well be in play from here. It's actually a competitive match as well. LA and I just went for a Stone Cold Stunner. There are many suggestions that we may see a Texas redneck somewhere involved. After all, I've seen several Austin 316 shirts and he definitely just went for a Stone Cold Stunner. Also, he says he actually looks amazing, and this brings it back here for me. Kendo stick involved, which is a glow-in-the-dark kendo stick. That's where we are now. Ross says LA Knight went Mountain Dew as well. Justin says the glowing will get crapped on, but I think best idea for pitch black. I agree. Again, I'm not hating this. The crowd don't seem particularly unhappy either. Thomas says this is really good. Sister Abigail, that should be it as regards the actual wrestling match. I'm interested to see what happens next. Wolfgamer says the popcorn is glowing too. Tommy says better than the red lights during the Fiend matches, which is very, very... Oh, he looks good. Hector says I feel like I'm watching a wrestling match taking place at a rave, and it's a cool visual. Justin says that was awesome. Horsey says this is what the Hell in a Cell should have been, and Ross says isn't as bad as I feared, it's got my attention. Peter says that's a Rumble moment apart from Logan. Cody. And Andy says nice spot with the table. Jermaine says what is the glow-in-the-dark Skittles that they landed into? Gotta love WWE with the neon all over the place. The match shall look glowy in the dark. Christine says this is giving me lights out NXT vibes. There is definitely something that's about to happen afterwards. Both men are down in the ring. Sean says I'm excited for Alexa versus Bianca. Hope it's a better match than the one on Raw. And Wolfgamer says holy Bray's eyes. Now we've heard reference to Huskus the pig. Do I see a mask? I see a mask. Bray Wyatt just put a mask on. As I said, there was always going to be something to follow up. Bailey says, will they pull the plug on Bianca's title before Mania? Probably not. And Traffic says, I'd love to see an altercation between LA Knight and Stone Cold. Horsey says, those eyes, wow. Justin says the finish came sudden. Basically, this mask means that we've got the Fiend again. Stuart says, those contacts are something. SPM says it was quick. Bray looked creepy. James says, what a strange match, which is very fair. Bray's just not selling again. It's the Fiend again. Justin says, this is just too far out there for me. You know how I feel about this Bray crap. Tommy says, different mask, same character. He'll name it something different. It's the same character. Tyler says, Rumble must have took too long. I disagree on that one. I don't think this particular match was supposed to last very long. I think the major focus was always going to be what happened after. Why are we looking over there? What's going on behind? Hey Wiggly, how you doing? Who are we supposed to be seeing up top? Who's above him? Because it's clearly someone. Uncle Howdy. Now that the match is over, yeah, I could definitely see him. I believe at this point they're trying to claim a soul. Bray Wyatt's use of light in wrestling is legendary. Again, this all seems very unnecessary. But yeah, we have some fire. You have the fireflies, which forces you to stop filming with your phone and be there in the moment. The red light was the same. You have to be there in the moment. Here we are with Pitch Black. Once again, you have to focus. And I need to point this one out. That said, wearing the new mask did make him act exactly like the Fiend, whom is supposedly long dead. Jury's still out on Bray Wyatt for me. Big fan, but we're rehashing a lot of the same steps again. I think I've explained myself about as well as I can there. I really don't know what we're going to see for Bray for for WrestleMania. I'm really not sure on that one. Wolfgamer just says, holy. Bailey says, I can see where people lose interest in Bray Wyatt with distractions like this. There's just a lot going on visually. He's trying to keep your attention, but in reality, he's kind of driving it away. Hector says, did Uncle Howdy just do a coffin drop? Yes. Yes, he did. That is exactly what just happened. Literally, to a T. We seem to be getting a hype package for the WWE while we watch the WWE. Not really sure what's going on there. Couldn't tell you. What we got? Tommy B does say it's like The Fiend, and he says the match is secondary, which is true. The focus is very much on the storyline for Bray. Sai says, nice aesthetic for that if you can stomach building a whole match gimmick around a brand. The match itself probably ranks as not as bad as we feared. Yeah, it was okay. It's not something you'll ever watch again. Ross says, we need a good match there with Bray helping Knight get over within that match. It didn't happen. Horsey says, as regards Uncle Howdy, well, that was overshot. And he says, he missed. Which is fair. It's fair. FBM says, look at the puppets up top. Horsey says the 6 are above. Thomas says the characters are back. Justin just doesn't get it. Meanwhile, Justin Stevens just doesn't get it, but Justin Check says it was way better than feared. Andy Barr is liking the story. Tyler G just doesn't get the story and thinks it's going too slow. Very, very mixed opinions on this one. Very, very clearly. Traffic says at least LA got some offense in. Wasn't a squash. I'll take that. Horsey said, totally love that and can't wait to see where we go next. Now it can't lose momentum. Very, very split opinions on this one. Horsey says the Wyatt 6 have arrived. Indeed they have. Justin says, I'm very sports entertained at the moment. And Joey says, really made us wait months for a Bray Wyatt match and it only went 5 minutes. Yeah. You know that's how it's going. The Peacock break is giving us an opportunity to get hyped up on the brand new, hot off the presses superstar, Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar. Hector says, not sure what or where WWE will be come next year if this is one of the last Rumbles we could see. It's been a memorable one so far for sure. We don't really talk about that much. Depending on who buys the WWE, it may well be stripped for parts. It may well be absolutely destroyed. All of this is not an impossibility. Moxie says, that was weird. Yeah. Absolutely. I genuinely think it's very possible that whoever buys the WWE decides to sort of turn it into a UFC light. I genuinely think that's very possible. Says to all the wrestlers, okay, we're going to actually fight now. And just expects everyone to agree to it. Justin says, bringing Alexa down to this again is sad. Alexa asked for it. Alexa wanted it. The Brock Lesnar hype package seems to be ending with Bobby Lashley strongly encouraging the possibility for me that that's the WrestleMania match. James Kemple says WrestleMania is going to be a strange thing with all this Wyatt stuff. Yeah, I don't know how he fits in. I really don't. There's too many separate little worlds going on right now for me. Horsey says it's been too slow so far, but tonight has to be the launch time and time to up it. Bray has had his reintroduction, now it's time to hit 5th gear. I think we get the end point, full 6 reveal at Mania. Who do you think is a plan for Mania for Bray, Tom? Hard to say. Very hard to say. I think Karrion Kross may be the one, but he's not really a threat. There's very few actual threats. Maybe Sheamus. If we're going on SmackDown, because that's where Bray is, Sheamus for me makes the most sense as a big name who can obviously hang in the ring. They've announced the attendance for the Royal Rumble. I honestly didn't catch it. We are 2 hours into the Royal Rumble show, and so far, we've only had 2 matches. Alexa Bliss is now making her entrance to challenge Bianca Belair for the Raw Women's Championship. Again, you'll notice that Alexa Bliss's introduction comes with eyeballs. I see a Lily doll. There's very few women in WWE who are as popular as Alexa Bliss. Regardless of the fact that she's been way out of the championship picture, she's retained a certain level of intrigue and mystique through character changes and just good acting. It's good to see, as you might expect, and I'm honestly very excited to see more of it going forwards. Bilsa says, "Hola, Mr. Tom." Hello, Bilsa, how are you? Bailey says, "In a weird way, I think this is why Vince is angling for a private sale, so no outside company can change the business model." I get what you're saying there. It's why Tony Khan absolutely will not be winning it. It looks like we're not going to get a full hype package for these two. We're just getting a recap from Raw 2 weeks ago, which I'm not happy with. Let's just focus on who's actually in the ring. I never want to miss the way Alexa Bliss enters the ring. It's very swish, it's very swift, it's very fancy. Hector says, if Uncle Howdy indeed is Bo Dallas, he definitely looks rusty because he overshot that by miles. To be fair, he might also be blind as hell because of the mask that he had to wear. Bilsa says, are you going to Money in the Bank? I am not. I will instead be hosting a live watch party just to keep the shows going, as it were. Megan says, just put a poll on my Twitter. Which would you want to see again? Pitch Black match or Zombie Lumberjacks? Zombie Lumberjacks, and you know it. You absolutely know it. James Kemple says, it's like Bray is going to fight all the full 6 in Mania or something. Don't make sense. It absolutely does not. Horse says, weird to see the Alamo Dome now and watch it in 1997. Looks so different. Eric wants to see more for Mustafa Ali. Horse says, does Howdy make a sudden recovery now? Well, I'd imagine LA Knight goes missing for a bit. Horsey says, I've read somewhere Alexa has Rob Fee working with her as well. You may have heard that because of myself. Alexa Bliss is working directly with Bray Wyatt again, and Rob Fee, as we know, is working with Bray Wyatt. Same thing. Horsey says, private sale or he makes the company private. We don't really know the full details, unfortunately. Horsey, don't worry about the comments. Don't worry about the comments, Horsey. This is how the show generally works. You'll be fully aware of this, but this is an opportunity to say to other people as well. So at the moment we have... I thought I saw Michelle McCool when Pat McAfee made his entrance. I thought I saw Michelle McCool. Anyway, so at the moment we have 31 viewers, 57 likes. Every like encourages YouTube to advertise our show to more people, and that encourages the possibility of more people coming in, more people chatting, liking, subscribing, etc. We also have chat rate, which at the moment is 4. Now that's the regularity of chat. The more people are chatting, the more people are engaging, the more the chat rate goes up, and of course, the more YouTube is convinced to advertise the show to anyone outside who may decide to check it out. So, you can very easily really significantly boost my chances of finding new subscribers just by talking to me. Literally, just by talking to me. There's another few options we have, so let's use one. Let's use one of the other options that we have. Who will leave the Royal Rumble as Raw Women's Champion? I'm going to make a poll. Bianca Belair, Alexa Bliss. Let's make a poll on the YouTube side that will tell YouTube that we're getting more engagement, that people are enjoying the show, and that it should advertise. There is a reason right after the Royal Rumble match finished, we got a rush of extra viewers. Because after the match finished, people checked back in, started chatting, and before you knew it, more people were arriving. Stuart Ridley says you might find he meant to land where he did, so he doesn't kill Knight. He was essentially flying blind. Yeah. Got you, horsey. FBM says, dang it, does that mean Michelle McCool isn't in the Rumble? It does mean Michelle McCool isn't in the Rumble, also it might not. Andy Barr says, I want McCool in 2K. Same. I imagine she will be, to be fair. I mean, you'll have some legends involved. Kervin says, how was the Bray versus LA Knight match? Not bad. Not memorable. Not memorable at all. But not bad. Like, I'm not annoyed by it. Bill says they'll buy you a ticket, you can do a show from the O2. I don't think I can, mate. I really don't think I can. Hector says the Alexa fan in me wants her to win this match, but the realist in me knows Bianca is retaining. A real dilemma. I do see this match going the distance. A lot of good to come. Lot of good to come in this one. They are listing all of Alexa Bliss's accomplishments, and you really do have to stop and just sort of respect it. It is a wonderful selection of achievements, and very well earned. At the moment, I'm not sure whether she's face or heel. I don't really feel they've really defined it all that much, which is kind of a shame, but at the same time, it does make it easier to root for her if you choose to. There are a number of people in WWE who the company simply believe are big. Too big, in fact, to really be defined by the face-heel dynamic. The idea of being a face or a heel is just something else to get you over. Once you're over, they don't really care. So Alexa Bliss is very much in that category. Horsey says, I say the same on my live streams now, thanks to you, Tom. I appreciate that, Horsey. I try my best. There's a lot that you can say which really encourages the growth of a channel just by suggesting to people, oh, here's how. Because I don't think it's a lot to ask someone to say, hey, chat a bit. Chat to each other, ask questions. It means I've got something to talk about, even if like the show is not itself very exciting. I can always talk to you guys. I've always got something to comment on. I've always got something to compare with and make polls and ideas like that. I mean, Megan just talked about a poll, and that's basically how I got started on it. So I says, a question for you, Tom. I understand putting the men's rumble ahead of the title match suggests a big angle to close, but does the men going before the women suggest something big in their match too? Not necessarily. I think the idea is the top match where the biggest thing happens goes last. The second match, as in where the second biggest thing happens, goes first. If you're not last, be first, and if you're not first, be last. So the top two matches are always the beginning and the end. If you think of SummerSlam, for example, they opened with Bianca Belair versus Becky Lynch when Damage Control debuted. Always make sure you're either first or last. We are currently on 1,946 views. The show is going very, very well. Not only that, but the subscriber number continues to grow. We have hit 2,080 during this show, which is a new record for the channel. You guys will remember when we just hit 2,000, now we're about 80 higher. We could potentially, if we keep going, get up to a point of about 2,100 before the end of the month. We'll see how that goes. We do have a Raw watch party coming, after all. Traffic says, I do think the Women's Rumble is going to be great, though. I legit have no clue who's going to win. I also think maybe the fact that we all kind of knew who was going to win with Cody. They expected people to sort of react badly to Sami Zayn not being in the Rumble, which, let's be fair, there was a bit of restlessness about it. So it's one of those at this point in time where it's very difficult to work out their thinking until we get to the last match and see, you know, what does make Texas happy. Horsey says, I know what you mean on the wrestling YouTube community. The football one is very similar. Very, very competitive and infighting, sadly. There is definitely some infighting that I've found, but not necessarily on the YouTube side. It's mostly Twitter in the wrestling side. Twitter is responsible for a lot of infighting, backbiting, and little wars. Little unnecessary wars. Bad landing there from Alexa. She She didn't go flat, she went feet first, and that's just not working for her. Another moonsault there from Bianca. She's keeping the pace very high. Both women showing off their athleticism in this one. Sean says, Alexa will never get respect, Tom. Disagreed. She gets plenty of it, just not from certain people. And she gets blamed a lot. I don't think she'll get respect even when she goes into Hall of Fame. Once again, mate, I think if we continue to respect her, after all, as I've said many times, we are the most well-informed chat in wrestling. So if we respect people worthy of our respect, like Alexa Bliss, maybe, just maybe, people will follow our example. That's kind of what I try to do with this channel. Just set a good enough example that people are invested in what we do here, and that maybe people follow along. Bliss with the DDT, for a while that was her finisher. That's not going to beat Bianca. She's watching the ref. It's never going to be enough to beat Bianca Belair. If anything, the Sister Abigail will be the one she needs to pull out. Speaking of pulling out, Wolf Gamer says, Sheamus tweeted, the Banger Bros are dead. Long live the Banger Bros. Gunter, the ring general, has put an end to the Banger. Really, they need to go full British with it and just call themselves Bangers and Mash. Horsey says, are we expecting any Hall of Fame announcements tonight? They put the list together now. I would expect we're going to hear the first one very soon. Tonight would be the night, really, ideally, to get stuck in on it. Wow. Aside talking about the football communities, people are finding a lot of infighting and very competitive. Says, I've run one of those football communities online and had to bin it. The police were involved more than once. That's terrifying. KOD, that should be the finish. Alexa Bliss loses clean. Again, a short match. Potentially there's another angle coming directly afterwards, much like we had with the last one. The match was okay. She did go for the Sister Abigail. It did cost her in the end. The pace was good. There was good athleticism, though once again, this is not going to live long in the memory. The match was okay. Sai, speaking as someone who is intending eventually to launch a Colohue football when I can actually go full time with this, that's terrifying. Terrifying. Justin Check says Alexa is a Hall of Famer. Definitely. Here we go. We are getting another post-match angle. The playground for Alexa. Lexi's playground. Great. Eric, I think Ali wasn't in the Rumble because he simply wasn't a big enough name and they weren't very interested. So the idea here is that the previous Alexa Bliss is calling out for her. Uncle Howdy was directing her previously, not Bray Wyatt. And Uncle Howdy wants her back. It does feel like we're just going backwards. Essentially, she'd be Uncle Howdy's pet. I don't like it. I don't want it. That's all I can really say on that one. I just don't. Justin Checker says, mid. We have an Applebee's commercial including Seth Rollins and Becky Lynch. This is a very strange commercial. They are firmly in character, though I think Seth is more in character than Becky. I do like that they're ending on Becky Lynch's theme. She is the biggest star after all at this point. Horsey says, tell me, and my channel is only just over 1k. Thing is, some have 1.5 million subs, so it's super competitive. SBM says, surprise, no Bray Wyatt spooky stuff. There was Bray Wyatt spooky stuff, let's be fair. Sai says, I believe they need to make time for whatever mini concert they're putting on as well. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Horsey says, I can help you, mate, if you do, and guide you. Always happy to help with roads and contacts for correct people. Would appreciate that, but much like I've done with this particular channel, I want to start from the ground up. There's plenty of people here who enjoy football, who would sort of help go over, as it were, to the other side, but I just want to start from the ground up and honestly do it myself. I'm not particularly fancy, but it's one of those. I've made plenty of money for other people in my life, and I got sick of it. Nowadays, I'd like to make the money and maybe hire people, work with people, and so on and so forth. That works for me. Eric, I don't think it's necessarily screw Ali time. It's just that they haven't been able to give him a storyline that they both agree is working. Horsey says, are we in a time loop with Alexa? We seem to be. It's a lot of the same. Sai says, there's a lot more to the police stories. One I can tell you on here, but I'll fill you in someday. Ugly. Yeah, sounds it. Colton is excited, saying, Uncle Howdy, baby. He did a fly. He did a fly. Sean says, I wonder if Alexa had to ask to use a DDT, since many wrestlers use it even as finishers. Well, to be fair, she's been using the DDT since 2016, so not necessarily. Bailey was not a fan, said that was a weak match. Hector says the Women's Rumble next. Yes, apparently the Women's Rumble will be the next one up. And then we are heading into a main event of Roman Reigns versus Kevin Owens. I am very much wondering if Texas will come alive after the end of that one. The focus at the moment is on Judgment Day. And of course Rhea Ripley, particularly with her relationship with Dominic. The story of Judgment Day is very much Dominic and Rhea and then the other guys. They look great together, but they don't really represent that much of a threat outside of Dominic and Rhea. He's doing such good work though, Dom. He's playing the character beautifully. I have absolutely no complaints. He's just doing magnificent work. He's doing the Lord's work. We've seen Edge and Beth Phoenix return. We're about to get to a Women's Royal Rumble where Rhea Ripley is the favourite to win. Will Beth Phoenix be involved in that one? We'll have to wait and see. But the fact that she's already been involved sort of suggests no. Sort of suggests no. The power of the Americas, says Michael Cole. That's a line. Okay, so I've got the number now, the 51,338. That's a good number. Very good number. Sean says, make mixed tag titles and give them to Rhea and Dominic. There are, to be fair, quite a few factions where that would actually help them. It would have been like a bad shout a couple of years ago, but nowadays you could have Santos Escobar and Zelina Vega competing for them, as an example. You could have B-Fab and Ashanti the Adonis. You've got lots of options. It is indeed the Women's Royal Rumble match up next. Time for Irvin announcing. Again, it's a 90-second split, which means the pace is going to be real high again. Of course, the 90 seconds is just a guideline. In reality, Kevin Dunn is backstage just sort of agreeing or disagreeing and going, yeah, that works. Just making it up as soon as, okay, the angle's been done. Let's go, guys. The angle's done. Next person. The angle's done. Next person. Number 1 is Rhea Ripley. I don't fancy her chances. She briefly held her ribs to sell the damage from Beth Phoenix. No backup at ringside, surprises me. Personally, I'd have had her bring Dominic down. Colin said, I told you it's Bray Day. I mean, you were right. Horsey says, no worries, mate. Always happy to be a guest for you if and when down the road, which I'd be down for. It's all free for me, mate. I do it for love. So I said, quick reminder for anyone hanging around after that. Nick Barbati is doing a live post show on his YouTube channel. I think Tom is signposting when he's done. I am indeed. As I begin to wrap up, I'll be redirecting everyone in this show to Nick's show. I do hope people are willing to stick around and give Nick a chance. I work with him for Nick and Tom's Intercontinental Adventure, and it is a great time. I do suggest people stick around and check out his work. Sai has previously posted a link to his channel. I've actually lost track of it, but Sai, if you don't mind, please just post another one, just so that people know where they can find Nick's work. I do apologise. I should have kept track of it earlier. Also says you're doing both nights for Mania, Tom, as power to you on that one and your lack of sleep. Yes, I will be doing both nights of WrestleMania, as well as a SmackDown watch party and a Raw watch party. So I'll be doing 4 nights in a row of watch parties. It is not the most I've ever done. The record for watch parties was 9 days in a row. Rhea Ripley and Liv Morgan are starting the Royal Rumble. Also says one bad thing on Triple H, the women's tag titles have literally gone. He really focused on them pretty hard to start with. They have vanished a little bit since though, as has a lot of women's matches in general. SBM is excited for the women's Royal Rumble. Thomas says I don't think Rhea's winning this. I honestly think we get a surprise winner. Pardon me. Peter says I do miss Lillian singing the national anthem at the start, but hey ho. I believe primarily that was just a WrestleMania thing. Tommy says Liv, and he's absolutely right. SBM thinks Rhea is still winning. Thank you, Si. I appreciate that. Justin says, phew, good to get Liv as the top 2. And also he says Rhea versus Beth at Mania for me, with her being 1. I agree on that one. Particularly with how Gunter did earlier, I don't see 2 people in the same night going from 1 all the way to the final. Sean says, I used to get offended when people talked about Alexa having bad matches. I stopped because it's pointless to argue and everyone has opinions. They do. And we're very open to different opinions here in this chat. Wiggly says, I met Rhea in Cardiff. She was really friendly. Was it for the NXT UK takeover? Because I was there for that, running media. I also met Rhea. She really is lovely. Oh, Yuri the Bunny. I did not realise. So we start with Rhea and Liv. This time last year they were looking at being a tag team. Clash. Thank you, Wiggly. Ripley dominating early, Liv fighting as the underdog. We'll see how that works out for her long term. Probably not going to work out great. Stuart says that's how Triple H works, rotates things in and out. Okay. In the first few parts of the Royal Rumble match, you always get some actual wrestling. It's quite nice to see, to be fair. A bit refreshing. You usually start with a ring general. I don't think either of these two really fit the bill that they go for when it comes to ring general. So expect someone in the next feud to be a Charlotte, a Natalya, someone with a bit more experience and a bit more age behind them going into the ring. Just to lead the play and track everything the same way that Drew McIntyre does. Dana Brooke is not the one. We don't see a lot of Dana Brooke anymore, do we? Horsey says Zelina in Final 4. My guess, yes, wild card. We'll see how it plays out. I think there's a lot of people on the roster who should be in, but maybe who haven't necessarily been in that many wrestling matches recently. I'll look at someone, for example, Scarlett, BFAB, Valhalla. Women on the roster who just haven't been heavily featured. We didn't see anyone from NXT in the men's Rumble. We didn't really see many surprises either. Booker T, Logan Paul, that's kind of it. My concern with Dana Brooke, they've just said on the commentary that she's been in every single Royal Rumble. Every single Royal Rumble, she does the exact same thing. She does a flip into the corner and the elbow. Then she turns around and does a flip into the corner and the elbow. After that, she doesn't do anything. She needs to vary her offense. At least that's a hip toss, mate. She needs to vary her offense at least a little bit just to make it a bit more interesting. The WWE teasing that Dana Brooke will eliminate Liv Morgan, that doesn't make much sense. Liv, for me, is more likely to be the Iron Woman here, of the people in the ring. She has the underdog story. She's trying to make people believe. I'm confident she will succeed at it. Dana Brooke has a few welts on her back already. Superplex. Okay, well, let's talk about varying offense. Superplex is certainly a good start. Fourth up is Emma. Still not necessarily a ring general, but certainly someone with the experience required, so she could fit the bill nicely. Michael Cole cluing us into the fact that we haven't really seen Emma in a Royal Rumble yet because she just left before. What the hell was that from Dana Brooke? Rhea Ripley was not happy there. Something went very wrong there and Rhea's not happy. Rhea's being thrown around right now. She needs to find her balance again. Horsey says, I'm surprised nobody's mentioned Sasha so far in the chat. Give it time, Horsey, give it time. I'm sure there's a few of us who are definitely... She did the flip thing again. She did the flip thing again. Everyone at this point just beating up Rhea Ripley. What is happening here? Tommy B says, Rhea not happy with what Dana did. The reversal was a bad call. Rhea Ripley was supposed to be up to meet Emma. That was very, very clear. Hector says, here's my prediction for a swerve that won't happen, but have Liv win and challenge Bianca. Yeah, sorry, mate. Sean says, I think Alexa is very talented, good in the ring and on the mic. I know everyone will have different opinions, and that's fine. Number 5 is Shayna Baszler. Here's our ring general. She's definitely going to last on this one. I would be very surprised if Shayna Baszler doesn't last very long. Sean says, Dana is mostly on main event, facing NXT talents like Kiana Fallon. And Sean says, see if the reports are true about Indy, Zoe and Roxanne are there. They may be there, that doesn't necessarily mean they're getting involved, but if you've got spoiler warning, you may already know more than I am letting on. Traffic says, don't piss mommy off, Dana. Shayna Baszler and Rhea Ripley meeting back up in a Royal Rumble. Liv Morgan trying to get involved. Personally, I wouldn't. Maybe just don't. Like, she's doing okay, but maybe just don't. Sai says, if Rhea is in this for the long haul tonight, then we may have a problem. We may. After all, did they not talk about, well, get people really hyped for Rhea to be in the men's Royal Rumble, and she just didn't. She is angry right now. She is kneeling near the corner, holding on to her temper for oh wow, she's just shaking her head at the referee. She's not happy. That's a lot of blood. I think the referee asked if they could make a change and Rhea said absolutely not. Okay, there's our ring general. I stand corrected. There's our ring general. Bayley entering from number 6, which is the earliest she has entered a Royal Rumble. Historically, Bayley enters in the late 20s. Now, my prediction is Bayley. I think she's got everything we really need here. And Bayley versus Charlotte Flair is at least still fresh enough for me. Oh, Bayley has immediately been hit by Liv Morgan's finisher. This is my prediction. This is not good. This isn't good. Stay in. Stay in. The first WWE Ultra Star. You mean Becky Lynch there? Like, Bayley's... It's Becky Lynch. Hector says, if they decide to not pull the trigger on the Shayna Ronda tag team title match at Mania, maybe have the final 4 involve Shayna and Ronda, have Shayna toss Ronda and set them up for a one-on-one match. Ronda several times has asked to work with Shayna, primarily as a tag team. B-Fab next in, representing Hit Row. We are moving at a decent pace so far, as expected. This is the only sign, the only time we'll see Hit Row being top dollar and Ashanti the Adonis tonight, representing B-Fab. And honestly, I really like that the factions are there to represent the singles wrestlers who are getting involved. I just really like that everyone's backup turns up, at least at the top of the ramp, to represent them and say, you know, off you go. I won't lie, I'm keeping my eye on Rhea Ripley. B-Fab hitting a nice couple of moves there. Looking smooth. That I say that and then that kick happened. The Rhea Ripley headbutt never gets old. How does she look so much better now that she's covered in blood as well? B-Fab's gone. She hit all of her offense already. Oh, Rhea. Oh, Rhea. How are you so good? This... Oh. I can't help but love everything that Rhea Ripley does. But yeah, she's not good. That said, if she gets the win from this... If she gets the win with her nose broken like that... How happy is she going to be? Because she'd be fully deserving of it. Roxanne Perez is making her entrance. I did confirm the report from Fightful that she was going to be involved. She's the NXT Women's Champion. She's the one who beat Mandy Rose. And can I just say, the WWE could not have higher hopes and higher expectations for Roxanne Perez. They really think she has everything it takes to be a top women's champion for years to come. And that's the plan to make it happen. Ross says, damn, Bayley at 6, not looking good for my pick. Peter says, referee still chatting to Rhea, Sai saying her nose is broken, I'm sure. Horsey says, my pick is Lacey, with all the build-up promos. Tommy B says, NXT's first Rumble entrance. Stuart says, Roxanne. Eric is asking, how did she get bloody? Something went wrong with Dana Brooke. Peter says, holding her ribs. Yes, it looks like she's been hit by several things at once, to be fair. At the moment, Shayna Baszler's kind of just keeping her down. The referee's talking to her again. Something needs to happen here. If she was booked to win, I don't think she will be by the end of it. Dakota Kai. Oh. Sorry. It was the way she threw the championship down and then charged. Like, she's ready for a fight. Bayley was taking a beating. Now Dakota Kai is there to back her up. Very colourful gear. Really quite enjoying it. One of her stocking straps has already been released. Roxanne Perez just getting destroyed by Dakota Kai. Everything is wonderful that Dakota Kai does. She's checking in with Bayley and took her eyes off the ball, and then Dana Brooke kicked Bayley in the gut. Io Sky next. Sai says, if she wins the Rumble with a bloody and broken nose, that's her Becky Lynch man moment. You are absolutely correct on that one. Absolutely. The ring is starting to fill up much as it did in the first Rumble. This is going to be an awkward one because there aren't really obvious ring clearers other than people like Rhea Ripley, Shayna Baszler. Maybe Charlotte, but she's a champion, so it's unlikely we'll see her. Number 10 is Io Sky. Not really a surprise there. Bayley, it looks like the nose break came as a result of something Dana Brooke did. Sean says, I hate when Shayna does that stomp to the arm. I fear it's going to break their arm. It isn't. That's absolutely perfectly safe. Hector says if they decide to not pull the trigger on the Shayna Ronda tag team title match at Mania, then maybe have the fan. I've already read that one. Sorry, guys. Sean says, who has a better headbutt, Rhea or Saraya? I haven't really seen much of Saraya doing so. Sean says, hardly a reaction for Roxanne even in her home state. I wonder if that won't sit well with WWE. It'll be fine. The WWE don't expect her to get a reaction. This is about introducing her so that in future she'll get a reaction. All 3 members of Damage Control are in the ring now, which should put them in a very dominant position. They just need to eliminate a couple of people. They've not quite managed to eliminate Emma. People need to start working together, or Damage Control will take over this one. Dana Brooke's gone. First one out. Horsey says Becky could clear, I guess. True, Becky Lynch would be a good call. And Tommy says Io Sky's awesome. Eric says, when do you think we get BFAB in a proper match? The WWE so far are tracking her progress. They don't think she's ready for more than a 1-minute match. Limited offense, limited capability as a ring general. Roxanne Perez tried to eliminate Dakota Kai there. If she'd managed it, it would have very much evened the odds. Rhea's back up. Shayna's sat in the corner just sort of waiting for her moment. Shayna Baszler has history for this. She does like to sort of wait patiently for her moment. Roxanne Perez did not last very long in the match at all. Teamwork from Damage Control removing her. Naturally, this is a big build of heel heat on Damage Control. Becky Lynch is a good shout to potentially clear him up. Asuka would be even better, I feel. Here comes Natalya. She has been cleared over the past week or so. A new look from Natalya as well. So Natalya was able to get the nose fixed easily enough, and they've just been waiting for the right time to bring her back. Against Shayna Baszler in a Royal Rumble seems like a perfect moment. Sai says, if I'm Dana Brooke, I'm at the airport in about 10 minutes. She may be in trouble now, gotta be honest, guys. Horsey says, did you see the Bellas having a pop at WWE? Yes, and I think it was fair. Tommy says, I bet Dana ran to the back and packed up her things and got out of town fast. Let's not overplay this, guys. It's very possible that what will happen is after Rhea is eliminated or wins the match, she comes back, Dana Brooke apologises, and we all move on with our lives. Hector says, I have a feeling we'll be seeing Bron Breakker and Roxanne Perez in a prominent way come next year's Mania. We will. Sean says, quite rightly, Natalya, another ring general. Yep, someone to take charge of the match and call the audible. In fact, I'd say Natalya probably outranks Bayley in that regard. In the men's match, Sheamus would have been the ring general for most of it, hence why he was in it for so long until Seth Rollins came in and then he would have taken over. Seth outranks Sheamus. Damage Control is still in a good position, though Rhea Ripley is fighting out of the corner, basically as a way of saying go away. You may have noticed that there is a referee literally hovering beside Rhea Ripley, refusing to step away. Candice LeRae is in as number 12. We seem to have a bit of a lull at the moment. The fact that we already have all of Damage Control certainly won't be raising much excitement for the match. We already have a number of stars in there: Rhea Ripley, Bayley naturally, Shayna Baszler, Liv Morgan. Outside of that, there's not much for the crowd to really get their teeth into so far. Dakota Kai is very talented. You guys know I'm a big fan, but she's not fully established as of yet and very nearly went out there. That was a good little play. Shayna Baszler starting to look a little bit more dangerous here. Hector says, I really hope they find something for Candice to do in the future. Her indie work is phenomenal and she can definitely go in the ring if given the chance. Bayley saying Candice LeRae still gets no crowd attention. She has not really had any storylines to sink her teeth into. She's had nothing to really play with, so it's difficult to really say that there's a reason for anyone to cheer. Why would anyone cheer when the WWE haven't given us a reason themselves? Natalya versus Shayna happening in the middle of a Royal Rumble. I'm down for it. Peter says, I think Rhea is genuinely injured. I do as well. She's checking her... I think she might be concussed. I genuinely think she might be concussed here. Traffic says, I wonder if Beth Phoenix was scheduled to come back out, if that's cancelled now. No, if that was scheduled, then what they'll do is they'll bring her out earlier. They'll bring her out earlier to eliminate Rhea. They'll just swap someone over. And Bayley will get the message basically from someone coming in. Call an audible, make it up as you go along, make it work. That's why they have the ring generals. Zoe Stark next out. Early numbers for our NXT talent. Very early numbers. Andy says, put Candice and Indy back together and go for the titles. And Peter says, as regards Rhea, holding her back now. Shayna was sort of shielding her. No, Sean, we cannot call Candice another ring general. The WWE have their own methods for track. Rhea needs to get out of the ring. Rhea needs to get out of the ring. Something is seriously wrong there. Zoe Stark is showing off. Rhea Ripley seems to know what her spot is. She's not wearing her... She's not wearing the same facial expressions that you'd expect of Rhea. That's not going to help. That's not going to help. See, she's aware enough to know what her spots are. So it might genuinely be that she's just waiting in the wings. But she's not. She's not in a good spot. We're nearly halfway through. Wiggly wants to see Xia Li. I'd imagine she'll be in this. Oh, in fact, here she is. Number 14, nearly halfway through. Xia Li in full attire for once. You don't often get to see that. Lately she's been in hoodies. Lots of hoodies. Yeah, it's good timing there, Wiggly, wasn't it? Someone tried to snatch her staff, which is just rude. I can't tell if Rhea Ripley's showing or not. Like, she made herself clear, very open in the middle of the ring there. I can't tell if she's actually showing for the offense. Hector says, is there a chance that the refs on the outside have direct communication with Triple H at Gorilla for moments like these, or no? They do. They actively do. They'll be actively communicating at all times. They have earpieces, and a couple of them are in charge of basically making emergency decisions in case of emergency. Typically, the person who makes that decision, by the way, is Michael Cole, who is able to say, hi guys, we're calling the audible, we're getting her out. Triple H, just so you know, she's gone now. He's trusted to do so. Typically, it's Michael Cole, not always. I agree, Bayley. It's not good. Rhea's holding her head. At this point, the big question is regards whether Bayley can make that call. I don't think necessarily she can. Candice LeRae gets triple teamed and she is out as well. Damage Control are well and truly dominating this match so far. It definitely feels like Becky Lynch is going to have to break them up. We're halfway through the match. This seems like an ideal time for someone like Becky, but there are still 4 people in the ring against Damage Control. It's Becky. The giveaway was that Damage Control weren't looking. Well, she looks fierce. Wiggly says, can't they just pull Rhea out if she's injured? Just make an announcement she can't continue due to injury? They could, yes. They'd rather eliminate her. Wiggly says, Becky is here. Again, new attire. Looks fantastic. I like the little head bob. I think it's very clear that they're building towards a Becky Bayley feud here, like a full-time one. Give me that WrestleMania match. You know I want it. You know I've been talking about it for a while. Sean says halfway through, no Naomi yet. Nope. After all, she hasn't been announced. Becky's actually just laying into Bayley here. Bayley's good for it, but still. Mixed response there. This may have something to do with the fact that Becky is the favourite to win the Rumble. If that's the case, we definitely wouldn't get Becky versus Bayley for WrestleMania. But at this point, we wouldn't get Becky versus Ronda at least. Becky's getting battered on the outside. I'd imagine this is going to be a table spot. And then a let's ignore her for 5 or 6 entries. Oh, into the barricade. The triple team. Suggests Becky needs backup. Again, where's Asuka? Table spot. Becky over the table onto the mess left behind by the Mountain Dew Pitch Black match. She'll stay there for a little while. They'll kind of forget about her. Then she'll slip back in a while. Another entry about to come in and distract Damage Control again. Who have we got? Oh, Tegan Nox. Took me a moment there. Now, I believe Tegan Nox had a tag team partner in the ring. She does indeed. So having Tegan Nox and Liv Morgan in there at the same time, we can sort of level up against Damage Control. We start to look a bit more competitive. Omega just shouts, the winner. Which is not impossible, but it's very unlikely. Very unlikely. Tegan Nox goes for Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley is still showing for offense, but afterwards she's just laying down again. Also, he says someone has to call an audible here. Tommy says, I hope Rhea is okay. She was out for a while, not that long ago. Peter says Bayley just spoke with the ref. You do spot stuff like that. I certainly think the more time you spend in streams with me, the more you start to notice this stuff. Like, I keep apologising because now everyone will see that when people are looking at the referee, they're about to kick out. So I said this is either being done very well to cover Rhea being a clear favourite, or someone's going to have to make some pretty swift rebooking decisions. If she's concussed, they need to get her out. I agree. Just like work it out. Make it work. Traffic says all these women out by number 15. Women's division is really stacked. Yes, it is. It's certainly a big improvement. Justin Check is happy, just going yes. And SBM says I'm not able to enjoy because I can tell Rhea is injured and I can't help but focus on her. She is laying separate from everyone else. The referee stopped hovering around her. Big response. Who have we got? Asuka. Becky and Bayley are still in the match. Interesting with Asuka. New Kabuki mask. New gear as well. Much more animated than usual. There is definitely a very different Asuka that we're seeing. So Asuka will definitely be backing up Becky Lynch against Damage Control. I'm very interested to see what is underneath the mask. Tommy says, Asuka, let's go. Hello, Asuka. She looks very happy. She looks absolutely thrilled. The ring has frozen. Now, if they want to treat this like a bit... Oh, the pace... I don't think she was particularly happy when she left. Much higher pace than normal from Asuka. Bayley in the ring now. Easy dodge. Thomas just said twisted Asuka. Wiggly's just extremely happy. Sean says, Asuka with a new theme. Wolfgang says, oh my. Wiggly says, what is this? And Sean is asking, is this shades of Kana? It's clear reference to Kana, though I do feel the character will be very, very different. Io Sky has rolled in the ring, by the way, just ready to be popping up. The crowd are real hot for this version of Asuka. Hector says, a reinvention of Asuka, I'm here for it all the way. Wiggly, though, not sure on the face paint. Not sure on the face paint. Asuka in a position here to eliminate Bayley. Asuka, by the way, this particular version, we could get a rematch between this Asuka and Charlotte Flair at WrestleMania, and I think we'd get a very different result. That was not a kick. They did not do that one well. Oh, Wiggly just doesn't like the reinvention. Okay. Eric is loving the face paint. Andy Barr got goosebumps. Wow, Corey Graves. Tegan Nox eliminated by Asuka. As Thomas Phipps says, could Asuka win this to get revenge on Charlotte? I certainly think that is a possibility. Piper Niven is out next. Know that she is called Piper Niven. Do drop no more. I'm seeing heel face. As in, her face is heel. Justin Check says Tegan could have done better. Well, Tommy is excited to see that Piper Niven has her name back. This Royal Rumble is starting to feel like a bit of a factory reset for the women's division. And that is not a bad thing. In fact, let's get that out there. This women's... Nope, that's not how you spell any of that. This women's Royal Rumble match is starting to feel like a bit of a factory reset for both women's divisions. That's not how you spell divisions. I'm terrible at this. Especially with the Piper, Niven and Asuka changes. Long overdue. And could be the best move Triple H has made in a while. Piper Niven at this point is clearly being made to look dominant. Becky Lynch is still in the match. She's on the outside. We're supposed to forget about her a little bit. Asuka sort of vanished a little bit. Tamina is on the way down for number 19. Wiggly says, I said the other day I squeal like a schoolboy, but I'm just shocked. Megan said she got her name back. Bailey says, yeah. Wiggly says, Doudrop is back. She isn't, though. Corey, welcome, says, hey everyone, happy Rumble Day. What a show this has been. Great show so far, absolutely. Wiggly says, what happened to Asuka? I'm in shock. Oh, now you want the old Asuka back. You what? You were what asking for this, mate? You were asking for a change. You want the old Asuka back? The old Asuka wasn't getting booked for anything. Hector says, Tom, did you watch any of Asuka's work in Japan or no? Was there any difference as far as in-ring goes? Higher pace, strong style, and, more importantly, she beat up Minoru Suzuki, Murder Grandpa, on several occasions, and he let her because he was scared of her. I don't feel I need to further clarify that. She was permitted by Murder Grandpa to beat the ever-living hell out of him, and he didn't fight back because he was scared. What more do I need to tell you? Thomas says, Tom, how could you? You told me she would still be Doudrop. I did say that. I did indeed. Ross says, Piper, Niven. Eric says, Piper, no Doudrop. Tommy says, Piper's had good matches in NXT UK. She has indeed. And Stuart says, looking for a ring clearer. Here's 2 in a row. Becky Lynch has now returned after, what, 3 more people joined? The match has now turned firmly against Damage Control, particularly with the arrival of Asuka, Piper Niven, and the return of Becky Lynch. Chelsea Green is making her entrance. She has a hat exactly like Alicia Fox in that Royal Rumble that we don't talk about. Okay, so Chelsea Green's back. Now do something with her, which is actually interesting. That's always been the problem here. Do something that's actually interesting. Taking a long time to get to the ring. Just a long time. Nobody in the ring seems to much care. I haven't seen Rhea Ripley in a while, guys. Oh, there she is. She has immediately eliminated Chelsea Green. So she knows her spots. She's leaning heavily on the ring there. Oh, wasn't Matt Cardona supposed to come back, by the way? Weren't we supposed to see good old-fashioned Zack Ryder? Where was he? Dakota Kai is being thrown out by Becky Lynch. I'm not happy about that. Io Sky is in trouble. Io Sky has been thrown out by Becky Lynch. Becky Lynch has been thrown out by Bayley. Oh, there goes Bayley. Well, that's throwing the cat amongst the pigeons. A number of big names all eliminated. Becky, in fact, not in that match for very long at all. Logically, then, Rhea Ripley must be the one. Who else is there? Liv Morgan? Asuka again? I mean, I'm not against the idea of Asuka winning. I'm not against the idea of Liv Morgan winning either. Maybe Naomi does return. Either way, that's a big moment that's just happened. And we might get something very interesting in this one. So that certainly does suggest that WrestleMania will be Becky Lynch versus Bayley. It depends how Elimination Chamber turns out, of course, but I can see that going. Zelina Vega in at 21. Interesting attire. We are slowly starting to... Oh, she's going Street Fighter. That makes sense. She does like that. We are slowly starting to run out of known options, but we still haven't had much in the way of surprises. We have one more NXT entrant to my knowledge, but that's kind of all we've got. What do we got? Tommy says, welcome back Chelsea Green. Thomas says, could she be the leader of Toxic Attraction? I think I'd personally hate it, but I think most people would love it. Justin Check says, horrible way to do Chelsea. Yeah, but that's usually how they do Chelsea. I am starting to think oh, what is that, Sal? I am starting to think Rhea might be recovering. Yeah, at this point, you've kind of got to give it to Rhea. Stuart says, spoiler warning, Cardona incoming sooner or later, and he believes that Rhea wins. Thomas is asking about potential Naomi return. SBM says, what in the world just happened? I feel like you know something, Tom. I do not sit here and give out match results. You guys know this. You know when it comes to pay-per-views, I'm a little tease. You all know this. You all know this. Eric says, Liv has now beat 3/4 of the horsewomen if you count her throwing Bayley over. I do not. Jermaine says, well, Tom, they did. Chelsea broke one of the Bushwhackers records. She came and then threw out in 2 seconds. Yep, sounds about right. Sounds absolutely right. Zelina Vega's destroying everyone at the moment. Number 22 about to enter, I believe. It is Raquel Rodriguez. Also someone you have to consider as an option here. Raquel versus Charlotte could well be where they're headed. Of course, it's still not impossible that Charlotte herself enters the Royal Rumble to try and get to a unification match with Bianca Belair. Thomas says, I thought that Zelina was going to do a black mass. And Stuart says, Zelina showing off. Wolfgame just says, well, and Wiggler says, Chelsea Green gone, Bayley gone. Wolfgamer loves Zelina's outfit, and Sean says, I think we'll see Aaliyah or Carmella. I do, actually. I'm confident we'll see Aaliyah. I think we'll see Carmella. Beyond that, I can't really say too much because there's not much to say, unfortunately. I have high hopes, but low expectations. Raquel Rodriguez just destroyed Rhea Ripley. Zoe Stark has been in the match for a while, but she can't compete with Raquel Rodriguez. Asuka as well, getting thrown around by Raquel. Tour of the Islands. I know it's not, but I said it, so just embrace it. Zelina Vega chops her down from behind. I do quite like the attire for Zelina. I think she might be about to lose her wig. And we're already into the next person. Eric says, I love Zelina's Street Fighter cosplay. And Thomas says, I don't think face Raquel is working. She's much better as a heel. Who have we got coming next? Mitchin, so Mia Yim. This leaves us with 7 entrants to come. No real big names that I can think of. Ronda Rousey maybe, but she doesn't seem likely to be in the Rumble. Do we expect a big return? Do we see a Naomi? There, of course, all day has been talk of a New Japan return. Do we see Kairi Sane? We've got one more NXT entrant from what I can tell. That's one of the 7. I don't necessarily see a winner in this particular group. Unless, of course, it is, in fact, Rhea Ripley. Peter says, Rhea back to the ref. She may just be communicating, getting instructions. Basically acting as ring general alongside the ref. She's selling perfectly. Like, she has absolute focus for a couple of seconds and then she just loses it. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. So far, though, the surprise returns not really worked out. Booker T, brief. Cody Rhodes, obviously, picked up the win, but not a surprise. Edge, brief. Chelsea Green, real brief. Thomas says, out of those in the ring, then only Asuka and Rhea are believable winners. I agree. Raquel's a possibility, but I don't think she goes under as believable, given the context. Lacey Evans is next in. I don't see her as a potential winner. I could be wrong, of course. I do think she has the potential to be a ring clearer, but not when your move is the Cobra Clutch. Oh, they're already mocking her for the shoe thing. That's going to follow her around. Well, I've got a moment, guys. I'm currently on 59 likes. We have 34 viewers. So we are way ahead of viewers on likes, but if you're able to, and if you've not hit like yet, one more will get us to 60. I'd really appreciate it, so please do consider it. Liv Morgan is still in the ring, as of course is Rhea Ripley. First and second seem to be born survivors in both Royal Rumble matches so far. That seems to be what they're aiming for. Thank you, Orsi, appreciate that. There's number 60, thank you guys. Hector says the Women's Rumble isn't over yet. We're approaching 3 hours. Hang in there, Tom. You've got this. Thank you, guys. It is 4 a.m. here. It is 4 a.m. There's still the main event to come. 4 a.m., guys. 4 a.m. Thankfully, I'm hype. Because it certainly seems like something big is going to be happening in the main event. Or after the main event, I should say. If it ends up being Bray Wyatt, I'm not exactly infused, but we are where we are. Bailey says, what was the point of having Chelsea Green in there? To reintroduce her as a annoying heel to the division. She will continue to be an annoying heel going forwards. They just needed to say, here she is, here's what she is. Now, please carry on with your day. Michelle McCool. Now, guys, I told you she would be there, and you didn't believe me. You didn't believe me, did you? This is what you get for not believing me. I told you she'd be in. He immediately starts beating up Tamina. Michelle McCool, by the way, has a very good record in the Royal Rumble. Very good, in fact. It's not like she was going to be there to support The Undertaker. The Undertaker wasn't there. To be fair, The Undertaker actually is there, but he's backstage and we're not going to really talk about him. Zelina Vega... Oh. Her version of a Styles Clash is very much more aggressive. I know she calls it something different, but I wasn't watching during the time, so I don't know what she actually does call it. Jermaine says, if you go to build Lacey Evans up, this is how you do it. You have her win the Royal Rumble and take the title from Charlotte Flair. I do not see that happening. Thomas says, I get Michelle McCool vibes from Lacey. Well, at the same time, the alternative is potentially getting Lacey Evans vibes from Michelle McCool. Horsey says, that's weird from ringside to ring. She nearly fell off the barrier as well. Eric says, I hope they don't realign her with Stone. What, Michelle McCool? Nah? They're suggesting that Michelle McCool didn't know she'd be in the Rumble, and yet she was at ringside in wrestling gear, including wrestling boots. Still Nia Jax to come, by the way. Tamina's just been eliminated. Indy Hartwell next in. Number 26. That leaves us with 4. Just 4. Horsey says, is Vince backstage? Sorry, had to ask. I don't believe he is. I don't believe so. Willie wants Layla to come back. I don't think we should revisit in those storylines. I really don't. I'm surprised that Zoe Stark is having such a good showing when Roxanne Perez very much did not. I also wouldn't be too surprised if Indy Hartwell during this match has a visual of Dexter at some point. Hector says, Tom, as long as Lacey doesn't win and challenge Charlotte, because I don't want to be reminded of the long time they were in a feud. That did indeed happen, Wiggly. That did. Eric says, that means no Cora. Well, there are 4 more gaps. You never can tell. I don't think there's going to be a Cora. Nearly up to our 27th. This match has actually flown really quick. Gotcha, Horsey. Sonya Deville next. Kind of a pointless entry given that she literally does have a championship match on SmackDown, as they're saying on commentary. That said, it's Sonya Deville. She ain't pointless. Again, looks fantastic. Lots of new gear for the Royal Rumble. The women always show out. The men not so much. It's a bit disappointing. Horsey says Rhea is just down and down. Yes, but she's still kicking. What's she doing with her hands there? She's fixing her gear. Her strap has come off. She's trying to fix her gear and she's getting kicked at the time. I don't think she's happy with many people today. And I kind of don't blame her. Sonya Deville immediately boots Zoe Stark in the face, looking to get her out. And succeeds. Good vault there from Zoe Stark. Good vault. Sonya gloats, which is always a bad thing to do at a Royal Rumble. Looking for Raquel. I do feel Sonya Deville's one of those. You've got to give her a bit more to work with. She's very talented, and for some reason she's never been given an opportunity. Asuka getting a few kicks in. Sonya fighting back. This version of Asuka is already kind of normalised. I stand corrected. A little showing of what Sonya Deville and Asuka can do there. I like that. I like that very much. Rhea and Sonya, and in fact Doudrop, Piper Niven had a conversation there. Oh. Wait, Sonya, is that? I need a closer look at Sonya's face, particularly her left eyebrow. I don't know if it was makeup, but she had a big red smear on the left eyebrow. Lacey Evans destroying Zelina Vega. I think she might be going over the top. Nice and gentle. Or not. That was a rough landing. Good sell, Zelina. SBM says, I really think Rhea is going to win it. Would be the only reason to be in there that long. Eric is liking the yin and yang look from Sonya's gear. To be fair, Rhea was the favourite. Becky's already been eliminated. Bayley's already been eliminated. We're up to 28, and that's Shotzi. Of the people in the ring, Rhea's probably the only real option. There aren't many people who could get involved at this point. Pending something like a Naomi, a Sasha Banks, even a Kairi Sane, to be fair. It has to be. And I doubt it will be someone coming in at 13 winning, because we just had someone coming in at 13 winning. So maybe it will be a number one. Or maybe it'll be Liv Morgan. After all, she is still in this match as well. While I don't think there's many obvious winners here, there are some good candidates. Blue says, could Asuka win? I think that's a definite possibility. I think this version of Asuka would be very good to compete against Charlotte Flair in a rematch from WrestleMania 34. 5 years later, Asuka reborn, I could see it. SBM says this has been pretty vanilla. I can't disagree with that. Sonya Deville tries to eliminate Shotzi. I don't think she's got a cut. I think she's okay. I think I saw wrong. Sonya trying to eliminate Indy. Andy Barr suggests giving Michelle McCool one more run. Wouldn't hate it. Indy Hartwell eliminated by Sonya Deville. 2 eliminations for Sonya so far. She's doing okay. She tries to get involved in the action. She's supposed to turn around and face off with Raquel Rodriguez. Bailey says the referee is not moved from Rhea's corner. That's true. They are definitely discussing something. 29 is Nikki Cross. Hector says, imagine an all-women's diamond mine with Sonya, Ronda, Shayna and Ivy Nile. They'd beat the out of everyone. Wiggly suggests Naomi and Ronda, or Beth and Ronda, but here's Nikki Cross being one of them. Megan says, just saying I would have taken the tank all the way down. Me too. Would have driven it around like The Undertaker used to. Absolutely would have. Wiggly says, Nikki Cross, forgot about her. So did everybody else, mate. So did everybody else. She was a big deal going into the last pay-per-view. They've sort of only just remembered that she's there as an option at this point. After this, we still have the main event, which will be Roman Reigns versus Kevin Owens for the undisputed WWE Universal Championship. The suggestion seems to be that something big is going to be happening after that one. After that, we will do a brief wrap-up, and then we'll head on over to Nick Barbati's channel to support my friend and colleague there. But of course, it looks like it'll be another hour or so yet first. I mean, you've got to consider the amount of time required for Roman to walk down to the ring. We have one more entrant for this Women's Royal Rumble. Just the one more entrant. It is Nia Jax. And here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. And I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it. But I actually have to say it. Just very different. I don't want to say it. But I have to say it. There is all the potential in the world for Nia Jax to win this match. To go up against either Bianca or Charlotte Flair. There is all the potential in the world for that to happen. Everyone in the ring has stopped to focus on Nia Jax. Raquel Rodriguez, they're ready to stand up to it. But this immediately changes things for the Women's Royal Rumble. The crowd just seemed confused, but don't get me wrong. Nia Jax is the ultimate heel. There is a kind of confused pop. Just a confused pop from the crowd. Someone in this ring right now is going to win the Royal Rumble. Nia Jax is just getting destroyed. And she immediately throws everyone off. Sai says, they spoiled the number 30. Blockwatcher, welcome. And thank you very kindly for the subscription. Says, let's go, Nia. Nia is lining up against Raquel Rodriguez. If you want Raquel Rodriguez to win, then taking down Nia Jax would be a good shout for her. Andy Barr says, is this a Vince decision? Yeah. Yep. Justin says, God dang it, was going good. There's still the possibility that she's not going to win, but, you know how this goes. Liv Morgan is trying to bring the fight to Nia Jax. People are going to start getting eliminated soon, and it's not going to be fun for anyone. Traffic says, no, this is giving me Batista winning that one Rumble vibes. Please, no. She's taking a beating right now. Just move after move after move. Rhea's the one. Can't pick her up, can't pick her up. She's checking her nose. She doesn't want to try again. She just wants to beat her down at this point. Oh no, she does want to try again. Again, doesn't really... Rhea's hurt, guys. Rhea's hurt. She's also now just taken charge of the elimination of Nia Jax. Thomas says, only I could put bets on Sami and Naomi to win the Rumbles for neither of them to be in the match. Well, to be fair, mate, I did warn you. Sai says they botched that. Her graphics were everywhere before the clock even started, but please God, keep her away from the bloodline. She won't be anywhere near the bloodline. Kervin says, big surprise. Ross says they messed up the clock. Music went early. And Sai says, true to form, she's kicked Rhea in the nose. Andy Barr doesn't hate it. Nia Jax eliminated from the Royal Rumble. Rhea Ripley very nearly... Why are we not focused on Rhea Ripley right now? Hanging by a thread. We are very much waiting for a storyline to kick in. True, Thomas. True. Wiggly says, why is she here? You know why she's here. She's here to be a top-level heel, and you're going to see her probably in the Elimination Chamber. You know this. She always got very, very good heat, and that ain't going nowhere. Rodriguez trying to eliminate Lacey Evans. Looks like the storyline is starting to kick in. Lacey Evans eliminated by Raquel Rodriguez. They're definitely looking at Raquel Rodriguez as one of the heroes of this particular one. The Asuka rebirth hasn't quite hit as you'd expect. She's there, she's involved, but this is not the Asuka we were expecting. Raquel with a deadlift, looking for a powerbomb, didn't quite manage it. Asuka going for an armbar. I know it's a no submission match, but if you can break someone's arm, break their arm, you know? Horsey says, was hoping for a Mania match with Beth, but suppose could do a pay-per-view before Mania. They could, or in fact after, or in fact both. Double duty is not an impossibility. Christian will have to wait and see on that one. I doubt Nia Jax would get new gear made for a one-off match. Especially one that she was only in for seconds. Raquel taking a beating. Asuka and Sonya Deville on the apron. Bit by bit, we're eliminating people. And it's hard to work out who the big names are going to be after there's Sonya Deville gone. Asuka hanging onto the ropes, just trying to survive. Kevin says, how bad is WWE booking Asuka by she's still over no matter what? Well, to be fair, the rebirth is working for her. Michelle McCool eliminated. Again, they are slowly clearing the ring, bit by bit. And a lot of people are having big moments. Asuka just had a good one. Raquel had a good one. Rhea Ripley obviously had quite a good one. They are making it clear that we've got some big names in here and they're going to be treated as such. Mia Yim now eliminating Shotzi. Another one having a moment. Joey says, as regards Nia, it feels like Vince booking. It does, doesn't it? Wow. Power play from Piper Niven. Bit by bit, this ring is clearing. We're down to powerhouses and Liv. Thomas thinks Asuka might win it. There's a number of competitors. As I've said, Rhea Ripley is clearly the favourite and the obvious choice, I feel. But Piper Niven is back with force. Asuka is back with force. Raquel Rodriguez is Raquel Rodriguez. Nikki Cross is also there, but, you know, you do what you can. Let's not forget Liv Morgan, guys. Let's never forget Liv Morgan. Numbers 1 and 2, still involved. They are still involved. Rhea Ripley and Liv Morgan have now set a record as well. Whoever is eliminated first will be knocked off that record. Raquel Rodriguez eliminated Piper Niven. One more and we're at the final four. You can tell how excited the crowd are to have Rhea Ripley win by that reaction just there. Raquel Rodriguez is out. Horsey Carmella is due back whenever she wants to come back. It is very much up to her. So I said I don't rule out Liv, and nor should you. Rhea's trying to eliminate Asuka. The moment that Becky and Bayley went out, Rhea looked like the only option. Nikki Cross is trying to eliminate Asuka here. I can't imagine she's going to, but it doesn't look like there's any other ways it's going to go. Liv Morgan. Never count out Liv Morgan, guys. Our final three is Liv Morgan, Asuka, and Rhea Ripley. 3 former women's champions. So says Rhea and the whole Judgment Day are babyfacing themselves at this point. The crowd are really into this final 3, and I cannot blame them. I don't know. Honest to God, I don't know. I've got to say, they have nailed both Rumbles this year. Absolutely nailed them. Wiggly says, I meant the circumstances under which she left were pretty serious. Did a lot of very dodgy stuff. How did WWE think it was appropriate to bring her back? Well, to be fair, she was probably brought back by someone who left under some pretty serious circumstances and probably did a lot of pretty dodgy stuff. Again, the crowd want Ripley. The crowd really want Ripley. She does not look injured anymore, guys. She really doesn't. Liv Morgan and Rhea Ripley are on the apron. We still have Asuka in the ring. She's looking for Rhea. She has not got her. I think that's it for Asuka. All 3 women are on the apron now. Rhea Ripley's in the middle. That is a dangerous position to be in. Oh, Liv Morgan's got the blue mist. Asuka's out. Liv Morgan's still on the apron. Rhea survived there. Liv, you've got to get back in the ring. You've got to get back in the ring. Rhea really making a point there. Her previous feud of Asuka. Telling, oh, hang on, Liv Morgan, that's her finish. Rhea's surviving. Rhea's surviving. I think this is Rhea's match. Surely Liv can't get her this one. They wouldn't do a spot like this. Head scissor. Rhea Ripley wins. Good sell by Rhea Ripley. She looks ecstatic. Rhea Ripley spent most of that match with a bloody nose, holding her ribs, and at times having to stitch her gear back together. Doesn't matter. She is inescapable. It will be her year. Praise Mommy. Started from number 1, literally went all the way. And she gets her choice for WrestleMania, and I don't even know, and you know what? I don't even care. You know it's going to be great. You know it's going to be great. Eric said it's a star-making performance by Liv, even though she's already a star. No, I absolutely agree. Rhea in the end was the Iron Woman, but only just. Technically, they do still both share the record, and the blue mist spot was fantastic. Everything on that apron was great work. Horsey says it's actually deserved. Andy Barr says Rhea is winning the title. Blockwatcher says obvious, but deserved, which I think is fair. Traffic says another amazing finish. Eric says I hope Liv wins at Elimination Chamber. And Peter says time for another P. Thomas says very well deserved. She's going to win the big one on the biggest stage. Do you think if Rhea goes after Bianca, then Asuka will go after Charlotte? I hope so. I really do. That would, of course, leave us then with Becky Lynch versus Bayley, which I'm very happy with. And the Tag Team Championship match, including Damage Control, Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler. We got options all over the place. Guys, WrestleMania is shaping up to be a pretty good show. I do feel that Rhea Ripley was absolutely the right choice, and the crowd were really behind it as well. But now what? If the event had ended with Cody winning, it'd be very well remembered. If the event had ended with Rhea winning, it would be very well remembered. So what now? I don't think it ends with Roman Reigns beating Kevin Owens and the screen going dark. Especially not in Texas. Especially not in Texas. Thomas says, very well, I've already read that. No, I haven't. I have. Eric says, the disrespect she still has for Liv. That's Rhea. She's in character. Oh, look, it's Steve Austin. What's he doing on my screen? Horsey says, really don't like the CGI fireworks. Stuart said she comes out and picks both is my shout. You know what? I love that idea. I love it. She just wants both of you. And they have a two-fall triple threat match. Like the old school Eurocontinental Championship. First fall for the Raw Championship, second fall for the SmackDown Championship. I'd love it. Tommy says Gunter and Rhea did well starting at number 1 tonight. Indeed. Everyone got a bit of story. Except for Chelsea Green. Eric wants Liv to go after Charlotte. Sai says that was fascinating. An early scare. And you could see a number of conversations to work it out on live TV. If Rhea's off TV for medical protocol, they'll have some difficult questions to answer. They will indeed. Patrick Wendell mentions the arrival of Stone Cold there. Horsey says Austin has been working out hard as hell. He has? That's very true, and it's really showing. Thomas says, I think if those are your 4 women's matches at WrestleMania, we might have the best match card in terms of women's matches at WrestleMania. And Eric says, for a guy who hates Texas, KO's character loves to go. Well, to be fair, that's where he does good work. Hector says, Mami is your Royal Rumble winner. I'm ready to see Judgment Day's celebration. I really do think they will back her like that. They will really show out for her because, you know, they ride or die. Megan says, Rhea got it all. Winner, Iron Woman, and most eliminations. You want to make a star? Because they did it. Bailey says, good way to return Asuka as a genuine threat. She was right up there. Till the very end. She did seem like a real big deal. I don't know if she's a heel. I don't think she is. I just don't think she's particularly defined. We spoke about this earlier. Face and heel is just another way to get you over. And some people get beyond it. I thought we were seeing a Tommaso Ciampa thing, but we're actually seeing a Braun Strowman thing. Similar beards. Sean says, I bet Alexa was happy to see Nia back. Moxley says, thank you, Triple H, for making Rhea win. I do feel both of those decisions were the right ones. I really do. Jermaine says, Rhea Ripley could challenge Charlotte Flair and win the SmackDown title, and Dominic Mysterio beats Rey Mysterio and retires Rey. It just makes sense they'd go to SmackDown now. I have mentioned that earlier in the stream, my expectation that Judgment Day would go to SmackDown at this point. Stuart says, in fact, why stop at both? She may as well call out Roxanne and make it a fatal 4-way. She's not allowed to do that via the terms of the Royal Rumble win. Horsey says it's going to be Austin and The Rock at the end, and he can't wait for it. To be fair, if the press conference is supposed to be at 4:45, we only have 20 minutes left, and that's about the length of Roman's entrance. Jermaine says WWE can do Edge and Beth versus Rhea and Dominic at a Saudi show. They can do that at the Elimination Chamber, to be fair. They need to do something with Rhea. I certainly don't think Edge is winning anymore. Joey says, I'm glad Rhea won, but wasting the last spot on Nia made me sick. It was just supposed to be some cheap heat. I don't hate it, but I don't like it either. Thomas Phipps says, do you think Cody goes after both belts or just the WWE Championship? If he only gets one championship, it'll be the WWE Championship. If he gets the opportunity of both, he'll probably try and get both. Tommy B says, since Flair went after Rhea when Flair won the Rumble, will Rhea return the favour and go after Flair? I do think there are great options available. Bianca Belair is a match that we were expected to get around Money in the Bank time, and it didn't happen because of injury. I'd like to see more of it. I'd like to see more. Andy Barr says, is Nia Jax full-time? I don't know on that one. But as I say, I don't believe she would have made new gear and got new gear made, I should say, if not for the fact that she'd be coming back full-time. Joey says, Zero News posted a picture. Apparently The Rock's mum is at the show. The Rock's mother has been at several shows to back Nia Jax. So it may not be what you're expecting. The question is what comes next, and, kind of more importantly, what comes last. We have one more match to come. It is Roman Reigns versus Kevin Owens. Michael Cole was genuinely shocked that Pat McAfee was there, it seems, and I like that. They are advertising the press conference immediately after the event. They are not giving a time for it, which is telling. Oh yeah, we do have a live performance. This show's going to be longer than 4 hours. It's going to be longer than 4 hours. This is going to be difficult. I'm going to go to bed at 6 o'clock in the morning, aren't I? It's going to be light out. Why? Why? We are now recapping the previous matches as we build towards Mania. Bobby Lashley and Brock Lesnar have been mentioned at this point. The elimination of Brock. Of course, Bobby Lashley did not last much longer in the match. Let's be fair. Not much longer. Horsey, thank you kindly. Another donation. Thank you very much for that. Your generosity continues to astound me and humble me in many ways. Thank you very kindly for that. This is, at this point, thanks to yourself, to Traffic, to SBM, this is, I think, the record for the amount of money I've made from a single stream. So, thank you. Thank you massively. I really do appreciate it. Megan says, part of me was hoping the performance would be cut. I get that. I get it. Instead, they've got multiple 3D graphics. After this, we have Roman's entrance, which will take us up to about 5 a.m. And then the actual wrestling match will take us to about 5:30. Yay. Bailey says, any people you were surprised not to see in the Women's Rumble? No. Didn't expect Naomi, didn't expect Sasha, didn't expect Kairi Sane. I spoke about the plan for trying to get Kairi Sane over. Didn't expect any Jay White. Never expected that. Didn't expect Will Ospreay. I know I talked about it as a bit of fantasy booking, but no. Megan says there's no way in hell the press conference is going to start at 4:45 a.m. now. With Roman's entrance still to come, we'll be lucky if this finishes before 6. Yeah, they're not going to make that last match brief. It'll be a half-hour match at least. It's Roman. It'll be 45 minutes, let's be fair. I am not enjoying any of this. This is not my music. This is not my music. Andy Barr says, my hat's off to Triple H. Horsey says, thank you, Tom. And Joey says, this show is going to go past 12 a.m. for me. 5 a.m. for me, guys. Tommy wishes we could skip the concert. Horsey's asking anyone for breakfast. Peter's saying he'll be right back. I'm guessing he's going to go for a nap. Andy says, you're doing a great job, Tom. Thank you very much, Andy. Joey says, I don't know how you stayed this late, Tom. I'd be dead. Well, it's not the first day. I mean, yesterday I stayed up till 3 a.m. It's good training. Like Tuesday, after the 4 a.m. show for the Raw Watch Party, when I have to get up at my usual time of 8 o'clock to do my day job, that's going to be hell. That's going to be hell. But at the moment, we're okay. Thank you, Aussie. I appreciate that. Well, well, well. Wellity, wellity, wellity. Says that Nia Jax got her entrance botched. Ah, yes, of course. It wasn't her fault in that one, but also says the most on-brand Nia thing I've ever seen, which I kind of get what you're saying. Sorry, guys. Thomas says, any more news on Naomi? No updates at this point in time. Stuart says, you really do forget how strong Lesnar really is until you see the way he tosses those steps around like they weigh nothing. To him, they don't. Horsey says, we also need time to set the ring back up. Yeah, but that's Roman's entrance. We've seen nothing of the bloodline. Sami Zayn, we know, will be at ringside with Roman. The obvious expectation here, is that what's going to happen is it's, I've just seen Michael Cole rocking out, and I can't ignore that anymore. The obvious implication is that Sami Zayn gets involved to distract and attack Kevin Owens, and Stone Cold Steve Austin comes down to eliminate Sami Zayn and protect Kevin Owens. Doesn't get the job done, but acts as a leveler. That's the obvious implication from all of the rumours currently ongoing. Go away, Ric Flair. Just go away. I don't care. They're all bad. Go away. Oh, he's getting a network documentary. Joey says, this is a good time for a bathroom break. Justin Check also says, bathroom break. Thomas says, this song is terrible. Tommy says, same Tom. Not my music either. Stuart says, it really is arse. Also says, I'll need a McDonald's breakfast after this. Sai says, genuine question on this music act. Easy to parody. Peter says, can't really nap at work, but near enough with this music. Horsey says, does the main event go shorter? No. It's Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns isn't allowed to go shorter. We're getting an NXT commercial next Friday. Was it next Friday, is that? It's next Saturday, isn't it? Because next Friday, SmackDown. When is Vengeance Day? Joey says, I don't see them cutting time in a Roman main event. No, nor I. And also he says, network documentary we don't get in the UK, may I add. Good. Good. Next Saturday. Gotcha. Okay. Once again, good. I don't want to get it. I would never watch it. Thank you, Stuart. So Michael Cole is trying to keep the energy high while they're covered in glow-in-the-dark stuff. But here we go. They'll go through the hype package. That'll give them time to rebuild the ring. We are finally at the main event. This show has really gone over. Started at 1 a.m. It's going to finish at past 5. This is bloated. Horsey says, I meant more in general. I have a major issue with new content on the network at the moment. Yeah, we're not getting a lot, are we? It's like they don't really care about us. It really is. Of course, basically the whole thing, the whole hype package here is not going to be about Kevin Owens. It's not going to be about Roman Reigns. It's going to be about Sami Zayn. Because this is all about the tag team championships. It's all about Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens versus the Usos at WrestleMania. That's where we're headed. It was never about Roman versus Sami. It was always about Sami and Jay. The fact that Jay is now backing him, backing Sami, that's the big story. That's the part we should be focused on. Joey says, I feel like I'm watching Mania when they did one night. Do you remember the one nights when it'd be light when you actually finished? I remember once just thinking, oh, it starts at midnight. I'll just stay up. I'm at work at 8. It won't be an 8-hour show. It finished at 7:15. It was a 7.5-hour show. Oh, sorry, 7.25-hour show. Ugh. Stuart says, actually looking forward to next Saturday. The Fatal 4-Way Tag should be a good one. Thomas says, if the Royal Rumble is this long, how long is Mania going to be? Horsey says, get a VPN, as I got told in an email response, so spend the same on a VPN than I do on the network. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I won't ask any further questions on it. Absolutely not. But I get what you're saying. Ooh, what have we got? Yeah, Wiggly says the live performance was awful. Who are these clowns? Bailey says in hindsight they should have cut the Bianca Alexa match. Not really with that. Not really with it. They should have cut the musical performance. This was not the best planned pay-per-view they've ever done. Moxie says who would have known when Roman returned he would get this historic reign. I think only Roman and Vince. They're the ones who decided on it, and everyone's just falling in line. Hector says, Tommy is saying a certain Texas rattlesnake may be in play. I absolutely did not say that, Hector. I said a lot of other things, which could be construed in certain ways, depending on whether or not you like spoilers, with a warning or no. But I did not say that in any way, shape or form. Bailey says, Ric Flair has a death wish he'll never willingly leave. Sean says, WWE just put out a tweet releasing new Nia Jax merchandise. Yeah, I've had word. Great, that's what we're hoping for, isn't it? Liv Morgan's trending on Twitter. That's good news. That's great news. Nia Jax's appearance at this year's Royal Rumble was not a one-off appearance. Get used to her being back. You're going to be seeing quite a lot of her, it seems. Great fun. We're just getting a massive recap of everything, and it's frustrating at times. The Royal Rumble is supposed to be the final chapter, and it will be as regards World Championships. Something's going to go wrong here. Something's going to go big wrong in a way that we all kind of want, but also kind of don't. Hey Louv says, what's up Tom? Which Rumble did you like the most? Of the two, that's a difficult one. I think I like the women's because I didn't know that Rhea was going to win. The elimination of Becky and Bayley really stood out. Whereas with the men's, Cody was an obvious one since June. Nia Jax is not part of the bloodline now. Justin says, hey, remember when people thought Sammy would win the Royal Rumble? Yeah, that was cute. Yeah, I may remember some people in here who thought that. Justin? Remember some people I may be talking to right now. Yeah, good times. Good times. Ross says there were people sleeping in that stadium during that 7-hour show. Yeah, Becky Lynch won both championships basically to crickets. Everyone was just like, can I please leave now? Can I please just go? Horsey says, why does Cody's win feel like a week ago? It was. A whole week has passed. Have you not slept? Horsey, take a nap, mate. No, PT, you didn't miss anything. You missed some of Kevin Owens' entrance. That's kind of it. Stuart says, kind of hoping a kind of Texas rattlesnake isn't involved personally. I do like him, but it's past his day now. If they've changed the main event and there's no Rock and there's no Austin, who then is there? Unless there's a championship change coming. Maybe a dusty finish. Who knows at this point? 4-3 says, was Nia a Vince move since I know she wasn't on the list of talent to bring in? From what I've heard, absolutely it was. Absolutely. Joey says, literally nobody asked for Nia back, a waste of a signing. One person did. Just the one. True, Horsey, but I think the more time you spend here, the more used to sarcasm you get. Unfortunately, The Rock will not be joining the bloodline and will not be a heel again. Who needs sleep? You're right, Peter. Let's all stay awake and watch as much wrestling as possible. And eventually, we'll sleep when we die. That's how it should be. Roman is not even coming down to the ring quickly. Like, we're way over time and he's just taking his time. He's having nobody's going to rush Roman. Roman does not care. Stuart says, still not as long as our friends in AEW and their marathons. Yeah, but they at least have a lot of matches. We've had 5, and it's still taking forever. Admittedly, though, they're Royal Rumbles, and they've been a lot of... It's been a good pay-per-view. I shouldn't complain so much. It's genuinely been fun. King of Cobra says, they just want the Cody Reigns stare down to close the show. I don't hate that as an idea. But to be fair, they could have done that by having the Royal Rumble main event as well. If the Royal Rumble had main evented, Roman then just comes out after and holds up the championship. Should be all you really got. Joey says, what couldn't Triple H tell Vince to piss off? No, he absolutely could not. In order to get what he wants, he sort of has to give a little bit as well. It's very awkward. It's very difficult. SBM says, why would Vince want Nia back? He likes her. He likes the heat she gets. He was pretty happy with the punch heard around the world. Gave him what he was looking for. Hector says, if KO and Sammy don't end up tagging, what would you have KO do? Oh, difficult one. Seth? To be clear, I wouldn't have him do Seth. But maybe work with Seth. Maybe Bray, to be fair. I don't know who the options are. Thank you for that tweet there, Megan. Very telling. Right. Sean says, if Vince liked Nia, why release her? She was on a cost-benefit analysis list. He was cutting costs in order to make way for a sale of the company. She was on the list because it was Nick Khan's choice, not Vince McMahon's. Hope that clears it up. Now, I don't think Sammy's going to die tonight, King of Cobras. I sure hope not. He's a good guy. Horsey says, Vince is the boss, so sadly what he wants, he gets now. That's always been the case, to be fair. Stuart says, if the Rumble main evented, they would have had the Jackets attack Cody. I don't know what I mean by the Jackets, but I get what he's saying. Luke says, oh my god, this entrance is longer than a 2009 Undertaker entrance and a Wrestle Kingdom ramp. Oh, the Wrestle Kingdom ramps are really long. That's a really good point. Jackals, that makes more sense. Joey says, do you think Triple H will even use Nia? What is she even going to do? Turn up, scream a little bit, take on Raquel Rodriguez. That's probably about it. I get the feeling it's an MVP type situation. Connor, you're right, mate. Says, hey Tom, hope your night's been good. Amazing Rumble so far. On my Liv winning Elimination Chamber train now. Quite a few people are of that opinion as well. I kind of get it. Horsey says, breaking news. WrestleMania now 4 nights to fit Roman's entrances and Bray's. Stu says, Owens has gone grey waiting. Hector says, if Nia is the extent of what Vince does, I'm okay with it because it's not creative. Nobody does force creative onto Triple H. If Triple H doesn't use her, Vince is going to be asking questions. Kevin Owens is just sitting in the corner. Just waiting. Just waiting. He's been waiting a long time. It's getting frustrating is what I'm trying to say. Peter says Owens has retired of old age due to Roman's entrance. Leuven says we've been seeing Sammy versus KO for the past 20 years. Switch it up. It's been too much at the Royal Rumble as well. It's always the Mania palate cleanser. SBM says, I feel like Sammy and the Bloodline part ways tonight. Coup43 says, this is the third title match between Roman and KO. I do believe so. All, by the way, at the Royal Rumble. We had the Shark Cage match. We had the Last Man Standing match. This is the first match they've had where you can get disqualified. Kevin says, wait, this is the main event. Yeah. The main event of the Royal Rumble is a championship match. Connor says, Liv previously having the quickest elimination, setting the record longest time with Rhea is crazy to see. They wanted to make it clear, we're not giving up on her. I've said it and I'll say it again. They are not giving up on her just yet. It's not over. They still care about Liv Morgan. Roman Reigns slowly walking towards Kevin Owens, wafting them about. He's got two. Just pointing them at Kevin Owens, really showing him off. He's just the sort of person who walks around and says, have you seen my titles, sir? Have you seen my titles? Look at my belt. He says, look at my belt, and then does that little pelvic thrust. Right. This is now the point at which the show is supposed to be over. It is 15 minutes till 5 a.m. here in the UK. That said, we are now on 2,082 subscribers. Thank you everyone who's subscribed over the course of this show. If you are new here, welcome. Stick around. We do watch parties of SmackDown every single week. We will be doing a watch party of Raw this week, and we also do pay-per-views, so Elimination Chamber and WrestleMania still to come. Plus, on Monday and Friday, we have our spoiler warning news shows, and any further news will pop up in the Shorts feed, where we do breaking news from other outlets and sources. Joey says, I feel like Nia is going to be like the Omos of the women's division. She'll come in and wrestle people like Raquel and Piper. Now I can see that working. Goo43 says, how do you feel about the Chelsea Green elimination being so fast? I'm okay with it. I don't really know what the plan is, but A very loud Sammy Uso chant, which Paul Heyman is not comfortable about. Roman and Kevin Owens are already talking to each other. So Kevin Owens has a unique ability to get under Roman's skin, to the point that when they work live shows, Owens would just make Roman chuckle in the middle of matches. Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens are the great entertainers backstage. There's nothing but respect for them both. Kevin says, who won between Bianca and Alexa Bliss? Bianca won clean. Horsey says, it's nearly 5 a.m. I've lost the plot now. Hector says, pardon me for not knowing her name, but her introduction of Roman was so masterful. I try and be tough. Sometimes not. Sometimes it's just too much for me. Megan says, which brands do we see Chelsea and Nia working on? Raw for Chelsea, SmackDown for Nia for me. They need a top level heel, especially with Ronda not there at the moment. Someone to stand up to Charlotte and all that jazz. Work with Raquel. And hey, if it is a one-off, then she could just pop back for a couple of matches and then walk away. Samantha Irvin, thank you for the reminder, SPM. Samantha Irvin is her name. Justin says Nia Jax re-signed. I don't know as regards the signing of a deal, but there's merch. She was saying she's back. I suspect we might be seeing quite a bit more of her. Peter says, imagine calling an audible right here. Horsey says, Owens just said something to Sammy and laughed. Joey says, do you think Logan Paul and Seth could be a Mania match? I think it could. Certainly I don't think we're going to see much of John Cena in it. Kevin Owens is a high pace today. The entire show has been high paced, let's be fair, but he's not best pleased. Levin says, does he win it tonight? I feel like a heartfelt ending is upon us. I do not, unfortunately. I feel an ending that makes Texas happy is upon us, but not an ending that makes the fans at home happy. Sean says, would Charlotte work with Nia again, knowing the shoot fight they did? Yes. Charlotte will do as she is told by the company. I've been told several times by people in the past that, oh, Charlotte doesn't work with people she doesn't want to. It's not true. It's absolutely not true. Charlotte is a company woman. She will do as she is told. Roman's taken a few bumps here. This is more even than his usual matches. Kevin Owens is making a point of looking like a big deal, and he's absolutely providing it. Sean says, remember last year Roman lost a Rumble to Seth? Not quite. He lost a match at the Rumble to Seth, and it was by DQ, so it's not the same. Not the same as a standard loss, as it were, but, you know, you get what you're doing. Q43 says, where do you believe the Bray Wyatt story goes, and is it entwined with Alexa's? It is entwined with Alexa's. The faction, the Wyatt Six, is where it goes. As regards Bray Wyatt himself, he's still writing it, even he doesn't know. Leuven says, for some reason I have hope in KO. Well, to be fair, Kevin Owens is one of those where you can't fully rule him out, except it's Roman, so you can. Danny B says, I wonder what brand Nia will be on. I suspect she'll be popping up on SmackDown, but she may just make a couple of rounds on Raw and SmackDown, then move on. Justin says, got to be something big happening after this match, right? We'll see what happens. I mean, it might be another hour or so before the match actually finishes. Thomas says, I think an ending that is crushing for Sammy is upon us. That'll be awkward for everyone involved. Sammy does not look happy at the moment. He's doing the best he can. Sean says, what is next for Alexa? Becky, Candice. Alexa, I believe, will be the slow burn character change. It won't involve championship matches or particularly big feuds. Becky still has Bayley, and I do think Becky versus Bayley is where we're heading at WrestleMania. I've been talking about that one for a couple of months. They are pivoting away from Becky versus Ronda and moving towards Becky versus Bayley, at least in the build to Mania. Hector says, I'm so glad Pat McAfee is back on commentary. You think this could be a three-person pay-per-view team going forward and only have Pat for pay-per-views and keep Wade on SmackDown? I think that's possible. I think that's very possible. Certainly for WrestleMania we'll see more of Pat McAfee, but he does have a wrestler contract as well, and he does plan on wrestling some matches. Bilsa says, Tom, Rhea's the one. I'm so buzzing. I don't blame you, Bilsa. Rhea's incredible talent. She's been able to show it alongside Judgment Day, particularly in her work with Dominic Mysterio. She's really been able to show off, and that's gained her a lot of fans. People were really behind her in that Royal Rumble. They really were. Eric says, I hope they give Liv something massive to do for Mania. I think Liv and Tegan Nox will be competing for the Tag Team Championships against Damage Control, Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler and another team. It's not a bad spot to be in. It'll get her on the card. I did catch that James Kemple talking about delivering a rock bottom. Leuven says, Tom, did you hear about Triple H offering Joel Embiid to pay a year's worth of fines to make the crotch chop his signature torn? I'm not aware of that, no. Joey says, I was confused by Uncle Howdy jumping on LA Knight. What was that supposed to do? Well, it's supposed to do damage, in much the same way as a big splash does. I mean, do you not remember when Shane McMahon jumped on the Big Show? Same thing. Same thing. Thomas says they referenced The Rock. They did. Lewin says Nia on SmackDown, and she was in red and gold tribal paint. Bloodline confirmed. Nope, not even slightly confirmed. That has always been Nia Jax's traits and gear. That's part of her character well before the Bloodline. Stuart says, wonder how far from the arena Dana got. Leuven said, it really made me mad how they helped Dom eliminate Edge. Wanted him to do it alone. It would have given them some credibility. Yes, but to be fair, as he's a heel, they don't want to give him credibility. They want him to be cheap. They want him to be arrogant and ineffectual. Sean says, Booker T said Rhea doesn't need Judgment Day. Booker T be wrong. Well, to be fair, she actually doesn't need them, but it's certainly working for her. Yeah, Kieran says it quite distinctly here. I don't think she necessarily needs them, but I don't think she'd be where she is now without them. Hector says, if the insinuation is that Rhea is going to win the title, maybe give Bianca some much needed time off, maybe give her a big match at SummerSlam. I wouldn't hate that. Have her lose a championship at Mania, take some time off, return around SummerSlam for either a rematch. They've done that in the past with, well, the plan was for Sasha Banks, but ended up being Becky Lynch instead where they did it. And then the following year, where it was with Becky Lynch that they did it. I can see that working. Kieran says, remember, she's already been Raw champion and was pretty over in the Rumble that Bianca won. She was, that's true. People care about Rhea Ripley. People do care. Kevin Owens nearly forgot himself and used a swear word there. I could hear it coming. I'm not aware of that, Sean. I'll look into that for you. Justin says, I just feel like Alexa is stuck in the mud. She is at the moment. They need to rebuild her character. In order to do that, they need to sort of take her apart a little bit. For free saying KO and Roman have amazing chemistry, whereas Peter Englefield says very lukewarm this match. I think the match is good, but the crowd aren't into it because they've been really hot for the Royal Rumble matches, especially after what just happened with Rhea. I don't think necessarily this match should main event, but it depends what the final outcome is. Luvin says, I feel like Rhea is the second biggest star in Judgment Day. After Dominic, do you mean? Because it's clearly Rhea and then Dom for me. It is feeling a bit like the SummerSlam main event between Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar in that we've seen it a few times. We're not really that hyped for it anymore, but the WWE are trying to find a new way of keeping us interested. Unfortunately, they can't do that because they've got no digger. But hey, we'll see what happens. Justin Stevens says, my argument is, didn't they just reboot her gimmick last year? Yes, they did. And she didn't like it. So they've changed it back again. I think it might be because of, Roman Reigns being Roman Reigns. But I simply don't believe that there's any threat here. I just don't feel there's any possibility that Roman's actually in trouble. I just got a warning that my PS4 was going to turn off because I hadn't touched it recently enough. And it's actually gone backwards. I need to go live again. Okay, so it's refreshed a few times, so I'm just going to go back and go back into it, back live. This is making me a little unnerved. Gotcha, Tommy. Well, it's been a long show. It's been a long show. Blue says, didn't Bianca win the Rumble behind closed doors? So how could anyone really be over during it? Well, you mostly see the reaction on social media, you see the reaction on merch stores and so on and so forth. They had to sort of rebuild the concept of being over in order to see how it worked out. It was Thunderdome, so they did sort of keep track of who was being cheered for and who people were tuning in to watch, but it wasn't the same, you're right. Leuven says, just like all my hope, KO might win, just lost. Eric says, I got it, double duty for Liv. They win the title night 1, night 2, Liv versus Charlotte. King of Cobra says, I won't believe Roman is in any trouble till Mania. You are not wrong in that one. Kieran says, as regards Rhea, she's already had a Mania moment as well. Hector says, when do you think we will get the explanation of what Sammy's final test actually was? I assume on SmackDown. I'm pretty sure this match is the final test. Whether he backs up Roman. Which he will. He will, but if Kevin Owens has any backup, it could get very hairy. I don't expect a win here for Kevin Owens. Sean says, Alexa thought the character she had was boring, said it a lot. I said it's a lot like who she's in real life and her real life self isn't for TV. She did say that. And that's why they made the change. She essentially talked them into it because she's just not happy with the character that she was playing. Oh, a botch from Kevin Owens. He tried to do a quick reverse and go into a moonsault. Instead, he fell. He's going for it again. He's missed it anyway. Roman was rolling out the way. There's a spear. Kevin Owens had his eyes open. He was looking at the ref. Bit of an audible by Kevin Owens there to say we're just going to try again, but not on the top rope. Corey Graves is really covering for him here, talking about slick ropes, which is very fair. Roman is talking to the fans again. This is something he loves doing and something I really enjoy watching. King of Cobra says, even then, if Roman beats Cody, I won't be surprised. Leuven says, do you think any of the NXT talent that debuted will stay on the main roster? I do not. And Tommy says, you don't see many botches from Owens. It's just bad luck. Everyone has them. It's just bad luck. Owens going for a stunner. Ref bump. Where's Sammy? Pop-up powerbomb. Visible pin. I've lost track of Paul Heyman. The phrase dead to rights might be a bit much there. Michael Cole. Blue says, still hoping for that double main event for Roman at Mania. Night 1 versus Sammy. Night 2 versus Cody. Cody's made it clear what title he wants. Yes, he has. Sammy, however, I don't see him being involved in it. I don't see it. Logically, the feud for Sammy will be with the Usos. SBM says, we need a ref. We don't have one. Here comes the test. Roman says, get a chair. Do as you're told. Sammy, do as you're told. There are no chairs. Awkward because, like, oh. Sammy. A moment's hesitation might cost him. The ref back in the ring. Roman's eyes were open. Horsey says, Sammy and Owens versus Usos for me equals new champions at Mania. For me as well. It's been a while since I reported on that one. It was when Kevin Owens first returned as a face on Raw. I remember reporting he'll be coming back as a face. The plan is for the tag team match at WrestleMania. Tommy says that was a great 2 count. SBM saying, what was that? Blue says, when it comes to Sammy, Kevin versus the Usos, they could always do that on night 2 after Sammy gets beat down after the night 1 main event and Kevin makes the save. Owens kicks out of a second spear. Sami Zayn losing his mind, flipping the ring apron. Roman is not happy. SBM suggests checking out Paul Heyman's reaction. The fans are getting really into this. Kevin Owens, meanwhile, is reaching for Sammy. If he asks for help, Sammy might just have to oblige. Sean says, notice Roman hasn't used the guillotine in a while. Fair. It's a good point. Sammy dodged out the way there, but Roman's still not happy with him. At this point, the match has got to be over. Owens escaping again. Rolling out the other side of the ring. This is something he used to do a lot as a heel. But this time it's a pure survival mechanism. Oh. That's not something you see a lot. Roman might be about to go too far. You could stop this, Sammy. You could stop this at any time. There's no Usos. There's no Solo. You can stop this. He's made this decision before. It is a high-risk bump, Sean. You're absolutely right. Very high-risk bump. Thomas says, this is getting good. Lewin says, holy smokes, that was nasty. Thomas Phipps says, much the same. Blue says, between Rhea and Kevin, we might have multiple concussions tonight. There is still every possibility that Rhea Ripley is concussed, just to be clear on that one. Sami Zayn's not sure. He's stepping back in a position for something. Leuven says, Sami Steen or Sami Uso, which one will it be? Third spear, that's got to be that. That's got to be that. And it is. Kevin Owens is no threat to Roman Reigns. So with that as our main event, everyone's going to be asking the same thing. What comes next? How do they make sure that the fans leave happy? What can they do to really hype the crowd back up? What can they do to establish anyone as a threat to Roman Reigns after that? Don't know what you're talking about, Patrick. Don't know what you're talking about. King of Cobra is asking, is Cody coming? Levin says, I knew this will happen, but why did I have hope this time? I used to be like that. I used to be like that Roman would lose. Eventually, you just get to a point of accepting it. Don't know what you're talking about, Thomas. I don't know what you're talking about. It's alright, in a bit we'll see the little bug in the corner and I'll start wrapping up and we'll start talking about, you know, how great a show we've had and heading off and signing out, and nothing will happen. Nothing important. We won't really know why they did any of this. Jey Uso wants to crown Sami Zayn. Roman says no. Roman's not happy with something. We need to get a little more brutal. They're going to really lay into Kevin Owens. Sami Zayn needs to be a part of it. And if Sami Zayn doesn't do as he's told, well then, it's not going to be a good moment for Sami Zayn, is it? Solo Sikoa hasn't gotten involved yet. You know he's the one that does the most damage. I haven't done the math, Sean, on when will be 1,000 days. WrestleMania's still a while off, though. The acting. The facial expression on Sami Zayn. The fans are chanting for him to do something. If they stand Owens up now, they're setting him up for a kick. Solo doing the damage. Roman looks like he's asking for handcuffs. Paul Heyman always has handcuffs. We're not going to comment on why, but he does. 2 sets, which will lift up Kevin Owens and prop him up in the corner. Ready for the Helluva kick. It's a good point by Corey Graves. Where's Adam Pearce? He came down to stop Brock Lesnar. Where's Brock Lesnar? If you tell him, hey, you'll be in no trouble if you go out and beat those guys up, he'd probably still do it. Are you going to give Sammy the chair? What's he going to do? Or is this a point where Sammy's just going to get beaten down? They're intentionally trying to make sure it goes a little too far for even the crowd. None of us are supposed to be comfortable with this. Roman's gone cool heel and he did a while ago. He did a while ago. So if they need him to be a heel, they need the win over him to matter. They need to make us all very uncomfortable. Roman talking to him as usual. You might be, Thomas. I mean, it's wrestling. We're all kind of sick. Well, we thought this was going over before, but it's definitely going over now. I've been streaming for 5 hours and 10 minutes, guys. Sami Zayn wants to end this. Sami, you've bought yourself a one-way ticket to hell. You chose a side there, Sammy. I would have laughed if Kevin Owens then gave him a low blow from behind with his foot. You're right, Blue. The crowd is still completely invested. We are at the point when Roman Reigns is Emperor Palpatine. Is anyone going to rescue Sami Zayn? Owens is owed it. Owens turns on everyone. He turned on Jericho. Turned on Sami. Roman's right. Oh, go and do jackass shit. That's... It's too real. It's too real. Sami Zayn forever, right? The fans can see it. Just that moment when he stood behind Roman and the fans really got into it. Something's going to happen. There's no crying in the bloodline is a phrase. Come on, Sami, be a main eventer. Take it. Do it. He's in a good spot for a good hit there. Honestly, I'd hit Paul Heyman. He's right there. He's hit Roman. The Usos are waiting for instruction. Immediately he turns to Jey Uso because that's the story. It wasn't about Roman. It was always Sami and Jey. Always. It's always about the tag team championships. Roman walks it off. Sami Zayn, that I think I heard him clearly say, just give me one. Thomas saying, will someone save Sammy? Tommy saying the other Uso didn't attack Sammy. Jey Uso got his moment, don't you worry. He's betrayed. Wait. 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 This is an unexpected turn. Jey Uso is conflicted. He's leaving. He's leaving. Sai says that's the Mania match. Then the Usos, or one of them, can't get into Canada for the Chamber. Well, I imagine the other one may take on Sami Zayn. Jey Uso just turned face, guys. Well, nobody seemed to expect the idea that Jey might turn on Roman. And yet, here we are. Blue says Jey was the first to disobey. He did it again. He was. We can go back to the Hell in a Cell I Quit. We can go back to all of it. Now, is there anyone who's going to save Sammy? Surely we can't send the crowd home this unhappy. Jay's gone. And Jimmy will crown Roman. The bloodline is splintered. That is a chant. And that is the point of this. Because if you want Cody Rhodes to get over with the win, you've got to have the biggest heel you can possibly get. Roman's not a cool heel no more. He's just the villain. So that says now they have to shoehorn Cody into this. For Cody, it's all about the championship. Jermaine says, Tom, you and I have been calling this for months about Jey Uso. King of Cobra says they don't go home happy. And Jermaine says it looks like Jey Uso sided with Sammy. Thomas says, wow, that's a reaction. And Blue says, I don't remember the last FU chant in the WWE. It was also for Roman Reigns. The night after WrestleMania 33. This is my yard now. Horsey says, what a storyline. Great writing. Sure as hell doesn't look like Austin's coming, does it? I mean, they're down the ramp now. The new bloodline. The crowd might just go home unhappy on this one. That or after the cameras go off, Cody Rhodes comes down and beats him up. Justin Check believes this is the best storyline in 10 years. And as King of Cobra says, no one is coming. Sai says, I think that was better than last year's. Oh, it absolutely was. Thomas Phipps says, could we see Jey versus Roman at WrestleMania as well as Roman versus Cody? Maybe we will. Maybe it was all about that. Maybe it was all about Jey Uso. The Jey Uso face turn is more than we ever expected. Why have The Rock when you can have main event Uso? Top class booking. WWE Royal Rumble. Wiggly is saying it's a turning point in the run. Moxie said that's why KO got squashed. Maybe Jay, Sammy and Owens will back up Cody. Maybe, but this is just an awkward situation for everyone. That's been 5 hours plus of Royal Rumble coverage, including pre-show. Indeed, 5 hours and 20 minutes. A lot of people now needing sleep. King of Cobra says the Usos as tag champs. What does this do to them? Who knows at this point? Who knows? But hey, still plenty more to talk about. Still plenty more to come. We will start our wrap up here. And what I'll say first, just to sort of tie everything in a nice neat bow. 2 years ago, we were entering a lockdown. We've been in a lockdown for a while, let's be fair. And I started a Royal Rumble show. It is still live. It had about 30 views. Today's show, I was hoping we could potentially push it a little further, but I've had a great time. 2,519 views, 63 likes, 17 new subscribers, and hey, a huge thank you to everyone who donated as well to keep the lights on. If you've enjoyed the show and haven't done so yet, hit like, subscribe, check out some of my other work, including, if you check out the shorts feed, you will see plenty of stuff about Seth Rollins and CM Punk. We will be live on Monday. But what I want to say first and foremost, before we get to spoiler warning, The Rock, Steve Austin, Rey and Dominic Mysterio opening. A whole lot of people got proven really wrong over the past few days. And I want you to remember that. Because if we're going to be the most well-informed chat in wrestling, we need to know when people get things right and when people get things wrong. My video on Monday, status of The Rock for the Royal Rumble and WrestleMania. Nothing booked. And here we are once again. Huge thanks to all of you. I will hopefully see so many of you again on Monday. Until then, huge thanks. I've been Tom Colohue. You have been fantastic. And I'll see you all very soon.